It is a pleasure to have you with us at the English Story Journal. Grab a coffee, find a quiet spot, and let's get lost in the story. Mary Lennox was sent to live with her uncle at Misselthwaite Manor. Everyone said she was the most unpleasant child they had ever seen. It was true. She had a thin face and a thin body. Her light hair was thin, and she always looked unhappy. Her skin was yellow because she was born in India and was often sick. Her father worked for the English government. He was always busy and sick too. Her mother was very beautiful. She only liked going to parties and having fun. She did not want a little girl. When Mary was born, her mother gave her to an ayah, a nurse. The ayah knew she must keep Mary hidden so her mother would not be angry. So Mary was often sick and always got her own way. By the time she was 6, she was a very bossy and selfish child. English teachers came to teach her, but they all left quickly because they did not like her. Mary only learned to read because she wanted to. One very hot morning, Mary was 9 years old. She woke up feeling angry. She became even angrier when she saw a different servant by her bed. "Why did you come?" she said to the woman. "I will not let you stay. Send my ayah to me." The woman looked scared. She said the ayah could not come. Mary got very angry and hit and kicked the woman. The woman looked more scared and said again that the ayah could not come. Something felt strange that morning. Nothing was normal. Many servants were not there. The servants Mary saw looked scared. No one would tell her anything. Her ayah did not come. Mary was left alone. She went into the garden and played under a tree. She made a pretend flower bed. She put red flowers into small piles of dirt. She felt more and more angry. She muttered bad names she would call her ayah. "Pig, pig, daughter of pigs," she said. She knew calling someone a pig was a very bad insult. Mary was still angry when she heard her mother. Her mother came out with a young man. They spoke in low, strange voices. Mary knew the young man. He was a young officer from England. Mary looked at him, but mostly she looked at her mother. Her mother was tall, thin, and pretty. She wore beautiful clothes. Her curly hair was lovely. Her clothes had a lot of lace. This morning, her mother's eyes were not laughing. They were big and scared. She looked at the young officer with fear. "Is it so very bad? Oh, is it?" Mary heard her mother say. "Awfully, Mrs. Lennox. You should have gone to the hills 2 weeks ago." Mary's mother twisted her hands. "Oh, I know I should," she cried. "I only stayed for that silly dinner party. What a fool I was." Just then a loud sound of crying came from the servants' homes. Mary's mother grabbed the young man's arm. Mary shivered. The crying became louder and louder. "What is it? What is it?" Mrs. Lennox asked quickly. "Someone has died," the officer answered. "You did not say it had started with your servants." "I did not know," Mary's mother cried. "Come with me, come with me." She turned and ran into the house. Then terrible things happened. Mary understood what was wrong. A very bad sickness called cholera had started. People were dying very fast. Mary's ayah got sick in the night. She had just died. That was why the servants were crying. The next day, 3 more servants were dead. Others ran away, very scared. Everyone was afraid. People were dying everywhere. On the 2nd day, Mary hid in the nursery. Everyone forgot her. No one thought about her. No one wanted her. She cried and slept for many hours. She only knew that people were sick. She heard strange and scary sounds. Once she went into the dining room. It was empty. There was food on the table, but it looked like people had left very fast. Mary ate some fruit and cookies. She was thirsty, so she drank a glass of wine. It was sweet. She did not know it was strong. Soon it made her very sleepy. She went back to her nursery and closed the door. She was scared by the sounds of crying and running feet. The wine made her so sleepy that she could not keep her eyes open. She lay on her bed and slept for a long, long time. Mary slept deeply for many hours. She did not hear the crying or people carrying things. When she woke up, she lay and looked at the wall. The house was completely quiet. She had never heard it so silent. She heard no voices, no footsteps. She wondered if everyone was well now. She wondered who would take care of her. Her ayah was dead. Maybe a new ayah would come with new stories. Mary was tired of the old ones. She did not cry for her nurse. She was not a loving child and did not care much for anyone. The noise and crying about the sickness had scared her. She was angry because no one remembered her. Everyone was too scared to think of a little girl. Mary thought if everyone was well, someone would come for her. But no one came. As she lay waiting, the house became even more silent. She heard something move on the floor. She looked down and saw a small snake. It moved along and watched her with shiny eyes. She was not scared. It was a harmless snake and seemed to want to leave the room. It went under the door. "How strange and quiet it is," she said. "It sounds as if there was no one in the house but me and the snake." Almost immediately, she heard footsteps outside, then on the veranda. They were men's footsteps. The men came into the house and spoke in low voices. No one met them. They opened doors and looked into rooms. "What sadness," she heard one man say. "That pretty, pretty woman. I think the child is gone too. I heard there was a child, but no one ever saw her." Mary was standing in the nursery when they opened the door. She looked angry and ugly. She frowned because she was hungry and felt forgotten. The first man was a big officer. She had seen him talking to her father once. He looked tired and sad. When he saw her, he was so surprised that he jumped back. "Barney," he cried, "there's a child here. A child alone, in a place like this. Oh my, who is she?" "I am Mary Lennox," the little girl said. She stood up straight. She thought the man was rude to call her father's house a place like this. "I fell asleep when everyone had the cholera. I have just woken up. Why does nobody come?" "It is the child no one ever saw," the man said to his friends. "She has been forgotten." "Why was I forgotten?" Mary said, stamping her foot. "Why does nobody come?" The young man named Barney looked at her very sadly. Mary thought she saw him blink his eyes to stop tears. "Poor little kid," he said. "There is nobody left to come." In this strange way, Mary learned that her father and mother were gone. They had died and were taken away in the night. The few servants who did not die had also left the house very fast. No one remembered that Missy Sahib Mary was there. That was why the house was so quiet. It was true. There was no one in the house but her and the small snake. Mary liked her mother from far away. She thought her mother was pretty, but Mary did not know her mother well, so she did not love her or miss her. Mary was a child who only thought about herself. She did not miss her mother at all. She thought she would always be taken care of. She just wanted to go to nice people. She wanted them to be polite and let her do what she wanted, like her ayah and the other servants did. Mary knew she would not stay in the English clergyman's house. She went there first. She did not want to stay. The clergyman was poor. He had 5 children, almost all the same age. They wore old clothes and always argued. Mary hated their messy house. She was so rude to them that no one would play with her. Soon they gave her a nickname she hated. Basil was a boy Mary hated. She was playing alone under a tree, making a garden with dirt. Basil came and watched. He got interested and suddenly made a suggestion. "Why don't you put a heap of stones there and pretend it is a rockery?" he said. "There in the middle," and he leaned over her to point. "Go away," cried Mary. "I don't want boys. Go away." For a moment, Basil looked angry. Then he began to tease. He danced around her. He made faces and sang and laughed. "Mistress Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow, with silver bells and cockle shells and marigolds all in a row?" He sang it until the other children heard and laughed too. The angrier Mary got, the more they sang, "Mistress Mary, quite contrary, with silver bells and cockle shells and marigolds all in a row." After that, they always called her Mistress Mary Quite Contrary. "You're going to be sent home," Basil said to her, "at the end of the week, and we're glad of it." "I am glad of it too," answered Mary. "Where is home?" "She doesn't know where home is," said Basil with 7-year-old scorn. "It's England, of course. Our grandmama lives there, and our sister Mabel was sent to her last year. You are not going to your grandmama. You have none. You are going to your uncle. His name is Mr. Archibald Craven." "I don't know anything about him," snapped Mary. I know. You don't know anything. Girls never do. I heard Father and Mother talking about him. He lives in a great, big, desolate old house in the country, and no one goes near him. He's so cross he won't let them, and they wouldn't come if he would let them. He's a hunchback, and he's horrid." "I don't believe you," said Mary, and she turned her back and stuck her fingers in her ears because she would not listen any more. But she thought about it a lot later. That night, Mrs. Crawford told her she would sail to England in a few days. She would go to her uncle, Mr. Archibald Craven, who lived at Misselthwaite Manor. Mary looked stony and not interested. They tried to be kind, but Mary turned her face away when Mrs. Crawford tried to kiss her. She stood stiffly when Mr. Crawford patted her shoulder. "She is such a plain child," Mrs. Crawford said sadly. "And her mother was such a pretty person. She had a very pretty way of acting, too. Mary has the most unlikable ways I ever saw in a child." The children called her Mistress Mary Quite Contrary, and though it's naughty of them, one can't help understanding it. "Her mother barely looked at her," Mrs. Crawford sighed. "After her ayah died, no one cared for the child. The servants left her alone in the empty house. Colonel McGrew found her standing by herself in the middle of the room." Mary sailed to England with an officer's wife. The wife was busy with her own children and was happy to give Mary to Mrs. Medlock in London. Mrs. Medlock was Mr. Craven's housekeeper. She was a strong woman with red cheeks and sharp black eyes. She wore a purple dress and a black hat with shaking purple flowers. Mary did not like her, but Mary rarely liked people. Mrs. Medlock did not think much of Mary either. "My word, she's a plain little piece of goods," she said, "and we'd heard that her mother was a beauty. She hasn't handed much of it down, has she, ma'am?" "Perhaps she will improve as she grows older," the officer's wife said kindly. "If she were not so pale and had a nicer expression, her face is rather good. Children change so much." "She'll have to alter a good deal," answered Mrs. Medlock. And there's nothing likely to improve children at Misselthwaite, if you ask me." Mary stood by the window, watching people outside. She heard them talking. She became very curious about her uncle and his home. She wondered what a hunchback was, as she had never seen one. Living without her ayah, Mary felt lonely. She started to think new thoughts. She wondered why she never felt like she belonged to anyone, even with her parents alive. Other children had parents who cared. She had servants, food, and clothes, but no one noticed her. She didn't know she was disagreeable, though she often thought others were. Mary thought Mrs. Medlock was the most disagreeable person, with her loud face and hat. The next day they traveled to Yorkshire. Mary walked far from Mrs. Medlock, not wanting to seem like she belonged to her. She would have been very angry if people thought she was Mrs. Medlock's child. Mrs. Medlock was not bothered by Mary. She was a woman who would not take nonsense from children. She did not want to go to London, but she had a good job as housekeeper at Misselthwaite Manor. She had to do what Mr. Archibald Craven told her, so she went. She never asked questions. Captain Lennox and his wife died of the cholera. Captain Lennox was my wife's brother, and I am their daughter's guardian. The child is to be brought here. You must go to London and bring her yourself." So she packed her small bag and made the journey. Mary sat quietly in the train corner, looking plain and unhappy. She had nothing to do. Her black dress and hat made her look even paler. "I never saw such a plain-looking child," Mrs. Medlock thought. She had never seen a child sit so still. She got tired of watching and started to talk in a quick, hard voice. "I suppose I may as well tell you something about where you are going to," she said. "Do you know anything about your uncle?" "No," said Mary. "Never heard your father and mother talk about him?" "No," said Mary, frowning. She frowned because her parents had never talked to her about anything important. "Huh," muttered Mrs. Medlock, staring at her strange, quiet face. She did not say anything for a few moments, then she started again. "I suppose you might as well be told something to prepare you. You're going to a queer place." Mary said nothing. Mrs. Medlock looked a little surprised by her lack of interest, but after taking a breath, she went on. "It's a grand, big place, but it's gloomy. Mr. Craven is proud of it, but it's still gloomy. The house is 600 years old. It's on the edge of the moor. There are almost 100 rooms, but most are locked. There are old pictures and furniture. There's a big park, gardens, and trees with long branches." She paused and took another breath. "But there's nothing else," she finished suddenly. Mary started to listen. It sounded so different from India, and new things interested her. But she did not want to look interested. That was her way, so she sat still. "Well," said Mrs. Medlock, "what do you think of it?" "Nothing," she answered. "I know nothing about such places." That made Mrs. Medlock laugh a short laugh. She said, "but you are like an old woman. Don't you care?" "It doesn't matter," said Mary, "whether I care or not." "You are right enough there," said Mrs. Medlock. "It doesn't. Why you're to be kept at Misselthwaite Manor I don't know, unless because it's the easiest way. He's not going to trouble himself about you, that's sure and certain. He never troubles himself about no one." She stopped as if she had just remembered something important. "He's got a crooked back," she said. "That made him wrong. He was a sour young man. He got no good from all his money and big house until he was married." Mary's eyes turned toward her. She had never thought of the hunchback being married. She was a little surprised. Mrs. Medlock saw this. As she was a talkative woman, she continued with more interest. This was one way to pass the time. "She was a sweet, pretty thing. He would have walked the world over to get her a blade of grass she wanted. Nobody thought she'd marry him, but she did, and people said she married him for his money, but she didn't, she said strongly. When she died, Mary gave a little sudden jump. "Oh, did she die?" she exclaimed, quite without meaning to. She remembered a fairy story about a poor hunchback and a beautiful princess. It made her suddenly feel sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven. "Yes, she died," answered Mrs. Medlock, "and it made him stranger than ever. He cares about nobody. He won't see people. Most of the time he goes away. When he is at Misselthwaite, he shuts himself up in the west wing. He won't let anyone but Pitcher see him. Pitcher's an old fellow, but he took care of him when he was a child, and he knows his ways." It sounded like a sad story. Mary did not feel happy. A house with 100 locked rooms on the edge of a moor? It sounded dreary. A man with a crooked back who shut himself away? She looked out the window. It started to rain heavily. She thought that the pretty wife were alive. She might have made things cheerful, like her own mother, but she was gone. You needn't expect to see him, because it's very likely you won't, and you mustn't expect that there will be people to talk to you. You'll have to play about and look after yourself. You'll be told what rooms you can go into and what rooms you're to keep out of. There's gardens enough, but when you're in the house, don't go wandering and poking about. Mr. Craven won't have it." "I shall not want to go poking about," said sour little Mary. Just as suddenly as she had begun to feel sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven, she stopped feeling sorry. She began to think he was unpleasant enough to deserve all that had happened to him. She turned her face toward the wet window of the train car. She looked out at the gray rainstorm. It looked as if it would go on forever. She watched it for so long that the grayness grew heavier before her eyes. Then she fell asleep. Mary slept a long time. When she woke, Mrs. Medlock had bought food. They ate chicken, beef, bread, and tea. The rain was heavy. Everyone at the station wore wet raincoats. Mrs. Medlock felt better after eating. She ate a lot and fell asleep. Mary then fell asleep too, with the rain hitting the windows. It was dark when she woke again. The train had stopped. Mrs. Medlock was shaking her. "You have had a sleep," she said. "It's time to open your eyes. We're at Thwaite Station and we've got a long drive before us." Mary stood up and tried to keep her eyes open. Mrs. Medlock gathered her bags. Mary did not help her because in India, servants always carried things. The station was small. Only Mary and Mrs. Medlock got off the train. The station master spoke to Mrs. Medlock in a rough, kind way. He had a strange accent Mary later learned was Yorkshire. "I see thou's got back," he said, "and thou's brought the young'un with thee." "Ah, that's her," answered Mrs. Medlock. She spoke with a Yorkshire accent, too. She moved her head toward Mary. "How's thy missus?" "Well enow. The carriage is waiting outside for thee." A carriage waited on the road. Mary saw it was a nice carriage. A smart footman helped her get in. His raincoat and hat were wet and shiny. He shut the door. He sat with the coachman. They drove off. Mary sat in a soft corner. She did not want to sleep again. She looked out the window. She wanted to see the road to the strange house. Mary was not scared, but she felt strange. What would happen in a house with many shut rooms next to a moor? "What is a moor?" she said suddenly to Mrs. Medlock. "Look out of the window in about 10 minutes and you'll see," the woman answered. "We've got to drive 5 miles across MISSEL Moor before we get to the manor. You won't see much because it's a dark night, but you can see something." Mary asked no more questions. She waited in her dark corner watching the window. The carriage lights showed the road ahead. They drove through a small village with houses and lights. Then they were on a big road with hedges and trees. After that, it seemed like a long time with nothing new. At last, the horses went slower, as if going up a hill. Soon there were no more hedges or trees. Mary could only see darkness. She leaned to the window as the carriage shook. We're on the moor now, sure enough," said Mrs. Medlock. The carriage lights showed a rough road through bushes. Beyond that was a big, dark, open space. The wind started, making a wild, rushing sound. It's not the sea, is it?" asked Mary, looking round at her companion. "No, not it," answered Mrs. Medlock. "Nor it isn't fields nor mountains. It's just miles and miles and miles of wild land that nothing grows on but heather and gorse and broom, and nothing lives on but wild ponies and sheep." "I feel as if it might be the sea if there were water on it," said Mary. "It sounds like the sea just now." "That's the wind blowing through the bushes," said Mrs. Medlock. "It's a wild, dreary enough place to my mind, though there's plenty that likes it, particularly when the heather's in bloom." They drove on in the dark. The rain stopped, but the wind still blew and whistled. It made strange sounds. The road went up and down. They went over small bridges, hearing water below. Mary felt the drive would never end. The moor felt like a dark ocean. "I don't like it," she said to herself. "I don't like it," and she pressed her thin lips together. The horses were climbing a hill. Mary saw a light for the first time. Mrs. Medlock saw it too and gave a sigh of relief. I'm glad to see that bit of light twinkling," she exclaimed. "It's the light in the lodge window. We shall get a good cup of tea after a bit, at all events." The carriage went through the park gates. They drove 2 more miles under big trees that met overhead like a long, dark tunnel. They drove out of the tunnel into an open space. The carriage stopped at a long, low house around a stone yard. At first, Mary saw no lights, but as she got out, one upstairs room showed a dull light. The front door was huge, made of thick wood with iron nails and bars. It opened into a very big, dark hall. Mary saw pictures and old metal suits. She did not want to look at them. On the stone floor, she looked a very small, strange figure. She felt as small and lost as she looked. A neat, thin old man stood near the servant who opened the door. "You are to take her to her room," he said in a rough voice. "He doesn't want to see her. He's going to London in the morning." "Very well, Mr. Pitcher," Mrs. Medlock answered. "So long as I know what's expected of me, I can manage." "What's expected of you, Mrs. Medlock," Mr. Pitcher said, "is that you make sure that he's not disturbed and that he doesn't see what he doesn't want to see." Then Mary was led up a wide staircase, down long hallways, and up more steps. Finally, a door opened. She was in a room with a fire and food. Mrs. Medlock said simply, "Well, here you are. This room and the next are where you'll live, and you must keep to them. Don't you forget that." So Mary arrived at Misselthwaite Manor. She had perhaps never felt so stubborn in all her life. When Mary opened her eyes in the morning, a young housemaid was in her room. She was lighting the fire. Mary watched her, then looked around. It was a strange, dark room. The walls had cloth pictures of a forest scene. From a big window, she saw a wide, open land. It had no trees and looked like a big purple sea. "What is that?" she said, pointing out the window. Martha, the housemaid, stood up. She looked and pointed too. "That there," she said. "Yes." "That's the moor," she said with a kind smile. "Do you like it?" "No," answered Mary. "I hate it." "That's because you're not used to it," Martha said, going back to the fire. "You think it's too big and empty now, but you will like it." "Do you?" asked Mary. "Aye, that I do," answered Martha, cleaning the fireplace. "I just love it. It's not empty. It's covered with growing things that smell sweet. It's very lovely in spring and summer. It smells of honey, and there's so much fresh air, and the sky looks so high, and the bees and skylarks make such a nice noise. I wouldn't live away from the moor for anything." Mary listened, puzzled. The servants she knew in India were not like this. They were very polite. Mary had always hit her ire when angry. She wondered what this strong girl would do if someone hit her. "You are a strange servant," she said from her bed, a little proudly. Martha sat up, holding her brush. She laughed, not angry at all. I know that," she said. "I'm too common and I talk too much Yorkshire, but this is a funny house even if it's grand. It seems like there's no master or mistress except Mr. Pitcher and Mrs. Medlock. Mr. Craven, he doesn't want to be bothered when he's here, and he's almost always away. Mrs. Medlock gave me the job out of kindness. She told me she could never have done it if Misselthwaite had been like other big houses." "Are you going to be my servant?" answered Mary in her proud way. Martha started to rub the fireplace again. "I'm Mrs. Medlock's servant," she said strongly, "and she's Mr. Craven's, but I'm to do the housemaid's work up here and wait on you a bit, but you won't need much waiting on." "Who is going to dress me?" asked Mary. Martha sat up again and stared. She spoke in her Yorkshire way, very surprised. "Can't you dress yourself?" she said. "What do you mean? I don't understand your language," said Mary. I forgot," said Martha. "Mrs. Medlock told me I'd have to be careful or you wouldn't know what I was saying. I mean, can't you put on your own clothes?" "No," answered Mary quite angrily. "I never did in my life. My ayah dressed me, of course." "Well," said Martha, not knowing she was being rude, "it's time you should learn. You cannot start younger. It'll do you good to wait on yourself a bit. My mother always said she couldn't see why rich people's children didn't turn out to be fools." "It is different in India," said Mary proudly. She could hardly stand this. But Martha was not upset at all. I can see it's different," answered kindly. "I dare say it's because there's so many black people there instead of respectable white people. When I heard you were coming from India, I thought you were black too." Mary sat up in bed, very angry. "What?" she said. "What? You thought I was a native? You daughter of a pig!" Martha stared and looked red. "Who are you calling names?" she said. "You needn't be so angry. That's not the way for a young lady to talk. I've nothing against the blacks. When you read about 'em, they're always very religious. You always read that a black person is a man and a brother. I've never seen a black person, and I was quite pleased to think I was going to see one close. When I came in to light your fire this morning, I crept up to your bed and pulled the cover back carefully to look at you. And there you were," she said, disappointed, "no more black than me, even though you're so yellow." Mary did not try to stop her rage and shame. She was so angry and felt so helpless that she threw herself face down on the pillows and burst into sobbing. Martha was a little frightened and sorry. She went to the bed and bent over Mary. You mustn't cry like that," she begged. "You mustn't for sure. I didn't know you'd be angry. I don't know anything about anything, just like you said. I beg your pardon, miss. Do stop crying." There was something comforting in Martha's strange speech and strong way. Mary slowly stopped crying and became quiet. Martha looked relieved. "It's time for you to get up now," she said. "Mrs. Medlock said I was to bring your breakfast and tea and dinner into the room next to this. It's been made into a nursery for you. I'll help you with your clothes if you'll get out of bed. If the buttons are at the back, you cannot button them yourself." When Mary finally got up, the clothes Martha took from the closet were not the black ones Mary had worn. "Those are not mine," she said. "Mine are black." She looked at the white wool coat and dress. "Those are nicer than mine," she added. "These are the ones you must put on," Martha answered. "Mr. Craven ordered Mrs. Medlock to get them in London. He said, 'I won't have a child dressed in black wandering about like a lost soul,' he said. 'It'd make the place sadder than it is. Put color on her.' Mother, she said she knew what he meant. She doesn't like black herself." "I hate black things," said Mary. Getting dressed taught them both something. Martha had dressed her little brothers and sisters, but she had never seen a child who stood still and waited for someone else to do everything. "Why don't you put on your own shoes?" she said when Mary quietly held out her foot. "My ayah does it," answered Mary, staring. "It was the custom." Mary often said it was the custom. She had always been dressed like a doll, but she began to think that her life at Misselthwaite Manor would teach her new things, like putting on her own shoes. Martha was a simple Yorkshire girl from the moor. She had grown up taking care of herself. Mary listened to Martha coldly. At first she was not interested, but gradually as Martha talked on, Mary began to notice what she was saying. You should see 'em all," she said. "There are 12 of us, and my father only gets 16 shillings a week. My mother has to work hard to get porridge for 'em all. They play on the moor all day, and Mother says the air of the moor makes 'em strong. Our Dickon, he's 12 years old, and he's got a young pony he calls his own." "Where did he get it?" asked Mary. "He found it on the moor with its mother when it was a little one, and he began to make friends with it and give it bits of bread and pick young grass for it. And it got to like him, so it follows him about, and it lets him get on its back. Dickon's a kind lad, and animals like him." Mary had never had a pet. She began to feel a small interest in Dickon. She had never been interested in anyone but herself before. When she went into the nursery, it was a grown-up's room with old pictures and heavy chairs. A table had a big breakfast. She had a very small appetite and looked without interest at the first plate Martha fed before her. "I don't want it," she said. "You don't want your porridge?" Martha said, surprised. "No." "You don't know how good it is. Put a bit of treacle on it or a bit of sugar." "I don't want it," repeated Mary. Said Martha, "I can't stand to see good food go to waste. If our children were at this table, they'd clean it bare in 5 minutes. "Why?" said Mary coldly. "Why?" repeated Martha. "Because they hardly ever had their stomachs full in their lives. They're as hungry as young hawks and foxes." "I don't know what it is to be hungry," Mary said, not understanding. Martha looked annoyed. "Well, it would do you good to try it. I can see that clearly enough," she said openly. "I have no patience with people who sit and just stare at good bread and meat. My word, don't I wish Dickon and Phil and Jane and the rest of 'em had what's here." "Why don't you take it to them?" suggested Mary. "It's not mine," answered Martha strongly, "and this isn't my day out. I get my day out once a month. Then I go home and clean up for Mother and give her a day's rest." Mary drank some tea and ate a little toast and some jam. "You wrap up warm and run out and play. It'll do you good and give you some stomach for your meat." Mary went to the window. There were gardens and paths and big trees, but everything looked dull and wintry. "Out? Why should I go out on a day like this?" "Well, if you don't go out, you'll have to stay in. And what have you got to do?" Mary looked around. There was nothing to do. Perhaps it would be better to go and see what the gardens were like. "Who will go with me?" she asked. Martha stared. "You'll go by yourself," she answered. "You'll have to learn to play like other children do when they haven't got sisters and brothers. Our Dickon goes off on the moor by himself and plays for hours. That's how he made friends with the pony. He's got sheep on the moor that know him and birds that come and eat out of his hand. He always saves a bit of his bread to feed his pets." The mention of Dickon made Mary decide to go out. She thought birds would be different from India and might amuse her. Martha found her coat and hat and some strong little boots. She showed Mary the way downstairs. "If you go around that way, you'll come to the gardens," she said, pointing to a gate. "There are lots of flowers in summertime, but there's nothing blooming now." She added, "One of the gardens is locked up. No one has been inside for 10 years. "Why?" asked Mary. Here was another locked door. "Mr. Craven had it shut when his wife died so sudden. He won't let no one go inside. It was her garden. He locked the door and buried the key. There's Mrs. Medlock's bell ringing. I must run." After Martha left, Mary walked toward the gate. She could not stop thinking about the garden no one had been in for 10 years. She wondered what it looked like. She walked through the gate and found herself in big gardens with wide lawns and paths. There were trees and bare flower beds. This was not the locked garden. She saw a long wall with ivy. She went toward it and found a green door in the ivy which was open. This was not the closed garden. She went through the door. It was a garden with walls around it, one of several. She saw another open green door showing bushes and winter vegetables. The place was bare and ugly now. Soon, an old man with a spade walked through a door. He looked surprised, then touched his cap. He had a grumpy old face and did not seem pleased to see her. "What is this place?" she asked. "One of the kitchen gardens," he answered. "What is that?" said Mary, pointing through the other green door. "Another of 'em," he said shortly. "There's another on the other side of the wall, and there's the orchard on the other side of that." "Can I go in them?" asked Mary. "If you like, but there's nothing to see." Mary went down the path and through the second green door. There she found more walls and winter vegetables, but in the second wall there was another green door, and it was not open. Perhaps it led to the garden no one had seen for 10 years. Mary was not shy, so she went to the green door and turned the handle. It opened easily. She walked through it and found herself in an orchard. There were walls around it and bare fruit trees, but there was no green door to be seen anywhere. Mary looked for it. She saw the wall seemed to go beyond the orchard. She could see treetops above the wall. Then she saw a bird with a red breast sitting on a branch, and he sang. His cheerful song made her feel happy. Even a difficult girl can be lonely, and the big house and empty moor had made her feel alone. The bird brought a look to her face that was almost a smile. She liked him and wondered if she would see him again. Perhaps he lived in the mysterious garden. She thought much about the deserted garden. She was curious. Why had Mr. Craven buried the key? She knew she would not like him. People never like me, and I never like people, she thought. I believe that tree was in the secret garden. I feel sure it was, she said. There was a wall around the place, and there was no door. She walked back into the first kitchen garden and found the old man digging. She went and stood beside him. He did not notice her, so she spoke. I have been into the other gardens, she said. There was nothing to stop you, he answered gruffly. I went into the orchard. There was no dog at the door to bite you, he answered. There was no door there into the other garden, said Mary. What garden? He said in a rough voice, stopping his digging for a moment. "The one on the other side of the wall," answered Mary. "There are trees there. I saw the tops of them. A bird with a red breast was sitting on one of them, and he sang." To her surprise, the grumpy old face changed. A slow smile spread over it, and the gardener looked different. She thought how much nicer a person looked when he smiled. He turned to the orchard side and began to whistle, a low, soft whistle. Almost at once, a wonderful thing happened. She heard a soft flight through the air. It was the bird with the red breast flying to them. He landed near the gardener's foot. "Here he is," chuckled the old man. Then he spoke to the bird as if to a child. "Where have you been, you cheeky little beggar?" he said. "I've not seen you before today. Have you started your courting this early in the season? You're too early." The bird put his tiny head on one side and looked up at him. He seemed familiar and not afraid. He hopped about looking for seeds. It gave Mary a strange feeling because he was so pretty and cheerful, like a person. "Will he always come when you call him?" she asked, almost in a whisper. "Aye, that he will. I've known him ever since he was a baby bird. He came out of the nest in the other garden, and when he first flew over the wall, he was too weak to fly back for a few days, and we got friendly. When he went over the wall again, the rest of the family was gone, and he was lonely, and he came back to me." "What kind of a bird is he?" Mary asked. "Don't you know? He's a robin redbreast, and they're the friendliest, curiousest birds alive. They're almost as friendly as dogs, if you know how to get along with 'em. Watch him picking about there and looking round at us now and again. He knows we're talking about him." It was strange to see the old man. He looked at the plump little bird with the red chest as if he was proud and fond of him. "He's a proud one," he chuckled. "He likes to hear people talk about him. And curious, bless me, there never was anyone like him for curiosity and meddling. He's always coming to see what I'm planting. He knows all the things Mr. Craven never bothers himself to find out. He's the head gardener, he is." The robin hopped about busily. Mary thought his black eyes looked at her with great curiosity. It seemed as if he were finding out all about her. The strange feeling in her heart grew. "Where did the rest of the family fly to?" she asked. "There's no knowing. The old ones push 'em out of their nest and make 'em fly. This one was a smart one, and he knew he was lonely." Mary went a step closer to the robin and looked at him very hard. "I'm lonely," she said. She had not known before that loneliness made her feel sour and cross. She seemed to find it out when the robin looked at her. The old gardener pushed his cap back and stared at her for a minute. "Are you the little girl from India?" Mary nodded. "Then no wonder you're lonely. You'll be lonelier before you're done," he said. He began to dig again while the robin hopped about very busy. "What is your name?" Mary asked. He stood up to answer her. "Ben Weatherstaff," he answered, and then he added with a grumpy chuckle, "I'm lonely myself, except when he's with me," and he pointed his thumb toward the robin. "He's the only friend I've got." "I have no friends at all," said Mary. "I never had. My ayah didn't like me, and I never played with anyone." Old Ben Weatherstaff was a Yorkshire MOOR man who spoke plainly. "You and me are a good bit alike. We're neither of us good-looking, and we're both as grumpy as we look. We've got the same bad tempers, both of us." Mary had never heard the truth about herself. She wondered if she was as unattractive and grumpy as Ben. She also wondered if she was bad-tempered. She felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, a clear little sound broke out near her. She turned. The robin had flown onto a young apple tree branch and sang. Ben Weatherstaff laughed aloud. "What did he do that for?" asked Mary. "He's decided to make friends with you," replied Ben. "I'll be surprised if he hasn't taken a liking to you." "To me?" said Mary. She moved toward the little tree softly and looked up. "Would you make friends with me?" she said to the robin, just as if she was speaking to a person. "Would you?" And she said it in a tone so soft and eager that Ben Weatherstaff was surprised. "Why," he cried out, "you said that as nice and human as if you were a real child instead of a sharp old woman. You said it almost like Dickon talks to his wild things on the moor." "Do you know Dickon?" Mary asked, turning quickly. "Everybody knows him. Dickon's wandering about everywhere. The very blackberries and heather bells know him. I bet the foxes show him where their babies lie, and the skylarks don't hide their nests from him." Mary would have liked to ask more questions, but just then the robin, who had finished his song, shook his wings and flew away. He had made his visit and had other things to do. "He has flown over the wall," Mary cried out, watching him. "He has flown into the orchard. He has flown across the other wall into the garden where there is no door." "He lives there," said old Ben. "He came out of the egg there. If he's courting, he's trying to impress some young lady robin that lives among the old rose trees there." "Rose trees," said Mary. "Are there rose trees?" Ben Weatherstaff took up his spade again and began to dig. "There were 10 years ago," he mumbled. "I should like to see them," said Mary. "Where is the green door? There must be a door somewhere." Ben drove his spade deep and looked as unfriendly as he had looked when you first saw him. "There were 10 years ago, but there isn't now," he said. "No door?" cried Mary. "There must be." "None that anyone can find, and none that is anyone's business. Don't you be a nosy girl and put your nose where it doesn't belong. Here, I must go on with my work. Get you gone and play. I've no more time." And he actually stopped digging, threw his spade over his shoulder, and walked off without even looking at her or saying goodbye. Every day was the same for Mary Lennox at first. Every morning she woke in her room, found Martha building a fire, and ate breakfast in the boring nursery. Then she looked out the window at the big moor. She knew she had to go outside or do nothing, so she went out. Mary did not know that going outside was good for her. She did not know that walking or running made her strong. She hated the strong wind from the moor. It felt like a giant. But the fresh air filled her lungs, was good for her thin body, and brought color to her cheeks and brightness to her eyes, even though she didn't know it. After a few days outside, she woke up hungry. At breakfast, she did not look away from her porridge. She ate all of it until her bowl was empty. "Thou got on well enough with that this morning, didn't thou?" said Martha. "It tastes nice today," said Mary, feeling a little surprised herself. "It's the air of the moor that's given thee stomach for the victuals," answered Martha. "It's lucky for thee that thou's got victuals as well as appetite. There's been 12 in our cottage has had the stomach and nothing to put in it. You go on playing you out of doors every day, and you'll get some flesh on your bones, and you won't be so yeller." "I don't play," said Mary. "I have nothing to play with." "Nothing to play with!" exclaimed Martha. "Our children plays with sticks and stones. They just runs about and shouts and looks at things." Mary did not shout, but she looked at things. There was nothing else to do. She walked around the gardens and park paths. She sometimes looked for Ben Weatherstaff, the gardener. She saw him working, but he was busy or grumpy. Once he turned away when she walked near. She often went to a long path outside the walled gardens where thick ivy grew. One part of the ivy was very bushy, as if neglected. The rest was neat and trimmed. A few days later, Mary stopped to look at the bushy ivy, wondering why. As she watched ivy move in the wind, she saw a flash of red and heard a bright chirp. Ben Weatherstaff's robin was on the wall, tilting its head to look at her. "Oh!" she cried out. "Is it you? Is it you?" She spoke to him as if he would understand. The robin chirped and hopped along the wall, as if telling her many things. Mary felt she understood him, though he spoke no words. It was as if he said, "Good morning. Isn't the wind nice? Isn't the sun nice? Isn't everything nice? Let us both chirp and hop and twitter. Come on, come on." Mary laughed and ran after him as he hopped and flew along the wall. For a moment, poor thin Mary looked almost pretty. "I like you, I like you," she cried, running. She chirped and tried to whistle, but couldn't. The robin chirped and whistled back. Then it flew to a treetop and sang loudly. That reminded Mary of the first time she saw him. He was singing on a treetop then, and she was in the orchard. Now she was on a path outside the wall, but the same tree was inside. "It's in the garden no one can go into," said Mary to herself. "It's the garden without a door. He lives in there. How I wish I could see what it is like." She ran to the green door she used that first morning. Then she ran through another door and into the orchard. She looked up and saw the tree on the other side of the wall where the robin was cleaning his feathers. "It is the garden," she said. "I am sure it is." She walked around the orchard wall, but found no door. Then she ran through the kitchen gardens and to the path outside the long, ivy-covered wall. She walked to both ends, but found no door. "It's very queer," she said. "Ben Weatherstaff said there was no door, and there is no door, but there must have been one 10 years ago because Mr. Craven buried the key." She had much to think about and felt interested, not sorry she came to Misselthwaite Manor. In India she was always hot and tired, but the fresh wind from the moor was waking her up. She stayed outside almost all day. At supper, she felt hungry, sleepy, and comfortable. She didn't mind Martha talking. She even liked to hear her. After supper, sitting by the fire, Mary asked a question. "Why did Mr. Craven hate the garden?" she said. Martha did not mind staying. She was young, used to a crowded home, and found the servants' hall boring. Other servants made fun of her speech. Martha liked to talk, and Mary, the strange child from India, was interesting to her. Martha sat down on the rug herself without waiting to be asked. "Art thou thinking about that garden yet?" she said. "I knew thou would. That was just the way with me when I first heard about it." "Why did he hate it?" Mary asked again. Martha put her feet under her and made herself comfortable. "Listen to the wind wuthering round the house," she said. "You could bear stand up on the moor if you was out on it tonight." Mary did not know wuthering until she listened. She understood it meant a deep roaring sound that moved around the house, like an invisible giant hitting the walls. But she felt safe and warm inside by the fire. "But why did he hate it so?" she asked, after she had listened. She intended to know if Martha did. Then Martha shared what she knew. "Mind," she said, "Mrs. Medlock said it's not to be talked about. There's lots of things in this place that's not to be talked over. That's Mr. Craven's orders. His troubles are none servant's business, he says. But for the garden, he wouldn't be like he is. It was Mrs. Craven's garden that she had made when first they were married, and she just loved it, and they used to tend the flowers themselves, and none of the gardeners was ever let to go in. Him and her used to go in and shut the door and stay there hours and hours, reading and talking. And she was just a bit of a girl, and there was an old tree with a branch bent like a seat on it, and she made roses grow over it, and she used to sit there. But one day, when she was sitting there, the branch broke, and she fell on the ground and was hurt so bad that next day she died. The doctors thought he'd go out of his mind and die too. That's why he hates it. No one's never gone in since, and he won't let anyone talk about it." Mary asked no more questions. She looked at the fire and listened to the wind wuthering, which seemed louder than ever. At that moment, good things were happening to Mary. 4 things had changed since she came to Misselthwaite Manor. She felt she understood the robin. She ran in the wind and felt warm. She was truly hungry for the first time, and she felt sorry for someone. She was getting better. But as she listened to the wind, she heard something else. At first, it was hard to tell apart from the wind. It was a strange sound, like a child crying. Sometimes the wind sounded like that, but Mary soon felt sure this sound was inside the house, far away, but inside. She turned to Martha. "Do you hear anyone crying?" she said. Martha suddenly looked confused. "No," she answered. "It's the wind. Sometimes it sounds like as if someone was lost on the moor and wailing. It's got all sorts of sounds." "But listen," said Mary. "It's in the house, down one of those long corridors." Just then, a door opened downstairs. A strong draft blew along the passage. The room's door crashed open. Mary and Martha jumped up. The light went out, and the crying sound came down the corridor more clearly. "There," said Mary. "I told you so. It is someone crying, and it isn't a grown-up person." Martha ran and shut the door and turned the key, but before she did it, they both heard the sound of a door in a far passage shutting with a loud bang. Then everything was quiet, for even the wind stopped wuthering for a few moments. "It was the wind," said Martha stubbornly. "And if it wasn't, it was little Betty Butterworth, the scullery maid. She's had the toothache all day." But Martha's troubled look made Mary stare at her. Mary did not believe her. The next day, heavy rain fell again. Mary looked out her window. The moor was almost hidden by gray mist. She could not go out today. "What do you do in your cottage when it rains like this?" she asked Martha. "Mostly we try not to step on each other," Martha answered. "Oh, there are so many of us. Mother is kind, but she gets tired. The older children go to the cowshed to play. Dickon doesn't care about the rain. He goes out as if the sun was shining. He says he sees things on rainy days that don't show when it's sunny. Once he found a baby fox almost drowned. Its mother was dead. He brought it home in his shirt to keep it warm. He has it now. Another time he found a young crow. He brought it home and tamed it. It's named Soot because it's black. It hops and flies with him everywhere." Mary had stopped disliking Martha's way of talking. She even found it interesting now. She was sad when Martha left. Mary liked Martha's mother and Dickon the most. When Martha talked about Mother, it always sounded good. "If I had a raven or a baby fox, I could play with it," said Mary, "but I have nothing." Martha looked confused. "Can you knit?" she asked. "No," answered Mary. "Can you sew?" "No." "Can you read?" "Yes." "Then why don't you read something or learn to spell? You are old enough to read well now." "I don't have any books," said Mary. "My books were left in India." "That's a shame," said Martha. "If Mrs. Medlock let you go into the library, there are thousands of books there." Mary didn't ask where the library was. She had a new idea. She decided to find it herself. She wasn't worried about Mrs. Medlock. Mrs. Medlock was always in her sitting room downstairs. In this strange house, Mary almost never saw anyone. Only the servants were there. They lived downstairs. Mary ate her meals regularly. Martha served her, but no one else cared about her. Mrs. Medlock came to see her every day or two, but no one asked what she did or told her what to do. Mary thought this was maybe how English children were treated. In India, her ayah was always with her, helping her with everything. Now, no one followed her. She was learning to dress herself. Martha made her feel silly when she wanted help. "Don't you have good sense?" she said once. Mary was waiting for Martha to put on her gloves. "Our Susan Ann is much smarter than you, and she's only 4. Sometimes you look very silly." Mary was angry for an hour after that, but it made her think new things. She stood at the window for about 10 minutes that morning. Martha had finished cleaning and gone downstairs. Mary thought about the library. She didn't care much about books, but hearing about the library made her think of the 100 rooms with closed doors. She wondered if they were all locked. What would she find inside? Were there really 100 rooms? Why not go and count the doors? It would be something to do today, since she couldn't go outside. She had never been taught to ask permission. She knew nothing about rules, so she didn't think she needed to ask Mrs. Medlock if she could walk around the house. She opened her room door and went into the hall. Then she started to explore. It was a long hall with many doors leading to other halls and up short stairs. There were pictures on the walls. They were often portraits of men and women in fancy clothes. She found herself in a long room with walls full of these pictures. She walked slowly and looked at the faces. They seemed to look back at her. Some pictures showed children in old-fashioned clothes. She always stopped to look at the children, wondering their names and why they wore such odd clothes. There was a small girl in a picture, plain, like herself. She wore a green dress and held a green parrot. Her eyes looked sharp and curious. "Where do you live now?" said Mary aloud to the picture. "I wish you were here." No other little girl ever spent such a strange morning. It felt like no one else was in the big, winding house, only her walking up and down through narrow and wide passages. So many rooms were built, so people must have lived here, but it felt so empty. She could not believe it was true. She climbed to the second floor. Then she thought of opening a door. All the doors were shut, as Mrs. Medlock had said, but at last she put her hand on a doorknob and turned it. She was almost scared for a moment. The door opened easily. When she pushed, it slowly opened. It was a very big door. It led into a large bedroom. There were embroidered cloths on the walls. There was fancy furniture like she had seen in India. A wide window looked out at the moor. Over the fireplace was another picture of the plain little girl. She seemed to look at Mary more curiously than before. "Perhaps she slept here once," said Mary. "She looks at me so much it makes me feel strange." After that, she opened more doors and more. She saw so many rooms. She became tired. She began to think there must be 100, though she had not counted them. In all of them there were old pictures or old cloth hangings with strange scenes. There was strange furniture and decorations in almost every room. In one room, which looked like a lady's sitting room, there were about 100 little elephants made of ivory in a cabinet. They were different sizes, and some had tiny riders on their backs. Mary had seen carved ivory in India. She knew about elephants. She opened the cabinet door and played with them for a long time. When she got tired, she put the elephants back and shut the cabinet door. In all her walking through the long halls and empty rooms, she had seen nothing alive. But in this room, she saw something. Just after she closed the cabinet door, she heard a tiny sound. It made her jump. She looked at the sofa by the fireplace. The sound came from there. In the corner of the sofa was a cushion. In the velvet cover there was a hole. Out of the hole peeked a tiny head with 2 scared eyes. Mary walked softly across the room to look. The bright eyes belonged to a little gray mouse. The mouse had eaten a hole in the cushion and made a soft nest there. 6 baby mice were sleeping close to her. If no one else was alive in the 100 rooms, there were 7 mice who did not look lonely at all. "If they wouldn't be so frightened, I would take them back with me," Mary said. She had walked long enough. She was too tired to go farther. She turned back. 2 or 3 times she got lost. She took the wrong hall. She had to walk up and down until she found the right one. But at last she reached her own floor again. She was some distance from her room and didn't know exactly where she was. "I think I took a wrong turn again," she said. She stood still at what looked like the end of a short passage with cloth on the wall. "I don't know which way to go. How quiet everything is." While she stood there, right after she said this, the quiet was broken by a sound. It was another cry, but it was not exactly like the one she heard last night. It was short, a child's sad cry, quieted by the walls. "It's nearer than it was," said Mary, her heart beating faster, "and it is crying." She put her hand on the cloth on the wall near her. Then she jumped back, surprised. The cloth was covering a door. It fell open. It showed her another part of the hall behind it. Mrs. Medlock was coming up it. She had her keys in her hand. Her face looked very angry. "What are you doing here?" she said. She took Mary by the arm and pulled her away. "What did I tell you?" "I turned the wrong way. I didn't know which way to go, and I heard someone crying." She hated Mrs. Medlock at that moment, but she hated her more the next moment. "You didn't hear anything like that," said the housekeeper. "You come back to your nursery or I'll box your ears." And she took her arm. She half pushed, half pulled her up one passage and down another. Finally, she pushed her into her own room. "Now," she said, "you stay where you're told to stay or you'll be locked up. The master should get you a governess, just like he said. You need someone to watch you closely. I have enough to do." She left the room and slammed the door. Mary went and sat on the rug by the fireplace, pale with anger. She did not cry. She bit her teeth. "There was someone crying. There was, she said to herself. She had heard it twice now. Sometime she would find out. She had found out many things this morning. She felt like she had been on a long trip, and she had something to keep her busy all the time. She had played with the ivory elephants. She had seen the gray mouse and its babies in their nest. 2 days later, when Mary opened her eyes, she sat up in bed. She called to Martha, "Look at the moor! Look at the moor!" The rain had stopped. The wind had blown away the gray mist and clouds in the night. The wind was quiet now. A bright, deep blue sky was high over the moor. Mary had never seen such a blue sky. It was a deep, cool blue. Small white clouds floated high above. The moor itself looked softly blue now, not dark or gray. "Yes," Martha said with a happy smile. "The storm is over for a bit. It does this at this time of year. It goes away in one night like it was never here. That's because springtime is coming. It's still far away, but it's coming." "I thought maybe it always rained or looked dark in England," Mary said. "Oh, no," said Martha. She sat on her heels. "Nothing like that." "What does that mean?" Mary asked. Martha laughed. "There, now," she said. "I spoke broad Yorkshire again. Mrs. Medlock said I mustn't. Nothing of the sort means nothing of the sort," she said slowly and carefully. Yorkshire is the sunniest place on earth when it is sunny. I told you that you would like the moor. Just wait until you see the yellow gorse flowers and the broom and the purple heather. You'll see butterflies and bees and larks singing. You'll want to go out on it at sunrise and live on it all day like Dickon does." "Could I ever go there?" Mary asked softly. She looked through her window at the blue moor far away. It was so new and big and wonderful. "I don't know," answered Martha. "You have never used your legs since you were born, it seems to me. You couldn't walk 5 miles. It's 5 miles to our cottage." "I would like to see your cottage." Martha looked at her for a moment. She thought Mary's small face did not look so sour now. It looked a little like a child's face when she wanted something. "I'll ask my mother about it," she said. "She almost always finds a way to do things. Today is my day off, and I'm going home. Oh, I am glad. Mrs. Medlock thinks a lot of Mother. Perhaps she could talk to her." "I like your mother," Mary said. "I think you would," Martha agreed, still polishing. "I've never seen her," Mary said. "No, you haven't," Martha replied. She sat on her heels again. She rubbed the end of her nose with the back of her hand. She looked puzzled for a moment, but then she spoke very clearly. "Well, she is sensible and hard-working and kind. No one could help liking her. When I go home to her on my day off, I just jump for joy when I cross the moor." "I like Dickon," Mary added, "and I've never seen him." "Well," Martha said strongly, "I've told you that the birds like him and the rabbits and wild sheep and ponies and the foxes themselves. I wonder," she stared at Mary, thinking, "what Dickon would think of you." "He wouldn't like me," Mary said in her stiff, cold way. "No one does." Martha looked thoughtful again. "How do you like yourself?" she asked, truly curious. Mary paused for a moment and thought. "Not at all, really," she answered, "but I never thought of that before." Martha smiled. "Mother said that to me once," she said. "She was at her washtub. I was in a bad mood and talking badly about people. She turned to me and said, 'You young fox, there you stand, saying you don't like this one and you don't like that one. How do you like yourself?' It made me laugh and it made me think straight away." She left in high spirits after giving Mary her breakfast. She was going to walk 5 miles across the moor to her cottage. She was going to help her mother with the washing and do the week's baking. Mary felt lonely when Martha was gone. She went out into the garden quickly. She ran around the fountain garden 10 times. She counted carefully. She felt better. The sunshine made the place look different. The deep blue sky was over Misselthwaite. Mary looked up, imagining lying on a white cloud and floating. She went into the first kitchen garden. She found Ben Weatherstaff working there with 2 other gardeners. The change in the weather seemed to make him feel good. He spoke to her without her asking. "Springtime's coming," he said. "Can't you smell it?" Mary sniffed and thought she could. "I smell something nice and fresh and wet," she said. "That's the good, rich earth," he answered, digging. "It's happy, ready to grow things. It's glad when planting time comes. It's quiet in winter. In the flower gardens, things will be moving under the ground in the dark. The sun is warming them. You'll see small green spikes coming out of the black earth soon." "What will they be?" asked Mary. "Crocuses and snowdrops and daffodils. Have you never seen them?" "No, everything is hot, wet, and green after the rains in India," said Mary, "and I think things grow up in one night." "These won't grow up in one night," said Weatherstaff. "You'll have to wait. They'll push up higher here and then more there. A leaf will uncurl one day and another the next. You watch them." "I am going to," answered Mary. Soon she heard the soft sound of wings again. She knew at once that the robin had come back. He was lively. He hopped close to her feet, put his head on one side, and looked at her slyly. Mary asked Ben Weatherstaff a question. "Do you think he remembers me?" she said. "Remembers you?" said Weatherstaff. "He knows every plant in the gardens, let alone the people. He's never seen a little girl here before. He wants to find out all about you. You don't need to hide anything from him." "Are things moving under the ground in the dark in that garden where he lives?" "What garden?" Ben grunted, becoming angry again. "The one where the old rose trees are." She had to ask because she wanted to know so much. "Are all the flowers dead, or do some of them come again in the summer? Are there ever any roses?" "Ask him," said Weatherstaff, pointing his shoulder toward the robin. "He's the only one who knows. No one else has seen inside it for 10 years. 10 years was a long time. She had been born 10 years ago. She walked away, thinking slowly. Mary was starting to like the garden, the robin, Dickon, and Martha's mother. And Martha, too. She was not used to liking so many people. She thought of the robin as a person. She went to her walk outside the long ivy-covered wall. She could see the treetops over the wall. The second time she walked up and down, the most interesting thing happened. It was all because of Ben Weatherstaff's robin. She heard a chirp and a twitter. She looked at the bare flower bed. There he was, hopping about. He was pretending to peck things out of the earth to make her think he had not followed her, but she knew he had. The surprise filled her with joy. "You do remember me," she cried out. "You do. You are prettier than anything else in the world." Mary made soft sounds and talked to him. He hopped, moved his tail, and sang. It was like he was talking back. His red chest looked like soft cloth. He puffed it out. He was so pretty and grand, like he was showing her how important a robin could be. Mary forgot she was ever angry. The robin let her come closer. She bent down and talked, trying to make robin sounds. He let her come so near. He knew she would not hurt him. He knew because he was a real person, nicer than any other person. She was so happy she almost did not breathe. The flower bed was not empty. There were bushes. The robin hopped under them. He hopped over a small pile of fresh earth. The earth had been turned up because a dog was trying to dig up a mole, making a deep hole. Mary looked at it, not knowing why the hole was there. She saw something almost hidden in the fresh earth. It was like a rusty iron or brass ring. The robin flew into a tree nearby. Mary picked up the ring. It was more than a ring. It was an old key. Mary stood up and looked at it. Her face was almost afraid. "Perhaps it has been buried for 10 years, she whispered. "Perhaps it is the key to the garden." She looked at the key for a long time. She turned it over and over. She thought about it. Mary did not ask for permission or advice. She thought that if it was the key to the closed garden, she could find the door. Then she could open it and see what was inside. She wanted to see the old rose trees. She wanted to see the garden because it had been closed for so long. It felt special, as if something strange had happened in 10 years. Also, if she liked it, she could go into it every day. She could close the door behind her. She could make up her own games. She could play alone. No one would know where she was. Everyone would think the door was still locked. The key would still be buried. This thought made her very happy. Living alone in a big house, Mary had nothing to do. The moor's fresh air woke her mind. It gave her an appetite and made her feel alive. In India, she was often tired. Here, she began to care and wanted new things. She felt less contrary. She put the key in her pocket. She walked up and down her path. No one else ever came there, so she could walk slowly. She looked at the wall. She looked at the ivy growing on it. The ivy was confusing. She saw only thick, dark green leaves. She was sad. It felt silly, she thought, to be so near and not get in. She decided to always carry the key. Then, if she found the hidden door, she would be ready. Mrs. Medlock let Martha sleep at her cottage all night, but Martha was back at work in the morning. Her cheeks were redder than ever. She was very happy. "I got up at 4 o'clock, she said. It was pretty on the moor with the birds getting up and the rabbits scampering about and the sun rising. I didn't walk all the way. A man gave me a ride in his cart, and I can tell you I did enjoy myself." She told many stories about her day out. Her mother was happy, and they finished baking and washing. She even made a small cake for each child with some brown sugar. "I had 'em all piping hot when they came in from playing on the moor, and the cottage all smelt of nice, clean, hot bacon, and there was a good fire, and they just shouted for joy. Our Dickon, he said our cottage was good enough for a king to live in." In the evening, they sat by the fire. Martha and her mother sewed. Martha told them about the little girl from India. This girl had servants all her life and did not even know how to put on her own stockings. They did like to hear about you," Martha said. "They wanted to know all about the blacks and about the ship you came in. I couldn't tell 'em enough." Mary thought for a moment. "I'll tell you a great deal more before your next day out, so that you will have more to talk about. I dare say they would like to hear about riding on elephants and camels and about the officers going to hunt tigers." "My word!" cried delighted Martha. "It would set 'em clean off their heads. Would I really do that, miss? It would be same as a wild beast show like we heard they had in York once." "India is quite different from Yorkshire," Mary said slowly. She thought about it. "I never thought of that. Did Dickon and your mother like to hear you talk about me?" "Why, our Dickon's eyes nearly started out of his head, they got that round," answered Martha. "But Mother, she was put out about your seeming to be all by yourself like. She said, 'Hasn't Mr. Craven got no governess for her nor no nurse?' And I said, 'No, he hasn't, though Mrs. Medlock says he will when he thinks of it, but she says he mayn't think of it for 2 or 3 years. "'I don't want a governess,' said Mary sharply. "'But Mother says you ought to be learning your book by this time, and you ought to have a woman to look after you. And she says, "Now, Martha, you just think how you'd feel yourself in a big place like that, wandering about all alone and no mother. You do your best to cheer her up," she says, and I said I would." Mary looked at her for a long time. "You do cheer me up," she said. "I like to hear you talk." Soon Martha left the room. She came back with something under her apron. "What does that think?" she said with a happy smile. "I've brought thee a present." "A present?" Mary exclaimed. "A cottage with 14 hungry people? How could they give a present?" "A man was driving across the moor peddling," answered Martha, "and he stopped his cart at our door. He had pots and pans and odds and ends, but Mother had no money to buy anything. Just as he was going away, our Elizabeth Ellen called out, 'Mother, he's got skipping ropes with red and blue handles.' And Mother, she calls out quite sudden, 'Here, stop, mister, how much are they?' And he says, 'Tuppence.' And Mother, she began fumbling in her pocket, and she says to me, 'Martha, thou's brought me thy wages like a good lass, and I've got 4 places to put every penny, but I'm just going to take 2pence out of it to buy that child a skipping rope.' And she bought one, and here it is." She took it from under her apron. It was a thin rope with red and blue handles. Mary had never seen a skipping rope. She looked at it confused. "What is it for?" she asked. "For?" cried Martha. "Does that mean that they've not got skipping ropes in India, for all they've got elephants and tigers and camels? No wonder most of them's black. This is what it's for. Just watch me." She ran to the middle of the room. She took a handle in each hand and began to skip. Mary watched her. Martha kept skipping, counting until she reached 100. "I could skip longer than that," she said when she stopped. "I've skipped as much as 500 when I was 12, but I wasn't as fat then as I am now, and I was in practice." Mary got up from her chair. She felt excited. "It looks nice. Your mother is a kind woman. Do you think I could ever skip like that?" "You just try it," Martha said, giving her the rope. "You can't skip 100 at first, but if you practice, you'll mount up. That's what Mother said. She says nothing will do her more good than skipping rope. It's the sensiblest toy a child can have. Let her play out in the fresh air skipping, and it'll stretch her legs and arms and give her some strength in 'em." Mary's arms and legs were not strong when she first started to skip. She was not good at it, but she liked it so much she did not want to stop. "Put on thy things and run and skip out of doors," said Martha. "Mother said I must tell you to keep out of doors as much as you could, even when it rains a bit, so as thou wrap up warm." Mary put on her coat and hat, putting the skipping rope over her arm. She opened the door. Then she remembered something and turned back slowly. "Martha," she said, "they were your wages. It was your 2 pence, really. Thank you." She said it stiffly. She was not used to thanking people or noticing what they did for her. "Thank you," she said, holding out her hand because she did not know what else to do. Martha shook her hand a little awkwardly. She was not used to this either. Then she laughed. "Heh, thou art a queer, old womanish thing," she said. "If that'd been our Elizabeth Ellen, that'd give me a kiss." Mary looked stiffer than before. "Do you want me to kiss you?" Martha laughed again. "Nay, not me," she answered. "If that was different, perhaps thou'd want to thysel, but thou isn't. Run off outside and play with thy rope." Mary felt a little strange as she left the room. Yorkshire people seemed odd, and Martha was a puzzle to her. At first she disliked her, but now she did not. The skipping rope was wonderful. She skipped, and her cheeks became red. She was more interested than ever before. The sun shone and a soft wind blew, bringing the fresh smell of new earth. She skipped around the fountain garden, then up and down paths. She skipped into the kitchen garden. She saw Ben Weatherstaff digging and talking to his robin, which hopped near him. She skipped toward him. He looked up with a strange look. She wanted him to see her skip. "Well," he exclaimed, "upon my word, perhaps thou'rt a young un after all, and perhaps thou's got child's blood in thy veins instead of sour buttermilk. Thou skipped red into thy cheeks as sure as my name's Ben Weatherstaff. I wouldn't have believed I could do it." "I never skipped before," Mary said. "I'm just beginning. I can only go up to 20. "Thou keep on," said Ben. "Thy shape's well enough at it for a young'un that's lived with heathen. Just see how he's watching thee," he said, pointing to the robin. "He'll followed after thee yesterday. He'll be at it again today. He'll be bound to find out what the skipping rope is. He's never seen one. Heh," shaking his head at the bird, "thy curiosity will be the death of thee sometime if thou doesn't look sharp." Mary skipped around the gardens and orchard, resting often. She went to her own path and tried to skip its whole length. She started slowly, but before halfway she was hot and breathless and had to stop. She did not mind, having counted to 30. She laughed happily. The robin was on a long branch of ivy, having followed her. He chirped. Mary felt something heavy in her pocket hit her with each jump. Seeing the robin, she laughed again. "You showed me where the key was yesterday. You ought to show me the door today, but I don't believe you know." The robin flew from the ivy branch to the top of the wall. He sang a loud, lovely song, showing off. Robins love to show off, and they are lovely when they do. Mary Lennox had heard many stories about magic from her ayah. She always said that what happened next was magic. A strong gust of wind came down the path. It moved tree branches and the long ivy on the wall. Mary stood close to the robin. Suddenly, the wind moved some loose ivy aside. She jumped and caught something in her hand. She had seen a round knob under the leaves. It was a doorknob. She pulled the thick ivy leaves aside. They hung loosely, like a curtain. Mary's heart beat fast, her hands shaking with excitement. The robin sang and chirped, tilting his head as if excited too. Under her hands was a square iron lock, and her fingers found a hole. It was the lock of the door, closed for 10 years. She took the key from her pocket. It fit the keyhole. She put it in and used both hands to turn it. It turned. She took a deep breath and looked up the path. No one was coming. She took another deep breath, pulled back the ivy, and pushed the door. It opened slowly, slowly. She slipped inside, closed the door, and leaned against it. She looked around, breathing fast with excitement, wonder, and delight. She was standing inside the secret garden. It was the most beautiful and mysterious place Mary could imagine. High walls surrounded it, covered with bare climbing roses. Mary knew they were roses. The ground had brown grass, and many rose bushes grew there. Climbing roses ran over the trees, hanging like curtains. There were no leaves or flowers now. The gray and brown branches made the garden look very mysterious. It was different from any other garden she had ever seen. "How still it is," she whispered. "How still." She waited and listened. The robin sat still in his tree, looking at Mary. "No wonder it is still," she whispered again. "I am the first person who has spoken here for 10 years. She walked away from the door, her steps soft on the grass. She went under the gray arches between the trees, looking at the branches. "I wonder if they are all quite dead," she said. "Is it all a quite dead garden? I wish it wasn't." She saw only gray or brown branches, no leaf buds. But she was inside the wonderful garden. She could come through the door any time. She felt like she had found her own world. The sun shone brightly inside the garden walls. The robin flew down and hopped around her, chirping as if showing her things. Everything was strange and quiet. She felt far away from everyone, but not lonely. She wished she knew if the roses were dead. Maybe some were alive and would grow leaves and buds. She did not want it to be a dead garden. If it were alive, it would be wonderful. Mary had her skipping rope. She walked, then thought to skip around the garden. There were grass paths and quiet corners with stone seats. Near one corner, she stopped. She saw small, sharp, pale green points in the black earth. She remembered Ben Weatherstaff and knelt to look. Yes, they are tiny growing things, and they might be crocuses or snowdrops or daffodils, she whispered. She bent very close to them and smelled the fresh, damp earth. She liked it very much. "Perhaps there are some other ones coming up in other places," she said. "I will go all over the garden and look." She did not skip, but walked slowly. She looked at the ground. She searched everywhere. She found many more sharp, pale green points. She became very excited. "It isn't a quite dead garden," she cried softly to herself. "Even if the roses are dead, other things are alive." Mary did not know about gardening, but the grass was thick around the green points, and she thought they needed more room. She found a sharp piece of wood. She knelt and dug out weeds and grass, making clear places around the plants. "Now they look as if they could breathe," she said, after she had finished with the first ones. "I'm going to do ever so many more. I'll do all I can see. If I haven't time today, I can come tomorrow." She dug and pulled weeds, enjoying herself very much. The work made her warm. She took off her coat and hat. She smiled at the green points. The robin was very busy. He was happy to see gardening start in his garden. He often watched Ben Weatherstaff. When people garden, good things to eat come out of the soil. Now this new small person had come and started to work. Mary worked in her garden until dinner. She was late to remember. She put on her coat, hat, and picked up her skipping rope. She could not believe she had worked for 2 or 3 hours. She had truly been happy. Many tiny, pale green points now stood in clear places, looking much better. "I shall come back this afternoon," she said, looking at her new garden. She ran across the grass, opened the old door, and went out. She had red cheeks and bright eyes. She ate so much dinner that Martha was very happy. "2 pieces of meat and 2 helps of rice pudding," she said. Mother will be pleased when I tell her what the skipping rope's done for thee." While digging, Mary found a white root, like an onion. She put it back. Now she wondered what it was. "Martha," she said, "what are those white roots that look like onions?" "They're bulbs," answered Martha. "Lots of spring flowers grow from 'em. The very little ones are snowdrops and crocuses, and the big ones are narcissuses and jonquils and daffodillies. The biggest of all is lilies and purple flags. They are nice. Dickon's got a whole lot of 'em planted in our bit of garden." "Does Dickon know all about them?" asked Mary, a new idea taking possession of her. "Our Dickon can make a flower grow out of a brick walk. Mother says he just whispers things out of the ground." "Do bulbs live a long time? Would they live years and years if no one helped them?" inquired Mary anxiously. "They're things as helps themselves," said Martha. "That's why poor folk can afford to have 'em. If you don't trouble 'em, most of 'em'll work away underground for a lifetime and spread out and have little uns. There's a place in the park woods here where there's snowdrops by thousands. They're the prettiest sight in Yorkshire when the spring comes. No one knows when they was first planted." "I wish the spring was here now," said Mary. "I want to see all the things that grow in England." She finished dinner and sat by the fire. I wish I had a little spade," she said. "Whatever does thou want a spade for?" asked Martha, laughing. "Art that going to take to digging? I must tell Mother that, too." Mary thought carefully. She had to keep her secret garden a secret. If Mr. Craven found the open door, he would be very angry and lock it forever. She could not let that happen. "This is such a big, lonely place," she said slowly. "The house, park, and gardens are lonely. Many places are shut up. In India, there were more people. Here, no one talks to me except you and Ben Weatherstaff. I thought if I had a little spade, I could dig and make a little garden if he gave me some seeds." Martha's face quite lighted up. "There now, if that wasn't one of the things Mother said. She says there's such a lot of room in that big place. Why don't they give her a bit for herself, even if she doesn't plant nothing but parsley and radishes? She'd dig and rake away and be right down happy over it. Them was the very words she said. Were they? Said Mary. How many things she knows, doesn't she? It's like she says, a woman as brings up 12 children learns something beside her ABC. Children's as good as arithmetic to set you finding out things. How much would a spade cost, a little one? Mrs. Medlock said I was to have $1 a week to spend. She gives me one every Saturday. I didn't know what to spend it on. My word, that's riches, said Martha. That can buy anything in the world that wants. The rent of our cottage is only 1 3/10, and it's like pulling eye teeth to get it. Now, I've just thought of something, putting her hands on her hips. What? Said Mary eagerly. In the shop at Thwaite, they sell packages of flower seeds for a penny each, and our Dickon, he knows which is the prettiest ones and how to make 'em grow. He walks over to Thwaite many a day just for the fun of it. Does that know how to print letters? Suddenly. I know how to write, Mary answered. Martha shook her head. Our Dickon can only read printing. If that could print, we could write a letter to him and ask him to go and buy the garden tools and the seeds at the same time. Oh, you're a good girl, Mary cried. You are, really. I didn't know you were so nice. I know I can print letters if I try. Let's ask Mrs. Medlock for a pen and ink and some paper. I've got some of my own. I bought 'em so I could print a bit of a letter to Mother of a Sunday. I'll go and get it. She ran out of the room, and Mary stood by the fire and twisted her thin little hands together with sheer pleasure. If I have a spade, I can make the earth nice and soft and dig up weeds. If I have seeds and can make flowers grow, the garden won't be dead at all. It will come alive. Mary did not go out again that afternoon. Martha returned with her pen, ink, and paper. She had to clear the table and go downstairs. Mrs. Medlock was there, so Mary waited a long time. Then it was time to write to Dickon. Mary had learned little, and her teachers did not like her. She could not spell well, but she could print letters. This was the letter Martha told her to write. My dear Dickon, this comes hoping to find you well as it leaves me at present. Miss Mary has plenty of money, and will you go to Thwaite and buy her some flower seeds and a set of garden tools to make a flower bed? Pick the prettiest ones and easy to grow because she has never done it before and lived in India, which is different. Give my love to Mother and every one of you. Miss Mary is going to tell me a lot more so that on my next day out you can hear about elephants and camels and gentlemen going hunting lions and tigers. Your loving sister, Martha Phoebe Sowerby. We'll put the money in the envelope and I'll get the butcher's boy to take it in his cart. He's a great friend of Dickon's. How shall I get the things when Dickon buys them? Asked Mary. He'll bring 'em to you himself. He'll like to walk this way. Oh, exclaimed Mary. Then I shall see him. I never thought I should see Dickon. Does thou want to see him? Asked Martha suddenly. She had looked so pleased. Yes, I do. I never saw a boy foxes and crows loved. I want to see him very much. Martha gave a little start, as if she suddenly remembered something. Now to think of me forgetting that there, and I thought I was going to tell you first thing this morning. I asked Mother, and she said she'd ask Mrs. Medlock her own self. Do you mean what I said Tuesday? Ask her if you might be driven over to our cottage some day and have a bit of Mother's hot oat cake and butter and a glass of milk. It seemed as if all the interesting things were happening in one day. To think of going over the moor in the daylight and when the sky was blue. To think of going into the cottage which held 12 children. Does she think Mrs. Medlock would let me go? she asked, quite anxiously. Aye, she thinks she would. She knows what a tidy woman Mother is and how clean she keeps the cottage. If I went, I should see your mother as well as Dickon, said Mary, thinking it over and liking the idea very much. She doesn't seem to be like the mothers in India. Her garden work and the exciting afternoon made her feel quiet and thoughtful. Martha stayed until tea time. They sat quietly and talked little, but before Martha went downstairs, Mary asked a question. Martha, she said, has the scullery maid had the toothache again today? Martha looked surprised. What makes thee ask that? She said. Because when I waited for you, I opened the door. I walked down the hall and heard that crying again, far away, like the other night. There isn't a wind today, so it couldn't have been the wind. Eh, said Martha, moving restlessly. Thou mustn't go walking about in corridors and listening. Mr. Craven would be that there angry there's no knowing what he'd do. I wasn't listening, said Mary. I was just waiting for you, and I heard it. That's 3 times. My word, there's Mrs. Medlock's bell, said Martha. She almost ran out. It's the strangest house anyone ever lived in, said Mary drowsily. She put her head on the soft chair. The fresh air, digging and skipping, had made her very tired. She fell asleep. The sun shone for almost a week on the secret garden. Mary liked that no one knew where she was inside its old walls. It felt like a fairy place. She had read about secret gardens in fairy tales where people slept for 100 years, but Mary thought that was silly. She did not want to sleep. She was becoming more awake each day at Misselthwaite. She started to like being outside and enjoyed the wind. She could run faster and skip many times. Mary made clear spaces around the plants in the garden. They had room to breathe and grew well. The sun warmed them and the rain reached them easily. They started to feel alive. Mary was a determined girl. Now she had something important to do, and she loved it. She worked, dug, and pulled up weeds. She liked her work more each hour. It felt like a fun game. She found many small green plants. They grew everywhere. Each day she found tiny new ones. There were so many that she remembered Martha talking about snowdrops by the thousands. These plants had been alone for 10 years, so maybe they had spread into thousands. She wondered when they would become flowers. Sometimes she stopped digging to imagine the garden full of lovely flowers. During that week, Mary talked more with Ben Weatherstaff. She often surprised him by appearing next to him. She walked quietly because she was afraid he would leave, but he did not mind her as much now. Perhaps he liked her company. She was also nicer to him than before. Ben was an old Yorkshire man, not used to being ordered around. "Thought like the Rarbin," he said to her one morning. He lifted his head and saw her standing by him. "I never knows when I shall see thee or which side thou come from." "He's friends with me now," said Mary. "That's like him," snapped Ben Weatherstaff, "making up to the women folk just for vanity and flightiness. There's nothing he wouldn't do for the sake of showing off and flirting his tail feathers. He's as full of pride as an egg's full of meat." Ben seldom talked much. Sometimes he did not answer Mary's questions, only made a grunt. But this morning he said more than usual. He stood up and put one heavy boot on his spade. He looked at her. "How long has thou been here?" he asked quickly. "I think it's about a month," she answered. "As beginning to do Misselthwaite credit. As a bit fatter than thou was, and as not quite so yellow. Thou looked like a young plucked crow when thou first came into this garden. Thinks I to myself, I never set eyes on an uglier, sour-faced young'un." Mary was not vain, so she was not disturbed. I know I'm fatter. My stockings are getting tighter. They used to make wrinkles. There's the robin, Ben Weatherstaff." The robin was there. Mary thought he looked nicer than ever. His red chest was shiny. He moved his wings and tail and hopped around lively. He seemed to want Ben Weatherstaff to admire him. But Ben was sarcastic. "Ah, there thou art. Thou can put up with me for a bit sometimes when thou's got no one better. Thou's been reddening up thy waistcoat and polishing thy feathers this 2 weeks. I know what thou's up to. Thou's courting some bold young madam somewhere, telling thy lies to her about being the finest cock robin on Missel Moor and ready to fight all the rest of 'em." "Oh, look at him!" exclaimed Mary. The robin was bold. He hopped closer and closer. He looked at Ben Weatherstaff in a charming way. He flew onto the nearest bush. He tilted his head and sang a little song right to Ben. "Thou thinks thou'll get over me by doing that," said Ben. His face wrinkled and Mary thought he was trying not to look pleased. "Thou thinks no one can stand out against thee. That's what thou thinks." The robin spread his wings. Mary could barely believe her eyes. He flew right up to the handle of Ben Weatherstaff's spade. He landed on top of it. Then the old man's face slowly changed. He stood very still, afraid to breathe so the robin would not fly away. He spoke softly. "Well, I'm danged," he said. "Thou does know how to get at a chap, thou does. Thou's fair unearthly, thou's so knowin'." He stood without moving until the robin flew away. Then he looked at the spade handle like it had magic. He began to dig again and said nothing for several minutes. But Ben kept smiling slowly now and then, so Mary was not afraid to talk to him. "Have you a garden of your own?" she asked. "No, I'm bachelder and lodge with Martin at the gate." "If you had one," said Mary, "what would you plant?" "Cabbages and taters and onions." "But if you wanted to make a flower garden," Mary asked again, "what would you plant?" "Bulbs and sweet-smelling things, but mostly roses." Mary's face lit up. "Do you like roses?" she asked. Ben Weatherstaff dug up a weed and threw it away before he answered. "Well, yes, I do. I was learned that by a young lady I was gardener to. She had a lot in a place she was fond of, and she loved 'em like they was children, or robins. I've seen her bend over and kiss 'em." He pulled out another weed and looked at it with a frown. "That were as much as 10 year ago." "Where is she now?" asked Mary, very interested. "Heaven," he answered. He pushed his spade deep into the soil. "'Cordin' to what parson says." "What happened to the roses?" Mary asked again, more interested than ever. "They was left to themselves." Mary felt very excited. "Did they quite die? Do roses quite die when they are left to themselves?" she asked bravely. "Well, I'd got to like 'em, and I liked her, and she liked 'em," then Weatherstaff said, not wanting to. "Once or twice a year, I'd go and work at 'em a bit, prune 'em and dig about the roots. They run wild, but they was in rich soil, so some of them lived." "When they have no leaves and look gray and brown and dry, how can you tell whether they are dead or alive?" "Wait till the spring gets at 'em. Wait till the sun shines on the rain and the rain falls on the sunshine, and then thou'll find out." "How? How?" cried Mary, forgetting to be careful. "Look along the twigs and branches, and if thou sees a bit of a brown lump swelling here and there, watch it after the warm rain and see what happens." He stopped suddenly and looked at her eager face. "Why dost thou care so much about roses and such all of a sudden?" he asked. Mary felt her face grow red. She was afraid to answer. I want to play that I have a garden of my own," she said slowly. There is nothing for me to do. I have nothing, and no one." "Well," said Ben Weatherstaff slowly, as he watched her, "that's true, thou hasn't." He said it in a strange way. Mary wondered if he felt a little sad for her. She had only felt tired and cross. But now the world seemed nicer. If no one found the secret garden, she would enjoy herself. She stayed with him for a while. She asked him many questions. He answered them in his strange, grunting way. He did not seem angry. He did not pick up his spade and leave her. He said something about roses as she was leaving. It reminded her of the roses he liked. "Do you go and see those other roses now?" she asked. "Not been this year. My rheumatics has made me too stiff in the joints." He said it in his complaining voice. Then suddenly he seemed to get angry with her. She did not know why. "Now look here," he said sharply. "Don't tha ask so many questions. Thou'rt the worst wench for asking questions I've ever come across. Get thee gone and play thee. I've done talking for today." He said it so angrily that she knew it was no use staying another minute. She skipped slowly down the path, thinking about Ben. He was strange, but she liked him even when he was angry. She believed he knew everything about flowers. There was a path around the secret garden that led to a gate into a wood. Mary skipped along this path. She opened the gate because she heard a low, strange whistle. She stopped and held her breath. A boy was sitting under a tree playing a wooden pipe. He was about 12, with a funny face, red cheeks, and round blue eyes. A squirrel was on the tree watching him. A pheasant looked out from a bush, and 2 rabbits sat near him. It seemed all the animals came to watch and listen to his pipe. When he saw Mary, he held up his hand. He spoke to her in a low voice like his pipe. "Don't tha move," he said. "It flight 'em." Mary did not move. He stopped playing his pipe and slowly stood up. He moved slowly until he stood up. The squirrel ran up the tree, the pheasant hid, and the rabbits hopped away, but they were not scared. "I'm Dickon," the boy said. "I know tha'rt Miss Mary." Mary knew it was Dickon. Who else could charm animals like this? He had a wide red mouth and a big smile. "I got up slow because if tha makes a quick move, it startles 'em. A body has to move gentle and speak low when wild things is about." He spoke to her like they were old friends. Mary felt shy, so she spoke a little stiffly. "Did you get Martha's letter?" she asked. He nodded his curly, rust-colored head. "That's why I come." He bent down to pick up something that was on the ground near him when he played the pipe. "I've got the garden tools. There's a little spade and rake and a fork and a hoe. They are good ones. There's a trowel, too, and the woman in the shop threw in a packet of white poppy and one of blue larkspur when I bought the other seeds." "Will you show the seeds to me?" said Mary. She wished she could talk like him. His speech was quick and easy. He seemed to like her. He was a MOOR boy in patched clothes with a funny face. She noticed a fresh scent of heather and leaves about him. She liked it. When she looked into his funny face, she forgot her shyness. "Let us sit down on this log and look at them," she said. They sat down, and he took a small brown paper package from his coat pocket. He untied the string. Inside were many smaller packages. Each one had a picture of a flower. "There's a lot of mignonette and poppies," he said. "Mignonette's the sweetest smelling thing as grows, and it'll grow wherever you cast it, same as poppies will. Them as'll come up and bloom if you just whistle to 'em, them's the nicest of all." He stopped and turned his head quickly. His red-cheeked face lit up. "Where's that robin as is calling us?" he said. The chirp came from a holly bush. Mary thought she knew whose it was. "Is it really calling us?" she asked. "Aye," said Dickon, like it was the most normal thing. "He's calling someone he's friends with. That's same as saying, 'Here I am, look at me, I wants a bit of a chat.' There he is in the bush. Whose is he?" "He's Ben Weatherstaff's, but I think he knows me a little," answered Mary. "Aye, he knows thee," said Dickon in his low voice again, "and he likes thee. He's took thee on. He'll tell me all about thee in a minute." He moved close to the bush, slowly. He made a sound like the robin. The robin listened, then answered like it was replying to a question. "Aye, he's a friend of yours," chuckled Dickon. "Do you think he is?" cried Mary eagerly. She really wanted to know. "Do you think he really likes me?" "He wouldn't come near thee if he didn't," answered Dickon. "Birds is rare choosers, and a robin can flout a body worse than a man. See, he's making up to thee now. Cannot thou see a chap, he's sayin'?" It seemed true. The robin moved and sang on his bush. "Do you understand everything birds say?" said Mary. Dickon's smile grew wide. He rubbed his head. "I think I do, and they think I do. I've lived on the moor with 'em so long. I've watched 'em break shell and come out and fledge and learn to fly and begin to sing till I think I'm one of 'em. Sometimes I think p'raps I'm a bird or a fox or a rabbit or a squirrel or even a beetle, and I don't know it." He laughed and came back to the log. He began to talk about the flower seeds. He told her what they looked like as flowers and how to plant and care for them. "See here," he said suddenly, turning round to look at her. "I'll plant them for thee myself. Where is thy garden?" Mary's hands held each other. She did not know what to say, so she said nothing. She felt miserable. Her face turned red, then pale. "Thou's got a bit of garden, hasn't thou?" Dickon said. Dickon saw her face change. She still said nothing, and he was puzzled. "Wouldn't they give thee a bit?" he asked. "Hasn't thou got any yet?" She held her hands tighter and looked at him. "I don't know anything about boys," she said slowly. "Could you keep a secret if I told you one? It's a great secret. I don't know what I should do if anyone found it out. I believe I should die." She said the last part very strongly. Dickon looked more puzzled than ever. He rubbed his hand over his rough head again, but he answered in a good mood. "I'm keepin' secrets all the time," he said. "If I couldn't keep secrets from the other lads, secrets about foxes' cubs and birds' nests and wild things' holes, there'd be naught safe on the moor. Aye, I can keep secrets." Mary did not mean to hold his sleeve, but she did. "I've stolen a garden," she said very fast. "It isn't mine. It isn't anybody's. Nobody wants it. Nobody cares for it. Nobody ever goes into it. Perhaps everything is dead in it already. I don't know." She felt hot and stubborn. "I don't care. I don't care. Nobody has any right to take it from me when I care about it, and they don't. They're letting it die, all shut in by itself," she ended with strong feeling. She put her arms over her face and cried. Poor little Mary. Dickon's blue eyes became very wide. "Eh," he said slowly. He felt both wonder and sadness. "I've nothing to do," said Mary. "Nothing belongs to me. I found it myself, and I got into it myself. I was only just like the robin, and they wouldn't take it from the robin." "Where is it?" asked Dickon in a quiet voice. Mary stood up quickly. She felt stubborn and sad. "Come with me and I'll show you," she said. She led him around the path where the ivy grew thick. Dickon followed her. He felt like he was being led to a secret bird's nest and must move softly. When she lifted the ivy, he was surprised. There was a door. Mary pushed it open slowly, and they went in. Mary waved her hand proudly. "It's this," she said. "It's a secret garden, and I'm the only one in the world who wants it to be alive." Dickon looked all around. He looked again and again. "Eh," he almost whispered. "It is a queer, pretty place. It's like as if a body was in a dream." He stood looking around. Mary watched him. He walked softly, looking at the gray trees with vines, the wild plants and green corners. "I never thought I'd see this place," he said at last in a whisper. "Did you know about it?" asked Mary. She spoke aloud. He made a sign to her. "We must talk low," he said, "or someone'll hear us and wonder what's to do in here." "Oh, I forgot," said Mary, feeling frightened, putting her hand to her mouth. "Did you know about the garden?" she asked again. Dickon nodded. "Martha told me there was one as no one ever went inside," he answered. "Us used to wonder what it was like." He stopped, looking at the wild plants with happy eyes. "Eh, the nests as'll be here come springtime," he said. "It'd be the safest nestin' place in England. No one never comin' near and tangles o' trees and roses to build in. I wonder all the birds on the moor don't build here." Mary put her hand on his arm. "Will there be roses?" she whispered. "Can you tell? I thought perhaps they were all dead." No, not them, not all of 'em. Look here." He walked to a tree, taking out his knife. "There's lots of dead wood as ought to be cut out," he said, "and there's a lot of old wood, but it made some new last year. This here is a new bit," and he touched a shoot that looked brownish green, not hard and dry gray. Mary touched it herself, eager and careful. "That one?" she said. "Is that one quite alive? Quite?" Dickon smiled widely. "It's as wick as you or me," he said, and Mary remembered that Martha had told her wick meant alive or lively. "I'm glad it's wick," she cried out in her whisper. "I want them all to be wick. Let us go around the garden and count how many wick ones there are." They were both excited. They went from tree to tree and bush to bush. Dickon showed her wonderful things with his knife. "They've run wild, but the strongest ones has fair thrived on it. The delicatest ones has died out, but the others has growed and spread till they's a wonder. See here," and he pulled down a thick, gray, dry-looking branch. "A body might think this was dead wood, but I don't believe it is, down to the root. I'll cut it low down and see." He knelt and with his knife cut the dry-looking branch not far from the ground. "There," he said happily, "I told thee so. There's green in that wood yet. Look at it." Mary knelt, looking closely. "When it looks a bit greenish and juicy like that, it's wick," he explained. "When the inside is dry and breaks easy, like this here piece I've cut off, it's done for. There's a big root here as all this live wood sprung out of, and if the old wood's cut off and it's dug around and taken care of, there'll be—" He stopped and looked up at the climbing vines. "There'll be a fountain of roses here this summer." They went from bush to bush and tree to tree. Dickon was good with his knife, cutting dead wood and finding life in dry branches. Soon Mary learned too, whispering happily when she saw green. They used the spade, hoe, and fork. He taught her to use the fork while he dug with the spade. They were working hard around one of the biggest rose bushes when he saw something that made him call out in surprise. "Why," he cried, pointing to the grass a few feet away, "who did that there?" It was one of Mary's small clearings around the pale green plants. "I did it," said Mary. "Why, I thought I didn't know nothing about gardening," he exclaimed. "I don't," she answered, "but they were so little, and the grass was so thick and strong, and they looked as if they had no room to breathe, so I made a place for them. I don't even know what they are." Dickon went and knelt down by them, smiling his wide smile. "Thou was right," he said. "A gardener couldn't have told thee better. They'll grow now like Jack's beanstalk. They're crocuses and snowdrops, and these here is narcissus," turning to another patch. "And here's daffydowndillies. They will be a sight." He ran from one clearing to another. "Tha's done a lot of work for such a little wench," he said. "I'm growing fatter," said Mary, "and I'm growing stronger. I used to always to be tired. When I dig, I'm not tired at all. I like to smell the earth when it's turned up." "It's rare good for thee," he said, nodding wisely. "There's not as nice as the smell of good clean earth, except the smell of fresh growing things when the rain falls on 'em. I get out on the moor many a day when it's raining, and I lie under a bush and listen to the soft swish of drops on the heather, and I just sniff and sniff. My nose end fair quivers like a rabbit's, Mother says." "Do you never catch cold?" inquired Mary, looking at him with wonder. She had never seen such a funny, nice boy. "Not me," he said, grinning. "I never catch cold since I was born. I wasn't brought up nesh enough. I've chased about the moor in all weather, same as the rabbits does. Mother says I've sniffed up too much fresh air for 12 year to ever get to sniffing with cold. I'm as tough as a white-thorn knob stick." He worked as he talked. Mary helped him with her fork or trowel. "There's a lot of work to do here," he said once, looking around happily. "Will you come again and help me to do it?" begged Mary. "I'm sure I can help too. I can dig and pull up weeds and do whatever you tell me. Oh, do come, Dickon." "I'll come every day if thou wants me, rain or shine," he answered strongly. "It's the best fun I ever had in my life, shut in here and wakening up a garden." "If you will come," said Mary, "if you will help me to make it alive, I don't know what I'll do," she ended helplessly. "I'll tell thee what thou'll do," said Dickon with his happy grin. "Thou'll get fat, and thou'll get as hungry as a young fox, and thou'll learn how to talk to the robin same as I do. We'll have a lot of fun." He began to walk around, looking up at the trees, walls, and bushes thoughtfully. "I wouldn't want to make it look like a gardener's garden, all clipped and spick and span, would you?" he said. "It's nicer like this, with things running wild and swinging and catching hold of each other." "Don't let us make it tidy," said Mary anxiously. "It wouldn't seem like a secret garden if it was tidy." Dickon stood rubbing his rusty red head with a puzzled look. "It's a secret garden sure enough, but seems like someone besides the robin must have been in it since it was shut up 10 year ago." "But the door was locked and the key was buried. No one could get in." "That's true. It's a queer place. Seems to me as if there'd been a bit of pruning done here and there later than 10 year ago." "But how could it have been done?" said Mary. He was looking at a branch of a rose bush, and he shook his head. "Aye, how could it?" he murmured, "with the door locked and the key buried." Mary knew she would never forget this morning. As Dickon cleared places for seeds, she remembered Basil's teasing song. "Are there any flowers that look like bells?" she asked. "Lilies of the valley does," he answered, digging with the trowel. "And there's canterbury bells and campanulus." "Let us plant some," said Mary. "There's lilies of the valley here already. I saw 'em. They'll have growed too close, and we'll have to separate 'em, but there's plenty. The other ones takes 2 years to bloom from seed, but I can bring you some bits of plants from our cottage garden. Why does thee want 'em?" Then Mary told him about Basil and his brothers and sisters in India. She told him how she had hated them and how they called her Mistress Mary quite contrary. "They used to dance round and sing at me. They sang, 'Mistress Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells and marigolds all in a row.' I just remembered it, and it made me wonder if there were really flowers like silver bells." She frowned and pushed her trowel into the earth. "I wasn't as contrary as they were." But Dickon laughed. "Eh," he said, and as he crumbled the rich black soil, she saw he was smelling it. There doesn't seem to be no need for no one to be contrary when there's flowers and such like, and such lots of friendly wild things running about making homes for themselves, or building nests and singing and whistling, does there? Mary, kneeling by him with the seeds, looked at him and stopped frowning. "Dickon," she said, "you are as nice as Martha said you were. I like you, and you make the 5th person. I never thought I should like 5 people." Dickon sat on his heels. Mary thought he looked funny and sweet. "Only 5 folk as thou likes? Who is the other 4? "Your mother and Martha," Mary said, counting on her fingers, "and the robin and Ben Weatherstaff." Dickon laughed. He put his arm over his mouth to quiet the sound. "I think thou'rt a curious little lass I ever saw." Then Mary did something strange. She leaned closer and asked a question she had never asked anyone before. She tried to say it in Yorkshire, his language. "Does thee like me?" she said. He answered heartily, "that I does. I likes thee wonderful, and so does the robin, I do believe." "That's 2 then," said Mary. "That's 2 for me." And then they began to work harder than ever and more joyfully. Mary was surprised and sad when she heard the big clock strike the hour for her midday dinner. "I shall have to go," she said sadly, "and you will have to go too, won't you?" Dickon grinned. "My dinner's easy to carry about with me. Mother always lets me put a bit of something in my pocket." He picked up his coat. From a pocket, he took out a small bundle wrapped in a blue and white handkerchief. It held 2 pieces of bread with a slice of something between them. "It's oftenest not but bread," he said, "but I've got a fine slice of fat bacon with it today." Mary thought it looked a strange dinner, but he seemed ready to enjoy it. "Run on and get thy victuals," he said. "I'll be done with mine first. I'll get some more work done before I start back home." He sat down with his back against a tree. "I'll call the robin up," he said, "and give him the rind of the bacon to pick at. They likes a bit of fat wonderful." Mary could hardly leave him. She felt he might be gone when she came again. She walked slowly towards the door, then stopped and went back. "Whatever happens, you never would tell," she said. His cheeks were full with his first big bite of bread and bacon, but he managed to smile. "If thou was a missel thrush and showed me where thy nest was, does thou think I'd tell anyone? Not me," he said. "Thou art as safe as a missel thrush." And she was sure she was. Mary ran so fast that she was out of breath when she reached her room. Her hair was ruffled and her cheeks were pink. Her dinner was waiting and Martha was near it. "You are a bit late," she said. "Where have you been?" "I've seen Dickon," said Mary. "I've seen Dickon." "I knew he would come," said Martha happily. "How do you like him?" I think he's beautiful," said Mary in a determined voice. Martha looked surprised but pleased. "Well," she said, "he's the best boy ever, but we never thought he was handsome. His nose turns up too much." "I like it to turn up," said Mary. "And his eyes are so round," said Martha, a little unsure, "though they're a nice color." "I like them round," said Mary, "and they are exactly the color of the sky over the moor." Martha beamed. "Mother says he made them that color looking at birds and clouds, but he has a big mouth, doesn't he?" "I love his big mouth," said Mary stubbornly. "I wish mine were just like it." Martha chuckled. "It would look very funny on your little face," she said, "but I knew it would be that way when you saw him. How did you like the seeds and the garden tools?" "How did you know he brought them?" asked Mary. "Oh, I never thought he would not bring them. He would surely bring them if they were in Yorkshire. He's such a good boy." Mary was interested in the seeds and tools. Only once was she frightened when Martha asked where the flowers were to be planted. "Who did you ask about it?" she inquired. I haven't asked anybody yet, said Mary, hesitating. Well, I wouldn't ask the head gardener. He's too important, Mr. Roach is. I've never seen him, said Mary. I've only seen other gardeners and Ben Weatherstaff. If I were you, I'd ask Ben Weatherstaff, advised Martha. He's not as bad as he looks, though he's grumpy. Mr. Craven lets him do what he likes because he was here when Mrs. Craven was alive, and he used to make her laugh. She liked him. Perhaps he'd find you a corner somewhere out of the way. If it was out of the way and no one wanted it, no one could mind my having it, could they? Mary said anxiously. There would be no reason. You wouldn't do any harm. Mary ate her dinner quickly. She was going to run to her room, but Martha stopped her. I have something to tell you, she said. I thought I'd let you eat your dinner first. Mr. Craven came back this morning, and I think he wants to see you. Mary turned pale. Oh, why, he didn't want to see me when I came. I heard Pitcher say he didn't. Well, explained Martha, Mrs. Medlock says it's because of Mother. She was walking to Thwaite Village and she met him. She had never spoken to him before, but Mrs. Craven had been to our cottage 2 or 3 times. He had forgotten, but Mother hadn't, and she was brave enough to stop him. I don't know what she said to him about you, but she said something that made him want to see you before he goes away again tomorrow. Oh, cried Mary, is he going away tomorrow? I am so glad. He's going for a long time. He may not come back till autumn or winter. He's going to travel in foreign places. He's always doing it. Oh, I'm so glad, said Mary thankfully. If he did not come back until winter or even autumn, there would be time to watch the secret garden come alive. When do you think he will want to see? She did not finish. The door opened and Mrs. Medlock walked in. She wore her best black dress. She looked nervous and excited. Your hair's rough, she said quickly. Go and brush it. Martha, help her to slip on her best dress. Mr. Craven sent me to bring her to him in his study. All the pink left Mary's cheeks. Her heart began to thump. She did not answer Mrs. Medlock. She went into her bedroom, followed by Martha. After she was tidy, she followed Mrs. Medlock down the hallways in silence. She was taken to a part of the house she had not been into before. Mrs. Medlock knocked at a door. When someone said, "Come in," they entered. A man was sitting in an armchair before the fire. Mrs. Medlock spoke to him. "This is Miss Mary, sir," she said. "You can go and leave her here. I will ring for you when I want you to take her away," said Mr. Craven. When Mrs. Medlock left, Mary stood waiting. She saw the man had high, rather crooked shoulders and black hair with white streaks. He turned his head and spoke to her. "Come here," he said. Mary went to him. He was not ugly. His face would have been handsome if it had not been so miserable. He looked worried, as if he did not know what to do. "Are you well?" he asked. "Yes," answered Mary. "Do they take good care of you?" "Yes." He rubbed his forehead fretfully as he looked her over. "You are very thin," he said. "I am getting fatter," Mary answered in her stiffest way. His black eyes seemed to scarcely see her, as if seeing something else. "I forgot you," he said. "How could I remember you? I intended to send you a governess or a nurse or someone like that, but I forgot." "Please," began Mary, "please," and then a lump in her throat choked her. "What do you want to say?" he inquired. I am too big for a nurse," said Mary, "and please don't make me have a governess yet." He rubbed his forehead again and stared at her. "That was what the Sowerby woman said," he muttered absent-mindedly. Then Mary gathered courage. Is she Martha's mother?" she stammered. "Yes, I think so," he replied. "She knows about children. She has 12. She knows." He seemed to rouse himself. "What do you want to do?" "I want to play out of doors," Mary answered, hoping her voice did not tremble. "I never liked it in India. It makes me hungry here, and I am getting fatter." He was watching her. "Mrs. Sowerby said it would do you good. Perhaps it will," he said. "She thought you'd better get stronger before you had a governess." It makes me feel strong when I play and the wind comes over the moor, argued Mary. Where do you play? He asked next. Everywhere, gasped Mary. Martha's mother sent me a skipping rope. I skip and run, and I look about to see if things are beginning to stick up out of the earth. I don't do any harm. Don't look so frightened, he said in a worried voice. You could not do any harm, a child like you. You may do what you like. Mary put her hand up to her throat. May I? She said tremulously. Her anxious little face seemed to worry him more. Don't look so frightened, he exclaimed. Of course you may. I am your guardian, though I am a poor one for any child. I cannot give you time or attention. I am too ill and wretched and distracted, but I wish you to be happy and comfortable. I don't know anything about children, but Mrs. Medlock is to see that you have all you need. I sent for you today because Mrs. Sowerby said I ought to see you. Her daughter had talked about you. She thought you needed fresh air and freedom and running about. She knows all about children, Mary said again, in spite of herself. She ought to, said Mr. Craven. I thought her rather bold to stop me on the moor, but she said Mrs. Craven had been kind to her. It seemed hard for him to speak his dead wife's name. She is a respectable woman. Now I have seen you, I think she said sensible things. Play out of doors as much as you like. It's a big place, and you may go where you like and amuse yourself as you like. Is there anything you want? As if a sudden thought had struck him. Do you want toys, books, dolls? Might I, quavered Mary, might I have a bit of earth? In her eagerness, she did not realize how strange the words would sound. Mr. Craven looked startled. Earth? He repeated. What do you mean? To plant seeds in, to make things grow, to see them come alive, Mary faltered. He gazed at her a moment and then passed his hand quickly over his eyes. Do you care about gardens so much? He said slowly. I didn't know about them in India, said Mary. I was always ill and tired, and it was too hot. I sometimes made little beds in the sand and stuck flowers in them, but here it is different. Mr. Craven got up and began to walk slowly across the room. A bit of earth, he said to himself. When he stopped and spoke, his dark eyes looked almost soft and kind. You can have as much earth as you want, he said. You remind me of someone else who loved the earth and things that grow. When you see a bit of earth you want, with something like a smile, take it, child, and make it come alive. May I take it from anywhere if it's not wanted? Anywhere, he answered. There, you must go now. I am tired. He touched the bell to call Mrs. Medlock. Goodbye. I shall be away all summer. Mrs. Medlock came so quickly that Mary thought she must have been waiting. Mrs. Medlock, Mr. Craven said to her, now I have seen the child, I understand what Mrs. Sowerby meant. She must be less delicate before she begins lessons. Give her simple, healthy food. Let her run wild in the garden. Don't look after her too much. She needs liberty and fresh air and romping about. Mrs. Sowerby is to come and see her now and then, and she may sometimes go to the cottage. Mrs. Medlock looked pleased. She was relieved to hear she need not look after Mary too much. She also liked Martha's mother. Thank you, sir, said Mrs. Medlock. Susan Sowerby and me went to school together, and she's as sensible and good-hearted a woman as you'd find. I never had any children myself, and she's had 12, and there never was healthier or better ones. Miss Mary can get no harm from them. I'd always take Susan Sowerby's advice about children myself. She's what you might call healthy-minded, if you understand me. I understand, answered Mr. Craven. Take Miss Mary away now and send Pitcher to me. When Mrs. Medlock left her at the end of her corridor, Mary flew back to her room. She found Martha waiting there. I can have my garden, cried Mary. I may have it where I like. I am not going to have a governess for a long time. Your mother is coming to see me, and I may go to your cottage. He says a little girl like me could not do any harm, and I may do what I like anywhere." "Oh," said Martha happily, "that was nice of him, wasn't it?" "Martha," said Mary solemnly, "he is really a nice man, only his face is so miserable and his forehead is all drawn together." She ran to the garden. When she slipped through the door under the ivy, she saw he was not working where she had left him. The gardening tools were laid together under a tree. She looked all around, but there was no Dickon. He had gone, and the secret garden was empty, except for the robin who had just flown across the wall and sat on a standard rosebush watching her. "He's gone," she said woefully. "Oh, was he only a wood fairy?" Something white fastened to the rosebush caught her eye. It was a piece of paper held by a long thorn. Dickon had left it. It had some roughly printed letters and a picture of a bird in a nest. Underneath were the printed letters, and they said, "I will come back." Mary took the picture back to the house when she went to her supper. She showed it to Martha. "Eh," said Martha with great pride, "I never knew our Dickon was as clever as that. That there's a picture of a MISSEL thrush on a nest, as large as life and twice as natural." Mary understood Dickon's message. He would keep her secret. Her garden was like a nest, and she was like a bird. She liked the boy very much. She hoped he would come back the very next day. She fell asleep looking forward to the morning. But in Yorkshire, the weather changes fast. That night, Mary woke up. Heavy rain and wind hit her window. Mary sat up in bed. She felt sad and angry. "The rain is as contrary as I ever was," she said. "It came because it knew I did not want it." She lay back down. She hated the sound of the rain and the wind. She could not sleep. The sad sound kept her awake. "It sounds just like a person lost on the moor and wandering on crying," she said. Mary lay awake. Then suddenly she sat up. She listened. "It isn't the wind now," she said in a loud whisper. "That isn't the wind. It is different. It is that crying I heard before." Her door was open a little. The sound came from far away down the hallway. It was a soft, sad crying. She felt she must find out what it was. She put her feet on the floor. "I am going to find out what it is," she said. "Everybody is in bed, and I don't care about Mrs. Medlock. I don't care." She took a candle from her bedside and left her room quietly. The hallway was long and dark. Mary walked with her small light. The crying led her. She found the tapestry door. She opened the door softly and closed it. She heard the crying clearly now, but it was not loud. It came from another door nearby. A little light shone under that door. Someone young was crying in that room. So she walked to the door and pushed it open, and there she was standing in the room. It was a big room. On the bed lay a boy crying softly. Mary wondered if she was in a real place or if she was dreaming. The boy had a thin, pale face. His eyes looked too big. He looked sick, but he was crying like he was tired and annoyed, not in pain. Mary stood by the door with her candle. She walked quietly. The boy saw her light. He stared. His eyes opened very wide. "Who are you?" he asked in a half-frightened whisper. "Are you a ghost?" "No, I am not," I answered, her own whisper sounding half-frightened. "Are you one?" He stared and stared. Mary saw his strange gray eyes. "No," he replied, after waiting a moment or so. "I am Colin." "Who is Colin?" she faltered. "I am Colin Craven. Who are you?" "I am Mary Lennox. Mr. Craven is my uncle." "He is my father." "Your father?" gasped Mary. "No one ever told me he had a boy. Why didn't they?" "Come here." he said, still looking at her carefully. She came close to the bed and he touched her hand. "You are real, aren't you? I have such real dreams very often. You might be one of them." Mary had put on a warm robe. She put it in his hand. "Rub that and see how thick and warm it is," she said. "I will pinch you a little if you like to show you how real I am. For a minute I thought you might be a dream too." "Where did you come from?" he asked. "From my own room. The wind withered so I couldn't go to sleep, and I heard someone crying and wanted to find out who it was." "What were you crying for?" "Because I couldn't go to sleep either, and my head ached." "Tell me your name again." "Mary Lennox. Did no one ever tell you I had come to live here?" He still felt her robe. He started to believe she was real. "No," he answered, "they daren't." "Why?" asked Mary. "Because I should have been afraid you would see me. I won't let people see me and talk me over." "Why?" Mary asked, confused. "Because I am like this always, ill and having to lie down. My father won't let people talk me over either. The servants are not allowed to speak about me. If I live, I may be a hunchback, but I shan't live. My father hates to think I may be like him." "Oh, what a queer house this is," Mary said. "What a queer house. Everything is a kind of secret. Rooms are locked up and gardens are locked up. And you, have you been locked up?" "No, I stay in this room because I don't want to be moved out of it. It tires me too much." "Does your father come and see you?" Mary asked. "Sometimes. Generally when I am asleep. He doesn't want to see me." "Why?" Mary could not help asking again. An angry shadow passed over the boy's face. "My mother died when I was born, and it makes him wretched to look at me. He thinks I don't know, but I've heard people talking. He almost hates me." "He hates the garden because she died," said Mary, half speaking to herself. "What garden?" the boy asked. "Oh, just a garden she used to like," Mary stammered. "Have you been here always?" "Nearly always. Sometimes I have been taken to places at the seaside, but I won't stay because people stare at me. I used to wear an iron thing to keep my back straight, but a grand doctor came from London to see me and said it was stupid. He told them to take it off and keep me out in the fresh air. I hate fresh air and I don't want to go out." "I didn't when first I came here," said Mary. "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" "Because of the dreams that are so real," he answered rather fretfully. "Sometimes when I open my eyes, I don't believe I'm awake." "We're both awake," said Mary. She looked around the big room. "It looks quite like a dream, and it's the middle of the night, and everybody in the house is asleep. Everybody but us. We are wide awake." "I don't want it to be a dream," the boy said restlessly. Mary thought of something all at once. "If you don't like people to see you," she began, "do you want me to go away?" He still held her robe. He pulled it a little. "No, I should be sure you were a dream if you went. If you are real, sit down on that big footstool and talk. I want to hear about you." Mary put her candle down and sat on the stool. She wanted to stay in the secret room and talk to the boy. "What do you want me to tell you?" she said. He asked many questions. How long she was at Misselthwaite, about her room, what she did, if she liked the moor, where she lived before. Mary answered them all. He asked about India and her journey. Mary learned he had not learned like other children. A nurse taught him to read, and he always read books. His father rarely saw him. Colin had many toys, but was never happy. He got anything he asked for. "Everyone is obliged to do what pleases me," he said indifferently. "It makes me ill to be angry. No one believes I shall live to grow up." He said it as if it was normal. He liked Mary's voice. He listened. Then he asked a new question. "How old are you?" he asked. "I am 10, answered Mary, forgetting herself for the moment. "And so are you." "How do you know that?" he demanded in a surprised voice. "Because when you were born, the garden door was locked and the key was buried, and it has been locked for 10 years. Colin half sat up, turning toward her, leaning on his elbows. "What garden door was locked? Who did it? Where was the key buried?" he exclaimed, as if he were suddenly very much interested. It was the garden Mr. Craven hates," said Mary nervously. "He locked the door. No one knew where he buried the key." "What sort of a garden is it?" Colin persisted eagerly. "No one has been allowed to go into it for 10 years, was Mary's careful answer. But it was too late. Colin was like Mary. The secret garden made him excited. He asked many questions. "They won't talk about it," said Mary. "I think they have been told not to answer questions." "I would make them," said Colin. "Could you?" Mary asked, feeling scared. "Everyone is obliged to please me. I told you that. If I were to live, this place would sometime belong to me. They all know that. I would make them tell me." Mary saw this boy was spoiled. He thought the world belonged to him. He was strange and spoke calmly about not living. "Do you think you won't live?" she asked, wanting him to forget the garden. "I don't suppose I shall," he answered as indifferently as he had spoken before. "Ever since I remember anything, I have heard people say I shan't. At first they thought I was too little to understand, and now they think I don't hear, but I do. My doctor is my father's cousin. He is quite poor, and if I die, he will have all Misselthwaite when my father is dead. I should think he wouldn't want me to live." "Do you want to live?" inquired Mary. "No," he answered in a cross, tired fashion. "But I don't want to die. When I feel ill, I lie here and think about it until I cry and cry." "I have heard you crying 3 times," Mary said. "I didn't know it was you. Were you crying about that?" She wanted him to forget the garden. "I dare say," he answered. "Let us talk about something else. Talk about that garden. Don't you want to see it?" "Yes," answered Mary in quite a low voice. "I do," he went on persistently. "I don't think I ever really wanted to see anything before, but I want to see that garden. I want the key dug up. I want the door unlocked. I would let them take me in my chair. That would be getting fresh air. I am going to make them open the door." He became excited. His eyes shone like stars. "They have to please me," he said. "I will make them take me there, and I will let you go too." Mary held her hands tight. Everything would be ruined. The secret would be gone. "Oh, don't do that," she cried out. He stared as if he thought she had gone crazy. "Why?" he exclaimed. "You said you wanted to see it." "I do," she answered, almost with a sob in her throat. "But if you make them open the door and take you in like that, it will never be a secret again." He leaned still farther forward. "A secret?" he said. "What do you mean? Tell me." Mary's words almost tumbled over one another. You see, she panted. "If no one knows but ourselves, if there was a door hidden somewhere under the ivy, if there was, and we could find it, And if we could slip through it together and shut it behind us, and no one knew anyone was inside, and we called it our garden and pretended that we were missel thrushes and it was our nest, and if we played there almost every day and dug and planted seeds and made it all come alive? Is it dead? He interrupted her. It soon will be if no one cares for it, she went on. The bulbs will live, but the roses— He stopped her again, as excited as she was herself. What are bulbs? He put in quickly. They are daffodils and lilies and snowdrops. They are working in the earth now, pushing up pale green points because the spring is coming. Is the spring coming? He said. What is it like? You don't see it in rooms if you are ill. It is the sun shining on the rain, and the rain falling on the sunshine, and things pushing up and working under the earth, said Mary. If the garden was a secret and we could get into it, we could watch the things grow bigger every day and see how many roses are alive. Don't you see? Oh, don't you see how much nicer it would be if it was a secret? He dropped back on his pillow and lay there with an odd expression on his face. I never had a secret, except that one about not living to grow up. They don't know I know that, so it is a sort of secret, but I like this kind better. If you won't make them take you to the garden, pleaded Mary, perhaps— I feel almost sure I can find out how to get in sometime, and then— if the doctor wants you to go out in your chair, and if you can always do what you want to do, perhaps we might find some boy who would push you, and we could go alone, and it would always be a secret garden. I should like that, he said very slowly, his eyes looking dreamy. I should like that. I should not mind fresh air in a secret garden. Mary felt safer. The idea of a secret pleased him. If she kept talking about the garden, he would not want everyone to go into it. I'll tell you what I think it would be like if we could go into it, she said. It has been shut up so long, things have grown into a tangle, perhaps. He lay still and listened. Mary talked about roses and birds. She told him about the robin and Ben Weatherstaff. Colin smiled. He looked almost beautiful. I did not know birds could be like that. But if you stay in a room, you never see things. What a lot of things you know. I feel as if you had been inside that garden. Mary did not know what to say. He did not wait for an answer. I'm going to let you look at something. Do you see that rose-colored silk curtain hanging on the wall over the mantelpiece? Mary had not noticed it, but she saw it. It was a curtain of soft silk over a picture. Yes, she answered. There's a cord hanging from it, said Colin. Go and pull it. Mary got up, confused. She pulled the cord. The curtain opened. It showed a picture of a girl with a happy face and bright hair. Her eyes were gray like Colin's and looked very big. She is my mother, complained Colin. I don't see why she died. Sometimes I hate her for doing it. How queer, said Mary. If she had lived, I believe I should not have been ill always, he grumbled. I dare say I should have lived, too, and my father would not have hated to look at me. I dare say I should have had a strong back. Draw the curtain again. Mary did as she was told and returned to her footstool. She is much prettier than you, she said, but her eyes are just like yours. At least they are the same shape and color. Why is the curtain drawn over her? He moved uncomfortably. I made them do it, he said. Sometimes I don't like to see her looking at me. She smiles too much when I am ill and miserable. Besides, she is mine, and I don't want everyone to see her. There were a few moments of silence. Then Mary spoke. What would Mrs. Medlock do if she found out that I had been here? She inquired. She would do as I told her to do, he answered, and I should tell her that I wanted you to come here and talk to me every day. I am glad you came. So am I, said Mary. "I will come as often as I can, but—" She hesitated. "I shall have to look every day for the garden door." "Yes, you must," said Colin, "and you can tell me about it afterward." He thought for a few minutes. Then he spoke again. "I think you shall be a secret, too," he said. "I will not tell them until they find out. I can always send the nurse out of the room and say that I want to be by myself. Do you know Martha?" "Yes, I know her very well," said Mary. "She waits on me." He nodded his head toward the outer hallway. "She is the one who is asleep in the other room. The nurse went away yesterday to stay all night with her sister, and she always makes Martha attend to me when she wants to go out. Martha shall tell you when to come here." Then Mary understood why Martha looked worried when Mary asked about the crying. "Martha knew about you all the time?" she said. "Yes, she often attends to me. The nurse likes to get away from me, and then Martha comes." "I have been here a long time," said Mary. "Shall I go away now? Your eyes look sleepy." "I wish I could go to sleep before you leave me," he said rather shyly. "Shut your eyes," said Mary, drawing her footstool closer, "and I will do what my ayah used to do in India. I will pat your hand and stroke it and sing something quite low." "I should like that, perhaps," he said drowsily. Mary felt sorry for him. She leaned on the bed, patting his hand and singing a soft song in Hindustani. "That is nice," he said, sounding even more sleepy. She kept singing and stroking. His eyes were shut. He was fast asleep. She got up softly, took her candle, and left without a sound. The morning was misty, and rain kept falling. Mary could not go outside. Martha was very busy. In the afternoon, Mary asked Martha to come to the nursery. Martha came, bringing her knitting. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "You look like you have something to say." "I have. I found out what the crying was," said Mary. Martha dropped her knitting. She looked at Mary with wide eyes. "You haven't!" she exclaimed. "Never!" "I heard it in the night," Mary went on, "and I got up and went to see where it came from. It was Colin. I found him." Martha's face turned red with fear. "Eh, Miss Mary," she said, almost crying. "You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't. You'll get me in trouble. I never told you anything about him, but you'll get me in trouble. I shall lose my place, and what will Mother do?" "You won't lose your place," said Mary. "He was glad I came. We talked, and he said he was glad I came." "Was he?" cried Martha. "Are you sure? You don't know what he's like when anything makes him angry. He's a big boy to cry like a baby, but when he's angry, he'll scream to frighten us. He knows we can't say no to him." "He wasn't angry," said Mary. "I asked him if I should go away, and he made me stay. He asked me questions, and I sat on a big footstool and talked to him about India and about the robin and gardens. He wouldn't let me go. He let me see his mother's picture. Before I left him, I sang him to sleep." Martha gasped in surprise. "I can scarcely believe you," she protested. "It's as if you walked straight into a lion's den. If he'd been like he is most times, he'd have had a tantrum and woken the house. He won't let strangers look at him. He let me look at him. I looked at him all the time, and he looked at me. We stared." "I don't know what to do," cried Martha. "If Mrs. Medlock finds out, she'll think I broke orders and told you, and then she will be sent back to Mother." "He is not going to tell Mrs. Medlock anything about it yet. It's to be a sort of secret just at first," Mary said firmly. "And he says everybody is obliged to do as he pleases." "Yes, that's true enough, the bad boy," sighed Martha. "He says Mrs. Medlock must, and he wants me to come and talk to him every day, and you are to tell me when he wants me." "Me?" said Martha. "I shall lose my place. I shall for sure." "You can't if you are doing what he wants you to do, and everybody is ordered to obey him," Mary argued. "Do you mean to say," cried Martha with wide-open eyes. "That he was nice to you?" "I think he almost liked me," answered Mary. "Then you must have bewitched him," decided Martha, taking a deep breath. "Do you mean magic?" inquired Mary. "I've heard about magic in India, but I can't make it. I just went into his room, and I was so surprised to see him I stood and stared. And then he turned round and stared at me, and he thought I was a ghost or a dream, and I thought perhaps he was. And it was so queer being there alone together in the middle of the night and not knowing each other. And we began to ask each other questions, and when I asked him if I must go away, he said I must not." "The world is coming to an end," gasped Martha. "What's wrong with him?" asked Mary. "Nobody knows for sure," said Martha. "Mr. Craven went crazy when Colin was born. The doctors thought he'd have to go to a hospital for sick minds. It was because Mrs. Craven died, like I told you. He wouldn't look at the baby. He just yelled and said it would be another hunchback like him, and it would be better if it died." "Is Colin a hunchback?" Mary asked. "He didn't look like one." "He isn't yet," said Martha, "but he started all wrong. Mother said there was enough trouble and anger in the house to make any child sick. They were afraid his back was weak, and they've always been taking care of it, keeping him lying down and not letting him walk. Once they made him wear a brace, but he worried so much he got very ill. Then a big doctor came to see him and made them take it off. He talked to the other doctor quite roughly. He said there had been too much medicine and too much letting him have his own way." "I think he's a very spoiled boy," said Mary. "He's the worst young good-for-nothing ever," said Martha. "I won't say he hasn't been ill a lot. He's had coughs and colds that almost killed him 2 or 3 times. Once he had rheumatic fever, and once he had typhoid. Oh, Mrs. Medlock got a fright then. He had been unconscious, and she was talking to the nurse, thinking he didn't know anything, and she said, 'He'll die this time for sure, and it's the best thing for him and for everybody.' And she looked at him, and there he was, with his big eyes open, staring at her as smart as she was. She didn't know what would happen, but he just stared at her and said, 'You give me some water and stop talking.'" "Do you think he will die?" asked Mary. "Mother says there's no reason why any child should live that gets no fresh air and does nothing but lie on his back and read picture books and take medicine. He's weak and hates the trouble of being taken outside, and he gets cold so easily he says it makes him ill." Mary sat and looked at the fire. "I wonder," she said slowly, "if it would not do him good to go out into a garden and watch things growing. It did me good." "One of the worst fits he ever had," said Martha, "was one time they took him out where the roses are by the fountain. He had been reading in a paper about people getting something he called rose cold, and he began to sneeze and said he had it. Then a new gardener who didn't know the rules passed by and looked at him strangely. He became very angry and said the gardener looked at him because he was going to be a hunchback. He cried himself into a fever and was ill all night. If he ever gets angry at me, I'll never go and see him again," said Mary. "He'll have you if he wants you. You may as well know that at the start." Soon after, a bell rang. Martha rolled up her knitting. She said, "I think the nurse wants me to stay with him for a bit. I hope he's in a good mood." She was out of the room for about 10 minutes. Then she came back looking puzzled. "Well, you have bewitched him. He's up on his sofa with his picture books. He's told the nurse to stay away until 6 o'clock. I'm to wait in the next room. The minute she was gone, he called to him and says, I want Mary Lennox to come and talk to me, and remember, you're not to tell anyone. You'd better go quickly." Mary wanted to go quickly. She wanted to see Colin very much. A bright fire was in Colin's room. Mary saw it was a beautiful room, warm and comfortable. Colin wore a soft dressing gown and sat against a big cushion. "Come in," he said. "I've been thinking about you all morning." "I've been thinking about you too," answered Mary. "You don't know how frightened Martha is. She says Mrs. Medlock will think she told me about you, and then she will be sent away." He frowned. "Go and tell her to come here," he said. "She is in the next room." Mary went and brought Martha back. Martha was shaking with fear. Colin was still frowning. "Have you to do what I please, or have you not?" he demanded. "I have to do what you please, sir," Martha said, her face turning red. "Has Medlock to do what I please?" "Everybody has, sir," said Martha. "Well then, if I order you to bring Miss Mary to me, how can Medlock send you away if she finds it out?" "Please don't let her, sir," pleaded Martha. "I'll send her away if she dares to say a word about such a thing," said Master Craven grandly. "She wouldn't like that, I can tell you." "Thank you, sir," Martha said, bowing. "I want to do my duty, sir." "What I want is your duty," said Colin, even more grandly. "I'll take care of you. Now go away." When Martha left, Mary looked at Colin as if she was thinking about him. "Why do you look at me like that?" he asked her. "What are you thinking about?" "I am thinking about two things." "What are they? Sit down and tell me." "This is the first one," said Mary, sitting on the big stool. "Once in India, I saw a boy who was a Rajah. He had rubies and emeralds and diamonds all over him. He spoke to his people just as you spoke to Martha. Everybody had to do everything he told them in a minute. I think they would have been killed if they hadn't." "I shall make you tell me about Rajah soon," he said, "but first tell me what the second thing was." "I was thinking," Mary said, "how different you are from Dickon." "Who was Dickon? What a strange name." Mary wanted to tell him about Dickon. "He is Martha's brother. He's 12 years old," she explained. "He is not like anyone else in the world. He can charm foxes and squirrels and birds, just as people in India charm snakes. He plays a very soft tune on a pipe, and they come and listen." Colin saw some big books on a table. He pulled one toward him. "There's a picture of a snake charmer in this," he exclaimed. "Come and look at it." The book had beautiful colored pictures. He turned to one. "Can he do that?" he asked eagerly. "He played on his pipe and they listened," Mary explained. "But he doesn't call it magic. He says it's because he lives so much on the moor and he knows their ways. He says he feels sometimes as if he was a bird or a rabbit himself. He likes them so. I think he asked the robin questions. It seemed as if they talked to each other in soft chirps." Colin lay back on his cushion. "Tell me some more about him," he said. "He knows all about eggs and nests," Mary went on, "and he knows where foxes and badgers and otters live. He keeps them secret so that other boys won't find their holes and frighten them. He knows about everything that grows or lives on the moor." "Does he like the moor? How can he, when it's such a great, bare, sad place?" "It's the most beautiful place," Mary said. "Thousands of lovely things grow on it, and there are thousands of little creatures, all busy building nests and making holes. They are singing or squeaking to each other. They are so busy and having such fun under the earth or in the trees or heather. It's their world." "How do you know all that?" said Colin, turning to look at her. "I have never been there really," Mary said, remembering. "I only drove over it in the dark. I thought it was ugly. Martha told me about it first, then Dickon. When Dickon talks about it, you feel as if you saw things and heard them, and as if you were standing in the heather with the sun shining and the gorse smelling like honey and all full of bees and butterflies. You never see anything if you are ill, said Colin, moving restlessly. You can't if you stay in a room, Mary said. I couldn't go on the moor, he said, sounding unhappy. Mary was silent for a minute. Then she said something brave. You might, sometime. He moved as if he was surprised. Go on the moor? How could I? I'm going to die. How do you know? Said Mary, not sounding sorry for him. She didn't like how he talked about dying. Oh, I've heard it ever since I remember, he answered crossly. They are always whispering about it and thinking I don't notice. They wish I would, too. Mary felt quite opposite. She pressed her lips together. If they wished I would, she said, I wouldn't. Who wishes you would? The servants, and of course Dr. Craven, because he would get Misselthwaite and be rich instead of poor. He doesn't dare to say so, but he always looks cheerful when I'm worse. When I had typhoid fever, his face got quite fat. I think my father wishes it too. I don't believe he does, said Mary stubbornly. That made Colin turn and look at her again. Don't you? He said. Then he lay back on his cushion and was still. There was a long silence. I like the Grand Doctor from London because he made them take the iron thing off, said Mary at last. Did he say you were going to die? No. What did he say? He didn't whisper, Colin answered. Perhaps he knew I hated whispering. I heard him say one thing quite aloud. He said, the lad might live if he would make up his mind to it, put him in the humor. It sounded as if he was angry. I'll tell you who would put you in the humor, perhaps, said Mary, thinking. I believe Dickon would. He's always talking about living things. He never talks about dead things or things that are ill. He's always looking up in the sky to watch birds flying or looking down at the earth to see something growing. He has such round blue eyes, and they are so wide open with looking about. And he laughs such a big laugh with his wide mouth, and his cheeks are as red as cherries. She pulled her stool nearer to the sofa. See here, she said, don't let us talk about dying. I don't like it. Let us talk about living. Let us talk and talk about Dickon, and then we will look at your pictures. It was the best thing Mary could have said. Talking about Dickon meant talking about the moor, his cottage, and his family. It was all so full of life. Mary talked more than she ever had. Colin talked and listened more than he ever had. They both started to laugh like happy children. They laughed so loudly that they sounded like two normal, healthy 10-year-olds, not a sad girl and a sick boy. They had so much fun that they forgot the pictures and the time. They were laughing loudly about Ben Weatherstaff and his robin. Colin was sitting up, as if he had forgotten his weak back. Then he suddenly remembered something. Do you know there is one thing we have never once thought of? He said. We are cousins. It was so strange that they had talked so much and never remembered this simple thing. They laughed even more. While they were having fun, the door opened. Dr. Craven and Mrs. Medlock walked in. Dr. Craven was very surprised. Mrs. Medlock almost fell back. Good Lord! Cried Mrs. Medlock, her eyes wide. Good Lord! What is this? Said Dr. Craven, stepping forward. What does it mean? Colin answered as if the doctor's surprise and Mrs. Medlock's fear did not matter. He was calm. "This is my cousin, Mary Lennox," he said. "I asked her to come and talk to me. I like her. She must come and talk to me whenever I send for her." Dr. Craven looked at Mrs. Medlock. "Oh, sir," she said, breathing hard, "I don't know how it's happened. There's not a servant here who would dare to talk. They all have their orders." "Nobody told her anything," said Colin. "She heard me crying and found me herself. I am glad she came. Don't be silly, Medlock." Mary saw Dr. Craven was not happy, but he could not argue with Colin. He sat down by Colin and felt his pulse. "I am afraid there has been too much excitement. Excitement is not good for you, my boy," he said. "I should be excited if she kept away," answered Colin. His eyes began to sparkle. "I am better. She makes me better. The nurse must bring up her tea with mine. We will have tea together." Mrs. Medlock and Dr. Craven looked worried. There was nothing to do. "He does look rather better, sir," said Mrs. Medlock carefully, "but he looked better this morning before she came into the room." "She came into the room last night. She stayed with me a long time. She sang a Hindustani song to me and it made me go to sleep. I was better when I woke up. I wanted my breakfast. I want my tea now. Tell Nurse, Medlock." Dr. Craven did not stay long. He talked to the nurse for a few minutes. He told Colin a few warnings, not to talk too much, not to forget he was ill, and not to forget he got tired easily. Colin looked annoyed. He kept his eyes on Dr. Craven's face. "I want to forget it," he said at last. "She makes me forget it. That is why I want her." Dr. Craven did not look happy when he left. He gave a puzzled look at the little girl. She had become quiet again. He could not see why Colin liked her, but the boy did look brighter. "They are always wanting me to eat things when I don't want to," said Colin as the nurse brought in the tea and put it on the table by the sofa. "Now, if you'll eat, I will. Those muffins look so nice and hot. Tell me about Rajah's." After a week of rain, the blue sky appeared again, and the sun was hot. Mary had not seen the secret garden or Dickon, but she enjoyed the week. She spent hours every day with Colin in his room, talking and looking at books. When he was happy, he didn't seem sick, except his face was pale and he was always on the sofa. "You are a clever one, listening and getting out of bed like you did that night," Mrs. Medlock said once. "But it has been good for us all. He has not had a tantrum since you became friends. The nurse almost left because she was so tired of him, but she says she doesn't mind staying now that you are helping her." She laughed a little. Mary was careful when she talked to Colin about the secret garden. She wanted to know if he could keep a secret. She also wondered if they could take him to the garden without anyone finding out. The doctor said Colin needed fresh air. Colin said he would like fresh air in a secret garden. Mary thought fresh air, Dickon, and seeing things grow might help Colin stop thinking about dying. Lately, Mary herself looked different, nicer since coming from India. Even Martha noticed. "The air from the moor has helped you already," Martha had said. "You're not so yellow and you're not so thin. Even your hair doesn't lie so flat. It has some life in it, so it sticks out a bit." "It's like me," said Mary. "It's growing stronger and fatter. I'm sure there's more of it." "It looks like it for sure," Martha said, gently messing up Mary's hair around her face. "You're not half so ugly when it's like that, and there's a bit of red in your cheeks." If gardens and fresh air were good for her, perhaps they would be good for Colin, but he hated people looking at him. "Why does it make you angry when you are looked at?" she asked one day. "I always hated it, even when I was very little. Then, when they took me to the seaside and I used to lie in my carriage, everybody used to stare, and ladies would stop and talk to my nurse, and then they would begin to whisper, and I knew then they were saying I shouldn't live to grow up. Then, sometimes the ladies would pat my cheeks and say, "Poor child." Once, when a lady did that, I screamed out loud and bit her hand. She was so frightened she ran away. "She thought you had gone mad like a dog," said Mary, not at all admiringly. "I don't care what she thought," Colin frowned. "I wonder why you didn't scream and bite me when I came into your room," said Mary. Then she began to smile slowly. "I thought you were a ghost or a dream," he said. "You can't bite a ghost or a dream, and if you scream, they don't care." "Would you hate it if a boy looked at you?" Mary asked uncertainly. He lay back on his cushion and thought. "There's one boy I believe I shouldn't mind. It's that boy who knows where the foxes live, Dickon." "I'm sure you wouldn't mind him," said Mary. "The birds don't and other animals," he said, still thinking it over. "Perhaps that's why I shouldn't. He's a sort of animal charmer, and I am a boy animal." Then he laughed, and she laughed too. They both laughed a lot, finding the idea of a boy animal hiding in his hole very funny. Mary felt that she didn't need to worry about Dickon. That first morning, when the sky was blue again, Mary woke very early. The sun shone in. She jumped out of bed and opened the window. Fresh air blew in. The moor was blue and birds sang everywhere. Mary put her hand in the warm sun. She knelt, breathing deeply. "It must be very early," she said. "No one is up." A sudden thought made her stand up quickly. "I can't wait. I am going to see the garden." Mary quickly dressed. She knew a small side door she could unlock. She ran downstairs, put on her shoes, and opened the door. She stepped onto the green grass. The sun was warm and birds sang. She felt great joy and ran toward the secret garden. "It is all different already," she said. "The grass is greener and things are sticking up everywhere and things are uncurling and green buds of leaves are showing. This afternoon I am sure Dickon will come." The warm rain had made many things grow. Mary saw purple and yellow crocuses opening. 6 months ago she wouldn't have noticed, but now she saw everything waking up. When she reached the ivy-covered door, she heard a crow. It sat on the wall, a big black bird. It flew away. Mary pushed the door open. Inside, the crow landed on an apple tree. Under it was a small fox. Both watched Dickon, who was kneeling on the grass, working. Mary flew across the grass to him. "Oh, Dickon, Dickon," she cried out. "How could you get here so early? How could you? The sun has only just got up." He stood up laughing and glowing. His eyes were like a piece of the sky. He said, "I was up long before him. How could I have stayed abed? The world's all fair begun again this morning, it has, and it's working and humming and scratching and piping and nest building and breathing out scents till you've got to be out on it 'stead of lying on your back. When the sun did jump up, the moor went mad for joy, and I was in the midst of the heather, and I run like mad myself, shouting and singing, and I come straight here. I couldn't have stayed away. Why, the garden was lying here waiting." Mary put her hands on her chest, breathing hard. "Oh, Dickon, Dickon," she said, "I'm so happy I can scarcely breathe." The little fox rose from under the tree and came to Dickon. The crow flew down from its branch and settled quietly on his shoulder. "This here's the little fox cub. It's named Captain, and this here's Soot. Soot, he flew across the moor with me, and Captain, he run same as if the hounds had been after him. They both felt same as I did." Neither animal was afraid of Mary. Soot stayed on Dickon's shoulder, and Captain trotted beside him. "See here," said Dickon. "See how these has pushed up, and these, and look at these here." He knelt down, and Mary went down beside him. They had found a whole clump of crocuses, purple, orange, and gold. Mary bent her face down and kissed them again and again. "You never kiss a person in that way," she said when she lifted her head. "Flowers are so different." He looked puzzled but smiled. He said, "I've kissed Mother many a time that way when I come in from the moor after a day's roaming, and she stood there at the door in the sun looking so glad and comfortable." They ran around the garden, finding many wonders. They whispered. Dickon showed her rosebuds and new green shoots. They sniffed the earth, dug, and laughed until Mary's hair was messy and her cheeks red. Then a red-breasted robin flew over the wall with a twig in its beak. Dickon stood still and put his hand on Mary as if they were in a church. "We munnot stir," he whispered. "We munnot scarce breathe. I knowed he was mate huntin' when I seed him last. It's been Weatherstaff's robin. He's buildin' his nest. He'll stay here if us don't flight him." They settled softly on the grass, not moving. "Us mustn't seem as if us was watching him too close," said Dickon. "He'd be out with us for good if he got the notion us was interfering now. He'll be a good bit different till all this is over. He's setting up housekeeping. He'll be shyer and readier to take things ill. He's got no time for visitin' and gossiping. Us must keep still a bit and try to look as if us was grass and trees and bushes. Then when he's got used to seeing us, I'll chirp a bit and he'll know us'll not be in his way." Mary wasn't sure how to look like grass, trees, and bushes, but Dickon said it simply. He sat wonderfully still, and when he spoke, his voice was so soft Mary could barely hear him. "It's part of the springtime, this nest building is," he said. "I warrant it's been going on in the same way every year since the world was begun. They've got their way of thinking and doing things, and a body had better not meddle. You can lose a friend in springtime easier than any other season if you're too curious." "If we talk about him, I can't help looking at him," Mary said as softly as possible. "We must talk of something else. There is something I want to tell you." "He'll like it better if us talks of something else," said Dickon. "What is it that's got to tell me?" "Well, do you know about Colin?" she whispered. He turned his head to look at her. "What does that know about him?" he asked. "I've seen him. I have been to talk to him every day this week. He wants me to come. He says I'm making him forget about being ill and dying," answered Mary. Dickon looked relieved as soon as the surprise left his face. "I'm glad of that," he exclaimed. "I'm right down glad. It makes me easier. I knowed I must say nothing about him, and I don't like having to hide things." "Don't you like hiding the garden?" said Mary. "I'll never tell about it," I answered. "But I says to Mother, 'Mother,' I says, 'I got a secret to keep. It's not a bad one, thou knows that. It's no worse than hiding where a bird's nest is. Thou doesn't mind it, does thou?'" Mary always wanted to hear about his mother. "What did she say?" she asked, not at all afraid to hear. Dickon grinned kindly. "It was just like her what she said," he answered. "She give my head a bit of a rub and laughed, and she says, 'Lad, thou can have all the secrets that likes. I've knowed thee 12 year.'" "How did you know about Colin?" asked Mary. "Everybody as knowed about Mester Craven knowed there was a little lad as was like to be a cripple, and they knowed Mester Craven didn't like him to be talked about. Folks is sorry for Mester Craven because Mrs. Craven was such a pretty young lady and they was so fond of each other. Mrs. Medlock stops in our cottage whenever she goes to Thwaite, and she doesn't mind talking the mother before us children because she knows us has been brought up to be trusty. How did you find out about him? Martha was in fine trouble the last time she came home. She said that heard him frettin' and that was asking questions and she didn't know what to say." Mary told him her story. The wind woke her at midnight. She heard a faint, complaining voice. It led her down dark halls with her candle. She opened a door to a dimly lit room with a carved bed. When she described the small, pale face and the strange black-rimmed eyes, Dickon shook his head. "Them's just like his mother's eyes, only hers was always laughing, they say," he said. "They say as Mr. Craven can't bear to see him when he's awake, and it's because his eyes is so like his mother's, and yet look so different in his miserable bit of a face." "Do you think he wants him to die?" whispered Mary. "No, but he wishes he'd never been born. Mother, she says, that's the worst thing on earth for a child. Them as is not wanted scarce ever thrives. Mr. Craven, he'd buy anything as money could buy for the poor lad, but he'd like to forget as he's on earth. For one thing, he's afraid he'll look at him someday and find he's growed hunchback." "Colin's so afraid of it himself that he won't sit up," said Mary. "He says he's always thinking that if he should feel a lump coming, he should go crazy and scream himself to death." He oughtn't to be lying there thinking things like that," said Dickon. "No lad could get well as thought them sort of things." The fox lay nearby. Dickon rubbed its neck, thinking. He looked around the garden. "When first we got in here," he said, "it seemed like everything was gray. Look around now and tell me if thou doesn't see a difference." Mary looked and gasped a little. "Why," she cried, "the gray wall is changing. It is as if a green mist were creeping over it. It's almost like a green gauze veil. Aye, and it'll be greener and greener till the gray's all gone. Can thou guess what I was thinking?" "I know it was something nice," said Mary eagerly. "I believe it was something about Colin. I was thinking that if he was out here, he wouldn't be watching for lumps to grow on his back. He'd be watching for buds to break on the rose bushes, and he'd likely be healthier," explained Dickon. "I was wondering if us could ever get him in the humor to come out here and lie under the trees in his carriage." "I've been wondering that myself. I've thought of it almost every time I've talked to him," said Mary. "I've wondered if he could keep a secret, and I've wondered if we could bring him here without anyone seeing us. I thought perhaps you could push his carriage. The doctor said he must have fresh air, and if he wants us to take him out, no one dare disobey him. He won't go out for other people, and perhaps they will be glad if he'll go out with us. He could order the gardeners to keep away so they wouldn't find out." Dickon was thinking hard as he scratched Captain's back. "It'd be good for him, I'll warrant," he said. "Us'd not be thinking he'd better never been born. Us'd be just two children watching a garden grow, and he'd be another. Two lads and a little lass just looking on to the springtime. I warrant it'd be better than doctor stuff. He's been lying in his room so long, and he's always been so afraid of his back that it has made him queer. He knows a good many things out of books, but he doesn't know anything else. He says he has been too ill to notice things and hates going out of doors and hates gardens and gardeners, but he likes to hear about this garden because it's a secret. I daren't tell him much, but he said he wanted to see it." "Us'll have him out here sometime for sure," said Dickon. "I could push his carriage well enough. Hast thou noticed how the robin and his mate has been working while we've been sitting here? Look at him perched on that branch, wondering where it'd be best to put that twig he's got in his beak." He made a soft whistle. The robin looked at him, still holding its twig. Dickon spoke to it kindly. "Wherever thou puts it," he said, "it'll be all right. Thou know how to build thy nest before thou came out of the egg. Get on with thee, lad. Thou'st got no time to lose." "Oh, I do like to hear you talk to him," Mary said, laughing delightfully. Ben Weatherstaff scolds him and makes fun of him, and he hops about and looks as if he understood every word, and I know he likes it. Ben Weatherstaff says he is so conceited he would rather have stones thrown at him than not be noticed." Dickon laughed too and went on talking. "Thy knows us won't trouble thee," he said to the robin. "Us is near being wild things ourselves. Us is nest building too, bless thee. Look out, thy doesn't tell on us." And though the robin did not answer because its beak was busy, Mary knew that when it flew away with its twig, its bright eye meant it would not tell their secret for the world. Mary was busy in the garden that morning. She worked so hard that she forgot about Colin until it was time to go back to the house. "Tell Colin that I can't come and see him yet," she said to Martha. "I'm very busy in the garden." Martha looked a little scared. "Hey, Miss Mary," she said, "it may put him all out of humor when I tell him that." But Mary was not afraid of Colin. She did not always put others first. "I can't stay," she answered. "Dickon's waiting for me," and she ran away. The afternoon was even better than the morning. They cleared most of the weeds, they trimmed the roses, and dug around the trees. Dickon taught Mary to use her tools. Soon the wild garden would be full of growing things. "There'll be apple blossoms and cherry blossoms overhead," Dickon said, working hard, "and there'll be peach and plum trees in bloom against the walls, and the grass'll be a carpet of flowers." The little fox, the rook, and the robin were also busy and happy. Sometimes the rook flew high over the trees. He always came back to Dickon and cawed. Dickon talked to him. Once the rook even touched Dickon's ear when Dickon was busy. When Mary wanted to rest, Dickon sat with her under a tree. He played soft music on his pipe. 2 squirrels came to listen. "That's a good bit stronger than that was," Dickon said, looking at her as she was digging. "That's beginning to look different for sure." Mary felt strong and happy. "I'm getting fatter and fatter every day," she said happily. "Mrs. Medlock will have to get me some bigger dresses. Martha says my hair is growing thicker. It isn't so flat and stringy." The sun began to set. Gold rays of light shone under the trees when they left. "It'll be fine tomorrow," said Dickon. "I'll be at work by sunrise." "So will I," said Mary. Mary ran back to the house. She wanted to tell Colin about Dickon's fox and the rook, and she also wanted to tell him about the garden. She thought he would like it. But when she opened her door, Martha was waiting. Martha looked sad. "What is the matter?" she asked. "What did Colin say when you told him I couldn't come?" Said Martha, "I wish that'd gone. He was nigh going into one of his tantrums. There's been a nice to-do all afternoon to keep him quiet. He would watch the clock all the time." Mary was angry. She did not like Colin's bad temper. She thought he was wrong to be angry. Colin was not on his sofa. He was in bed, lying on his back. He did not look at Mary. Mary walked to his bed. "Why didn't you get up?" she said. "I did get up this morning when I thought you were coming," he answered without looking at her. "I made them put me back in bed this afternoon. My back ached and my head ached, and I was tired. Why didn't you come?" "I was working in the garden with Dickon," said Mary. Colin frowned and looked down at her. "I won't let that boy come here if you go and stay with him instead of coming to talk to me." Mary became very angry. She could get angry without making a noise. She just became stubborn and did not care what happened. "If you send Dickon away, I'll never come into this room again," she answered quickly. "You'll have to if I want you," said Colin. "I won't," said Mary. "I'll make you," said Colin. "They shall drag you in." "Shall they, Mr. Rajah?" said Mary fiercely. "They may drag me in, but they can't make me talk when they get me here. I'll sit and clench my teeth and never tell you one thing. I won't even look at you. I'll stare at the floor." They looked at each other angrily. They were like two children ready to fight. "You are a selfish thing," cried Colin. "What are you?" said Mary. "Selfish people always say that. Anyone is selfish who doesn't do what they want. You're more selfish than I am. You're the most selfish boy I ever saw." "I'm not," snapped Colin. "I'm not as selfish as your fine Dickon is. He keeps you playing in the dirt when he knows I'm all by myself. He's selfish if you like." Mary's eyes flashed fire. "He's nicer than any other boy that ever lived," she said. He's like an angel." It might sound silly, but she did not care. "A nice angel," Colin said angrily. "He's a common cottage boy off the moor." "He's better than a common Rajah," answered Mary. "He's 1,000 times better." Mary was stronger in this fight. Colin had never argued like this before. He turned his head and closed his eyes. A tear ran down his cheek. He felt sorry for himself. "I'm not as selfish as you because I'm always ill, and I'm sure there's a lump coming on my back," he said. "And I'm going to die besides." "You're not," said Mary, not feeling sorry for him. He opened his eyes wide with anger. He had never heard such a thing before. He was angry, but also a little pleased. "I'm not," he cried. "I am. You know I am. Everybody says so." "I don't believe it," said Mary sourly. "You just say that to make people sorry. I believe you're proud of it. I don't believe it. If you were a nice boy, it might be true, but you're too nasty." Colin sat up in bed. He was very angry. "Get out of the room," he shouted. He grabbed his pillow and threw it at her. He was not strong enough to throw it far. It fell at her feet. Mary's face looked very tight. "I'm going," she said, "and I won't come back." She walked to the door. When she reached it, she turned around and spoke again. "I was going to tell you all sorts of nice things," she said. "Dickon brought his fox and his rook, and I was going to tell you all about them. Now I won't tell you a single thing." She walked out and closed the door. The nurse was standing outside. She was laughing. Mary was surprised. Mary had never liked this nurse. The nurse was a big woman. She did not like sick people. She often left Colin with Martha. Mary just looked at her. The nurse was giggling into her handkerchief. "What are you laughing at?" she asked her. "At you two young ones," said the nurse. "It's the best thing that could happen to the sickly, pampered thing, to have someone to stand up to him that's as spoiled as himself." And she laughed into her handkerchief again. "If he'd had a young vixen of a sister to fight with, it would have been the saving of him." "Is he going to die?" "I don't know, and I don't care," said the nurse. "Hysterics and temper are half what ails him." "What are hysterics?" asked Mary. "You'll find out if you work him into a tantrum after this, but at any rate, you've given him something to have hysterics about, and I'm glad of it." Mary went back to her room. She felt angry and sad. She was not sorry for Colin. She had wanted to tell him many things. She had thought about telling him the secret of the garden, but now she would never tell him. She thought, he can stay in his room and die if he wants. She was so angry that she almost forgot about Dickon and the garden. Martha was waiting. She looked interested. There was a wooden box on the table. It was open and full of packages. "Mr. Craven sent it to you," said Martha. "It looks as if it had picture books in it." Mary remembered Mr. Craven asking if she wanted dolls, toys, or books. She opened a package. She thought he might send a doll, but he did not. There were several nice books, like Colin's. 2 books were about gardens and had many pictures. There were also 2 or 3 games, and there was a pretty writing case with a gold pen. Everything was so nice. Her anger went away. She felt happy. She did not think Mr. Craven would remember her. Her heart felt warm. "I can write better than I can print," she said, "and the first thing I shall write with that pen will be a letter to tell him I am much obliged." If Mary was friends with Colin, she would show him the gifts. They would look at the books and play the games. He would be so happy that he would forget he was going to die. He would forget to touch his back to feel for a lump. Colin often touched his back. He was afraid he would get a curved back like his father. He had heard Mrs. Medlock whisper about it to the nurse. He thought about it a lot. He had told only Mary that his tantrums came from this secret fear. Mary felt sorry for him when he told her. She thought, he always thinks about it when he's angry or tired. He was angry today. Maybe he was thinking about it all afternoon. She stood still and thought. "I said I would never go back again." She hesitated, thinking hard. "But perhaps, just perhaps, I will go and see, if he wants me, in the morning. Perhaps he'll try to throw his pillow at me again, but I think I'll go." Mary worked hard in the garden all day and was tired. After supper, she was glad to go to bed. As she laid her head on the pillow, she said softly to herself, "I'll go out before breakfast and work with Dickon, and then afterward, I believe, I'll go to see him." She woke to loud, terrible sounds, jumping out of bed. Doors opened and closed, feet ran in the halls. Someone was crying and screaming, and she quickly knew what it was. "It's Colin," she said. "He's having one of those tantrums the nurse called hysterics. How awful it sounds." She listened to the screams, knowing why people were scared and gave him his way. She put her hands over her ears, feeling sick and shaky. "I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do," she kept saying. "I can't bear it." She thought of going to him, but remembered he sent her out, fearing it would make him worse. She couldn't block the sounds. She hated them, and scared, then angry, she wanted to scream and scare him. Unused to other people's anger, she took her hands from her ears, stood up, and stamped her foot. "He ought to be stopped. Somebody ought to make him stop. Somebody ought to beat him," she cried out. Just then she heard feet almost running down the corridor, and her door opened and the nurse came in. She was not laughing now by any means. She even looked rather pale. "He's worked himself into hysterics," she said in a great hurry. "He'll do himself harm. No one can do anything with him. You come and try, like a good child. He likes you." "He turned me out of the room this morning," said Mary, stamping her foot with excitement. The stamp pleased the nurse, who had expected Mary to be crying. "That's right. You're in the right humor. You go and scold him. Give him something new to think of. Do go, child, as quick as ever you can." Later, Mary realized it was both funny and terrible that all the grown-ups were so scared they came to a little girl, thinking she was almost as bad as Colin. She ran fast along the hall, growing angrier with each scream. She opened the door and ran to the big bed. "You stop," she almost shouted. "You stop. I hate you. Everybody hates you. I wish everybody would run out of the house and let you scream yourself to death. You will scream yourself to death in a minute, and I wish you would." No kind child would say such things, but hearing Mary helped Colin, whom no one had ever stopped before. He was lying on his face, hitting his pillow. He quickly turned at the furious voice. His face looked terrible, white, red, and swollen, and he was gasping and choking. Mary did not care. "If you scream another scream, I'll scream too, and I can scream louder than you can, and I'll frighten you. I'll frighten you." He actually had stopped screaming because she had startled him so. The scream which had been coming almost choked him. Tears streamed down his face, and he shook all over. "I can't stop," He gasped and sobbed. "I can't! I can't!" "You can," shouted Mary. "Half that ails you is hysterics and temper. Just hysterics, hysterics, hysterics." And she stamped each time she said it. "I felt the lump. I felt it," choked out Colin. "I knew I should. I shall have a hunch on my back, and then I shall die." And he began to writhe again and turned on his face and sobbed and wailed, but he didn't scream. "You didn't feel a lump," contradicted Mary fiercely. "If you did, it was only a hysterical lump. Hysterics makes lumps. There's nothing the matter with your horrid back. Nothing but hysterics. Turn over and let me look at it." She liked the word hysterics, feeling it had an effect on him. He probably, like herself, had never heard it before. "Nurse," she commanded, "come here and show me his back this minute." The nurse, Mrs. Medlock, and Martha stood near the door, staring, scared. The nurse came forward, a little afraid. Colin was still sobbing. "Perhaps he won't let me," she hesitated in a low voice. Colin heard her, however, and he gasped out between two sobs. Show her. She'll see then." It was a poor, thin back. Every rib and spine bone could be seen. Mary looked with a serious face. The nurse hid a smile. In silence, Colin held his breath as Mary looked up and down his spine like a great doctor. "There's not a single lump there," she said at last. "There's not a lump as big as a pin, except backbone lumps, and you can only feel them because you're thin. I've got backbone lumps myself, and they used to stick out as much as yours do until I began to get fatter, and I'm not fat enough yet to hide them. There's not a lump as big as a pin. If you ever say there is again, I shall laugh." No one but Colin knew how Mary's angry words helped him. He had never talked about his fears or had friends, staying alone in the big house with people scared or tired of him, so he thought he was sicker than he was, having thought about his aches and tiredness for years. Now an angry little girl said he was not as sick as he thought, and he felt she might be telling the truth. "I didn't know," ventured the nurse, "that he thought he had a lump on his spine. His back is weak because he won't try to sit up. I could have told him there was no lump there." Colin gulped and turned his face a little to look at her. Could you?" he said pathetically. "Yes, sir." "There," said Mary, and she gulped too. Colin turned on his face again. His broken breaths showed his sobbing was ending. He lay still, tears streaming down his face, wetting the pillow. The tears meant great relief had come to him. Presently he turned and looked at the nurse again, and strangely enough, he was not like a Rajah at all as he spoke to her. "Do you think I could live to grow up?" he said. The nurse was neither clever nor soft-hearted, but she remembered the doctor's words. "You probably will if you will do what you are told to do and not give way to your temper and stay out a great deal in the fresh air." Colin's tantrum passed. Weak from crying, he felt gentle. He put out his hand towards Mary. Her own tantrum passed, and she was softer too, meeting him with her hand. It was a kind of making up. I'll go out with you, Mary. I shan't hate fresh air if we can find—" He remembered just in time to stop himself from saying, "if we can find the secret garden," and he ended, "I shall like to go out with you if Dickon will come and push my chair. I do so want to see Dickon and the fox and the crow." The nurse made the bed neat, giving Colin beef tea and Mary a cup, which Mary was glad to get. Mrs. Medlock and Martha left. The nurse, also wanting to leave, was tired and yawned. Mary held Colin's hand. "You must go back and get your sleep out," she said. "He'll drop off after a while if he's not too upset. Then I'll lie down myself in the next room." "Would you like me to sing you that song I learned from my ayah?" Mary whispered to Colin. His hand pulled hers gently, and he turned his tired eyes on her appealingly. "Oh, yes," he answered. "It's such a soft song. I shall go to sleep in a minute." "I will put him to sleep," Mary said to the yawning nurse. "You can go if you like." "Well," said the nurse with an attempt at reluctance, "if he doesn't go to sleep in half an hour, you must call me." "Very well," answered Mary. The nurse was out of the room in a minute, and as soon as she was gone, Colin pulled Mary's hand again. "I almost told," he said, "but I stopped myself in time. I won't talk, and I'll go to sleep, but you said you had a whole lot of nice things to tell me. Have you? Do you think you have found out anything at all about the way into the secret garden?" Mary looked at his tired face and swollen eyes. Her heart felt soft. "Yes," she answered, "I think I have, and if you will go to sleep, I will tell you tomorrow." His hand quite trembled. "Oh, Mary," he said, "oh, Mary, if I could get into it, I think I should live to grow up. Do you suppose that instead of singing the Ayah song, you could just tell me softly as you did that first day what you imagine it looks like inside? I am sure it will make me go to sleep." "Yes," answered Mary. "Shut your eyes." He closed his eyes and lay quite still, and she held his hand and began to speak very slowly and in a very low voice. "I think it has been left alone so long. It has grown into a lovely tangle. The roses have climbed and climbed until they hang from branches and walls, creeping over the ground like a strange gray mist. Some have died, but many are alive. When summer comes, there will be curtains and fountains of roses. The ground is full of daffodils, snowdrops, lilies, and iris working their way out of the dark. Now spring has begun. Perhaps they are coming up through the grass. Perhaps there are clusters of purple crocuses and gold ones even now. Perhaps the leaves are beginning to break out and uncurl, and perhaps the gray is changing and a green gauze veil is creeping and creeping over everything, and the birds are coming to look at it because it is so safe and still. And perhaps, very softly and slowly indeed, the robin has found a mate and is building a nest." And Colin was asleep. Mary did not wake early. She slept late, tired. Martha brought her breakfast, saying Colin was quiet but sick with a fever. Mary ate slowly, listening. "He says he wishes you would please go and see him as soon as you can," Martha said. "It's queer what a fancy he's took to you. You did give it him last night for sure, didn't you? Nobody else would have dared to do it. Poor lad, he's been spoiled till salt won't save him. Mother says as the two worst things as can happen to a child is never to have his own way or always to have it. She doesn't know which is the worst. You were in a fine temper yourself, too. But he says to me when I went into his room, 'Please ask Miss Mary if she'll please come and talk to me.' Think of him saying please. Will you go, miss?" "I'll run and see Dickon first," said Mary. "No, I'll go and see Colin first and tell him—" "I know what to tell him," with a sudden idea. Mary wore her hat into Colin's room. He looked disappointed. In bed, his face was very white with dark circles. "I'm glad you came," he said. "My head aches, and I ache all over because I'm so tired. Are you going somewhere?" Mary leaned against his bed. "I won't be long," she said. "I'm going to Dickon, but I'll come back. Colin, it's something about the secret garden." His face brightened. Color came into it. "Oh, is it?" he cried out. "I dreamed about it all night. I heard you say something about gray changing into green, and I dreamed I was standing in a place all filled with trembling little green leaves, and there were birds on nests everywhere, and they looked so soft and still. I'll lie and think about it until you come back." Soon Mary was with Dickon in their garden with the fox, crow, and 2 tame squirrels. "I came over on the pony this morning. He is a good little chap. Jump is. I brought these 2 in my pockets. This here one he's called Nut, and this here other one's called Shell." When he said Nut, a squirrel leaped onto his right shoulder. When he said Shell, another leaped onto his left. They sat on the grass with the creatures. Mary felt she never wanted to leave, but as she told her story, Dickon's face changed her mind. She saw he felt sorrier for Colin. He looked up at the sky. "Just listen to them birds. The world seems full of 'em, all whistling and piping," he said. "Look at 'em darting about and hearken at 'em calling to each other. Come springtime seems like as if all the world's calling. The leaves is uncurling so you can see 'em, and my word, the nice smells there is about," sniffing with his happy turned-up nose. "And that poor lad lying shut up and seeing so little that he gets to thinking of things as sets him screaming. My, we must get him out here. We must get him watching and listening and sniffing up the air and get him just soaked through with sunshine, and we must not lose no time about it." When interested, Dickon spoke strong Yorkshire. Mary loved it and was learning it, so she spoke a little now. "Aye, that we must," she said. "I'll tell you what we'll do first," she proceeded, and Dickon grinned, because when the little wench tried to twist her tongue into speaking Yorkshire, it amused him very much. "He's took a greatly fancy to you. He wants to see you, and he wants to see Soot and Captain. When I go back to the house to talk to him, I'll ask him if you cannot come and see him tomorrow morning and bring your creatures with you. And then, in a bit, when there's more leaves out and maybe a bud or 2, we'll get him to come out and you shall push him in his chair and we'll bring him here and show him everything." She was proud of herself. "You must talk a bit of Yorkshire like that to Master Colin," Dickon chuckled. "You'll make him laugh, and there's nothing as good for ill folk as laughing is. Mother says she believes as half an hour's good laugh every morning would cure a chap as was making ready for typhus fever." "I'm going to talk Yorkshire to him this very day," said Mary, chuckling herself. The garden grew more beautiful daily. It was hard to leave, but she went back to the house. Sitting by Colin's bed, he began to sniff like Dickon. "You smell like flowers and fresh things," he cried out quite joyously. "What is it you smell of? It's cool and warm and sweet all at the same time." "It's the wind from the moor. It comes of sitting on the grass under a tree with Dickon and Captain and Soot and Nut and Shell. It's the springtime and out of doors and sunshine as smells so greatly." She said it as broadly as she could. Colin began to laugh. "What are you doing?" he said. "I never heard you talk like that before. How funny it sounds." "I'm giving you a bit of Yorkshire," answered Mary triumphantly. "I cannot talk as gravely as Dickon and Martha can, but you see I can shape a bit. Don't you understand a bit of Yorkshire when you hear it, and you a Yorkshire lad yourself, bred and born? I wonder you're not ashamed of your face." They both laughed until they could not stop. The room echoed. Mrs. Medlock opened the door, heard them, and stepped back, very surprised. "Well, upon my word," she said, speaking rather broad Yorkshire herself because she was so astonished. "Who ever heard the like? Who ever on earth would have thought it?" There was much to talk about. Colin wanted to hear more about Dickon and the animals, Captain, Soot, Nut, Shell, and Jump the pony. Mary had seen Jump. He was a small, shaggy moor pony, thin but strong. When he saw Dickon, he whinnied softly and came to him, putting his head on Dickon's shoulder. Dickon made Jump give Mary his hoof and kiss her cheek. "Does he really understand everything Dickon says?" Colin asked. "It seems as if he does," answered Mary. "Dickon says anything will understand if you're friends with it for sure, but you have to be friends for sure." Colin lay quiet. Mary knew he was thinking. "I wish I was friends with things," he said at last, "but I'm not. I never had anything to be friends with, and I can't bear people." "Can't you bear me?" asked Mary. "Yes, I can. It's very funny, but I even like you." "Then Weatherstaff said I was like him," said Mary. "He said he'd warrant we'd both got the same nasty tempers. I think you are like him, too. We are all three alike, you and I and Ben Weatherstaff. He said we were not pretty to look at, and we looked as sour as we felt. But I don't feel as sour as I used to before I knew the Robin and Dickon." "Did you feel as if you hated people?" "Yes," answered Mary. "I should have detested you if I had seen you before I saw the Robin and Dickon." Colin touched her hand. "Mary," he said, "I wish I hadn't said what I did about sending Dickon away. I hated you when you said he was like an angel, and I laughed at you, but perhaps he is." "Well, it was rather funny to say it," she admitted frankly, "because his nose does turn up, and he has a big mouth, and his clothes have patches all over them, and he talks broad Yorkshire. But if an angel did come to Yorkshire and live on the moor, if there was a Yorkshire angel, I believe he'd understand the green things and know how to make them grow, and he would know how to talk to the wild creatures as Dickon does, and they'd know he was friends for sure." "I shouldn't mind Dickon looking at me," said Colin. "I want to see him." "I'm glad you said that," answered Mary, because suddenly she knew it was time to tell him. Colin knew something new was coming. "Because what?" he cried eagerly. Mary was worried. She stood, came to him, and held his hands. "Can I trust you? I trusted Dickon because birds trusted him. Can I trust you for sure? For sure?" she begged. Her face was solemn. He almost whispered his answer. "Yes, yes." "Well, Dickon will come to see you tomorrow morning, and he'll bring his creatures with him." "Oh, oh!" Colin cried out in delight. "But that's not all," Mary went on, pale with excitement. "The rest is better. There is a door into the garden. I found it. It is under the ivy on the wall." If Colin had been strong, he would have shouted hooray, but he was weak. His eyes grew big, and he gasped for air. "Oh, Mary," he cried out with a half sob. "Shall I see it? Shall I get into it? Shall I live to get into it?" And he clutched her hands and dragged her toward him. "Of course you'll see it," snapped Mary indignantly. "Of course you'll live to get into it. Don't be silly." Mary was calm. She helped him feel better, and he laughed at himself. Soon she sat again, telling him what the secret garden was really like. Colin forgot his pain and tiredness, listening, amazed. "It is just what you thought it would be," he said at last. "It sounds just as if you had really seen it. You know I said that when you told me first." Mary waited. Then she bravely told the truth. "I had seen it, and I had been in," she said. "I found the key and got in weeks ago, but I dared not tell you. I dared not because I was so afraid I couldn't trust you for sure." Dr. Craven was called after Colin's tantrum. He usually found Colin pale, shaking, and ready to cry. He disliked these visits. He was away from Misselthwaite Manor until afternoon. "How is he?" Dr. Craven asked Mrs. Medlock, a little annoyed when he arrived. "He will get very sick one day from these fits. The boy is almost crazy with anger and always getting his own way." "Well, sir," Mrs. Medlock answered, "you will hardly believe your eyes when you see him. That plain, serious child who is almost as bad as him has changed him. How she did it, I don't know. Lord knows she is not pretty and you hardly ever hear her speak. But she did what none of us dared to do. She went right at him like a little cat last night. She stamped her feet and told him to stop screaming. Somehow she surprised him so much that he did stop. And this afternoon, well, just come up and see, sir. It's hard to believe." Dr. Craven was surprised by the scene. He heard laughing and talking. Colin was on his sofa, sitting up straight, looking at a garden book and talking to Mary, whose face was bright with happiness. "Those tall blue flowers, we'll have many of those," Colin said. "They're called delphiniums." "Dickon says they're big, beautiful larkspurs," cried Mary. "There are some growing there already." Then they saw Dr. Craven and stopped talking. Mary became very still. Colin looked annoyed. "I am sorry to hear you were ill last night, my boy," Dr. Craven said nervously. "I'm better now, much better. I'm going out in my chair in a day or two if the weather is good. I want some fresh air." Dr. Craven sat by him and felt his pulse. He looked at Colin with curiosity. "It must be a very nice day, and you must be very careful not to get tired." "Fresh air won't tire me," Colin said. Colin had often screamed, saying fresh air would kill him. His doctor was surprised by this change. "It thought you did not like fresh air," he said. "I don't when I am by myself," Colin replied, "but my cousin is going out with me." "And the nurse, of course?" Dr. Craven suggested. "No, I will not have the nurse. My cousin knows how to take care of me. I am always better when she is with me. She made me better last night. A very strong boy I know will push my carriage." Dr. Craven felt worried. If Colin got well, he would lose his chance at Misselthwaite Manor, but he was not a bad man, and he did not want Colin in danger. "He must be a strong boy and a careful boy," he said, "and I must know something about him. Who is he? What is his name?" "It's Dickon," Mary spoke up. Dr. Craven's serious face quickly changed into a relieved smile. "Oh, Dickon. If it is Dickon, you will be safe enough. He's as strong as a moor pony, Dickon is." "And he's trusty," Mary said. "He's the trustiest lad in Yorkshire." She had forgotten she was speaking in Yorkshire. "Did Dickon teach you that?" Dr. Craven asked, laughing. "I'm learning it as if it was French," Mary said coldly. "It's like a local language in India. Very smart people try to learn them. I like it, and so does Colin." "Well, well, if it makes you happy, perhaps it won't do you any harm. Did you take your medicine last night, Colin?" "No, I wouldn't take it at first. After Mary made me quiet, she talked me to sleep, in a soft voice, about spring coming into a garden." "That sounds calming," said Dr. Craven, more confused than ever. "You are clearly better, but you must remember—" "I don't want to remember," Colin interrupted. "When I lie by myself and remember, I begin to have pains everywhere, and I think of things that make me begin to scream because I hate them so. If there was a doctor anywhere who could make you forget you were ill instead of remembering it, I would have him brought here. It is because my cousin makes me forget that she makes me better." Dr. Craven had never stayed so short after a tantrum. He gave no medicine or new orders. Downstairs, he looked thoughtful. Mrs. Medlock felt he was confused. "Well, sir," she said, "could you have believed it?" "It is certainly a new situation," the doctor said, "and there's no denying it is better than the old one." "I believe Susan Sowerby is right," Mrs. Medlock said. "I talked with her yesterday. She told me, Mary may not be a good child or pretty, but she's a child, and children need children. She's the best nurse for sick people I know, Dr. Craven said. When I find her in a house, I know the chances are that I shall save my patient. Mrs. Medlock smiled. She liked Susan Sowerby. She has a special way with her, Susan does, she went on. I've been thinking all morning of one thing she said yesterday. She says, once when I was giving the children a bit of a preach after they'd been fightin', I says to 'em all, when I was at school, my geography told as the world was shaped like an orange, and I found out before I was 10 that the whole orange doesn't belong to nobody. No one owns more than his bit of a quarter, and there's times it seems like there's not enow quarters to go round. But don't you, none of you, think as you own the whole orange, or you'll find out you're mistaken, and you won't find it out without hard knocks. What children learns from children, she says, is that there's no sense in grabbing at the whole orange, peel and all. If you do, you'll likely not get even the pips, and them's too bitter to eat. She's a smart woman, Dr. Craven said, putting on his coat. Well, she has a way of saying things, Mrs. Medlock ended, pleased. Sometimes I've said to her, Susan, if you was a different woman and didn't talk such broad Yorkshire, I've seen the times when I should have said you was clever. That night, Colin slept well. He woke, smiled, feeling comfortable and free. His mind was full of plans with Mary, the garden, Dickon, and his animals. Soon Mary ran in, bringing the fresh scent of morning. "You've been out! You've been out! There's that nice smell of leaves!" he cried. She had been running. Her hair was loose, and she looked bright from the air. "It's so beautiful," she said, a little out of breath from her speed. "You never saw anything so beautiful. It has come. I thought it had come that other morning, but it was only coming. It is here now. It has come. The spring. Dickon says so." "Has it?" cried Colin, and he felt his heart beat fast. He sat up in bed. "Open the window," he added, laughing with happy excitement. "Perhaps we may hear golden trumpets." Mary quickly opened the window wide. Fresh air, soft smells, and bird songs poured in. "That's fresh air," she said. "Lie on your back and draw in long breaths of it. That's what Dickon does when he's lying on the moor. He says he feels it in his veins, and it makes him strong, and he feels as if he could live forever and ever. Breathe it and breathe it." She was only repeating what Dickon had told her, but it made Colin imagine things. "Forever and ever? Does it make him feel like that?" he said. He took long, deep breaths, feeling something new and wonderful happen. Mary was at his bedside again. "Things are crowding up out of the earth," she ran on in a hurry, "and there are flowers uncurling and buds on everything, and the green veil has covered nearly all the gray, and the birds are in such a hurry about their nests for fear they may be too late that some of them are even fighting for places in the secret garden. And the rose bushes look as wick can be, and there are primroses in the lanes and woods, and the seeds we planted are up, and Dickon has brought the fox, and the crow, and the squirrels, and a newborn lamb." She paused for breath. Dickon had found the lamb 3 days before, by its dead mother on the moor. He knew how to care for motherless lambs. He took it home, wrapped in his jacket, and fed it warm milk. It was soft, with a sweet baby face and long legs. Mary held it, feeling strange joy. A living lamb like a baby. Mary described it joyfully. Colin listened. The nurse came in, surprised by the open window, often closed because Colin thought open windows made people sick. "Are you sure you are not chilly, Master Colin?" she inquired. "No," was the answer. I am breathing long breaths of fresh air. It makes you strong. I'm going to get up to the sofa for breakfast, and my cousin will have breakfast with me." The nurse went away, hiding a smile, to order 2 breakfasts. The servants' hall was more fun. Everyone wanted news from upstairs. They joked about Colin. The cook said he had found his master and good for him. Servants were tired of his tantrums, and the butler often said he needed a good spanking. When Colin was on his sofa and the breakfast for 2 was put upon the table, he made an announcement to the nurse in his most RAJAH-like manner. "A boy and a fox and a crow and 2 squirrels and a newborn lamb are coming to see me this morning. I want them brought upstairs as soon as they come," he said. "You are not to begin playing with the animals in the servants' hall and keep them there. I want them here." The nurse gave a slight gasp and tried to conceal it with a cough. "Yes, sir," she answered. "I'll tell you what you can do," added Colin, waving his hand. "You can tell Martha to bring them here. The boy is Martha's brother. His name is Dickon, and he is an animal charmer." "I hope the animals won't bite, Master Colin," said the nurse. "I told you he was a charmer," said Colin strictly. "Charmers' animals never bite." "There are snake charmers in India," said Mary, "and they can put their snakes' heads in their mouths." "Goodness!" shuddered the nurse. They ate their breakfast with the morning air coming in. Colin's breakfast was very good, and Mary watched him with serious interest. "You will begin to get fatter just as I did. I never wanted my breakfast when I was in India, and now I always want it." "I wanted mine this morning," said Colin. "Perhaps it was the fresh air. When do you think Dickon will come?" He did not take long to come. In about 10 minutes, Mary held up her hand. "Listen," she said. "Did you hear a caw?" Colin listened and heard it, the oddest sound in the world to hear inside a house, a hoarse caw, caw. "Yes," he answered. "That's soot," said Mary. "Listen again. Do you hear a bleat, a tiny one?" "Oh, yes!" cried Colin, quite flushing. "That's the newborn lamb," said Mary. "He's coming." Dickon's thick boots made a clumping sound in the hallways. Mary and Colin heard him marching until he reached Colin's passage. "If you please, sir," announced Martha, opening the door. "If you please, sir, here's Dickon and his creatures." Dickon came in smiling his nicest wide smile. The newborn lamb was in his arms, and the little red fox trotted by his side. Nut sat on his left shoulder, and Shell on his right, and Shell's head and paws peeped out of his coat pocket. Colin slowly sat up and stared, filled with wonder. He hadn't understood how close Dickon's animals were. He had never talked to a boy before. He was so pleased and curious he couldn't speak. Dickon was not shy. He put the lamb on Colin's lap. The animal immediately nuzzled into Colin's warm bathrobe. Colin had to speak then. "What is it doing?" cried Colin. "What does it want?" "It wants its mother," said Dickon, smiling more and more. "I brought it to thee a bit hungry because I knowed thou'd like to see it feed." He knelt down by the sofa and took a feeding bottle from his pocket. "Come on, little one," he said, turning the small woolly white head with a gentle brown hand. "This is what thou's after. Thou'll get more out of this than thou will out of silk velvet coats. There now," and he pushed the rubber tip of the bottle into the nuzzling mouth, and the lamb began to suck it with ravenous ecstasy. Questions poured out, and Dickon answered all. He told them how he found the lamb 3 mornings ago at sunrise after watching a skylark high in the sky. "I'd almost lost him but for his song, and I was wondering how a chap could hear it when it seemed as if he'd get out of the world in a minute. And just then I heard something else far off among the gorse bushes. It was a weak bleatin', and I knowed it was a new lamb as was hungry, and I knowed it wouldn't be hungry if it hadn't lost its mother somehow, so I set off searchin'. I did have a look for it. I went in and out among the gorse bushes and round, and I always seemed to take the wrong turnin', but at last I seed a bit of white by a rock on top of the moor, and I climbed up and found the little one half dead wi' cold and clemmin'." While he talked, Soot flew in and out, Nut and Shell explored the trees, Captain curled up near Dickon on the rug. They looked at the gardening books. Dickon knew all the flowers and which were in the secret garden. "I couldn't say that there name," he said, pointing to one under which was written Aquilegia, "but us calls that a columbine, and that there one it's a snapdragon, and they both grow wild in hedges, but these is garden ones, and they're bigger and grander. There's some big clumps of columbine in the garden. They'll look like a bed of blue and white butterflies flutterin' when they're out." "I'm going to see them," cried Colin. "I am going to see them." "Aye, that thou mun," said Mary quite seriously, "and thou mun not lose no time about it." They had to wait over a week for Colin to feel well and for the wind to stop, but they had much secret planning to do. Dickon came almost every day to talk about the moor animals. He told them about otters, badgers, and birds' nests. It was exciting to hear about the busy animals. "They're same as us," said Dickon, "only they have to build their homes every year, and it keeps them so busy they fair scuffle to get 'em done." The most important thing was to plan Colin's secret trip to the garden. No one must see the chair, Dickon, and Mary. Colin loved the garden's mystery. No one must know their secret. They planned their route carefully. They would go through paths and around flower beds to make it look normal. Then they would reach the long walls. Servants heard strange things about Colin. One day, Mr. Roach, the head gardener, was surprised. Colin sent for him. Mr. Roach had to go to Colin's room, a place no one had ever seen. "Well, well," he said to himself as he hurriedly changed his coat. "What's to do now? His Royal Highness that wasn't to be looked at, calling up a man he's never set eyes on." Mr. Roach was curious. He had never seen Colin. He heard many stories about the boy's strange looks and bad temper. People said Colin might die soon, but these people had never seen him. "Things are changing in this house, Mr. Roach," said Mrs. Medlock as she led him up the back staircase to the corridor. "Let's hope they're changing for the better, Mrs. Medlock," he answered. "They couldn't well change for the worse," she continued, "and queer as it all is, there's them as finds their duties made a lot easier to stand up under. Don't you be surprised, Mr. Roach, if you find yourself in the middle of a menagerie and Martha Sourworthy's Dickon more at home than you or me could ever be." Mary always believed Dickon had a kind of magic. When Mr. Roach heard Dickon's name, he smiled. "He'd be at home in Buckingham Palace or at the bottom of a coal mine," he said, "and yet it's not impudence either. He's just fine as that lad." It was good Mr. Roach was ready. When the door opened, a big crow sat on a chair and said "caw, caw" loudly. Mr. Roach almost jumped back. Colin was not in bed. He sat in a chair with a lamb. Dickon gave the lamb milk. A squirrel sat on Dickon's back. Mary watched. "Here is Mr. Roach, Master Colin," said Mrs. Medlock. Colin turned and looked at the head gardener. "Oh, you are Roach, are you?" he said. "I sent for you to give you some very important orders." "Very good, sir," answered Roach, wondering if he was to receive instructions to fell all the oaks in the park or to transform the orchards into water gardens. "Colin," turning to her, "what is that thing you say in India when you have finished talking and want people to go?" "You say, 'You have my permission to go,'" answered Mary. The Rajah waved his hand. "You have my permission to go, Roach," he said, "but remember, this is very important." "Caw, caw," remarked the crow, hoarsely, but not impolitely. "Very good, sir. Thank you, sir," said Mr. Roach, and Mrs. Medlock took him out of the room. Outside in the hall, he smiled, almost laughing. "My word," he said, "he's got a fine lordly way with him, hasn't he? You'd think he was a whole royal family rolled into one, prince consort and all." Protested Mrs. Medlock, "we've had to let him trample all over every one of us ever since he had feet, and he thinks that's what folks was born for." "Perhaps he'll grow out of it if he lives," suggested Mr. Roach. "Well, there's one thing pretty sure," said Mrs. Medlock. "If he does live and that Indian child stays here, I'll warrant she teaches him that the whole orange does not belong to him, as Susan Sowerby says, and he'll be likely to find out the size of his own quarter." Inside, Colin leaned back on his cushions. "It's all safe now," he said, "and this afternoon I shall see it. This afternoon I shall be in it." Dickon went back to the garden. Mary stayed with Colin. Colin was very quiet during lunch. Mary asked him why. "What big eyes you've got, Colin," she said. "When you're thinking, they get as big as saucers. What are you thinking about now?" "I can't help thinking about what it will look like," he answered. "The garden?" asked Mary. "The springtime," he said. "I was thinking that I've really never seen it before. I scarcely ever went out, and when I did go, I never looked at it. I didn't even think about it." "I never saw it in India because there wasn't any," said Mary. Colin had lived a sad life inside, but he had a good imagination and read many wonderful books. "That morning when you ran in and said, 'It's come, it's come,' you made me feel quite queer. It sounded as if things were coming with a great procession and big bursts and wafts of music. I have a picture like it in one of my books, crowds of lovely people and children with garlands and branches with blossoms on them, everyone laughing and dancing and crowding and playing on pipes. That was why I said, 'Perhaps we shall hear golden trumpets,' and told you to throw open the window." "How funny," said Mary. "That's really just what it feels like. And if all the flowers and leaves and green things and birds and wild creatures danced past at once, what a crowd it would be. I'm sure they'd dance and sing and flute, and that would be the wafts of music." They both laughed. Later, the nurse got Colin ready. She saw he sat up and helped himself. He talked and laughed with Mary. "This is one of his good days, sir," she said to Dr. Craven, who dropped in to inspect him. "He's in such good spirits that it makes him stronger." "I'll call in again later in the afternoon after he has come in," said Dr. Craven. "I must see how the going out agrees with him. I wish," in a very low voice, "that he would let you go with him." "I'd rather give up the case this moment than even stay here while it's suggested," answered the nurse with sudden firmness. "I hadn't really decided to suggest it," said the doctor with his slight nervousness. "We'll try the experiment. Dickon's a lad I'd trust with a newborn child." A strong footman carried Colin downstairs and put him in his wheeled chair. Dickon waited outside. The servant put blankets around Colin. Colin waved to the servant and the nurse. "You have my permission to go," he said, and they both disappeared quickly, and it must be confessed giggled when they were safely inside the house. Dickon pushed the wheeled chair slowly. Mary walked beside it. Colin leaned back and looked at the sky. White clouds looked like birds. The wind blew softly from the moor with a sweet smell. Colin breathed deeply. His big eyes looked like they were listening. "There are so many sounds of singing and humming and calling out," he said. "What is that scent the puffs of wind bring?" "It's gorse on the moor that's opening out," answered Dickon. The bees are at it wonderful today." No one saw them. The gardeners were gone. They followed their secret route through the bushes and around the fountains. They loved the mystery. At last they reached the long walk by the ivy walls. Feeling excited, they began to whisper. "This is it," breathed Mary. "This is where I used to walk up and down and wonder and wonder." "Is it?" cried Colin, and his eyes began to search the ivy with eager curiousness. "But I can see nothing," he whispered. "There is no door." "That's what I thought," said Mary. Then it was a quiet. The chair moved on. "That is the garden where Ben Weatherstaff works," said Mary. "Is it?" said Colin. A little further, Mary whispered again. "This is where the robin flew over the wall," she said. "Is it?" cried Colin. "Oh, I wish he'd come again." "And that," said Mary with solemn delight, pointing under a big lilac bush, "is where he perched on the little heap of earth and showed me the key." Then Colin sat up. "Where? Where? There?" he cried, and his eyes were as big as the wolf's in Red Riding Hood when Red Riding Hood felt called upon to remark on them. Dickon stood still, and the wheeled chair stopped. "And this," said Mary, stepping on to the bed close to the ivy, "is where I went to talk to him when he chirped at me from the top of the wall. And this is the ivy the wind blew back," and she took hold of the hanging green curtain. "Oh, is it? Is it?" gasped Colin. "And here is the handle, and here is the door. Dickon, push him in quickly." Dickon pushed him with one strong, good push. Colin dropped back against his cushions, gasping with delight. He covered his eyes until they were inside the garden. The chair stopped and the door closed. Then he opened his eyes and looked all around. Green leaves covered the walls and trees. In the grass there were touches of gold, purple, and white. Trees showed pink and white flowers. Birds fluttered, and sweet sounds and smells filled the air. The sun felt warm on his face. Mary and Dickon watched him. He looked so different. A pink color appeared on his pale face, neck, and hands. "I shall get well, I shall get well," he cried out. "Mary, Dickon, I shall get well, and I shall live for ever and ever and ever." That afternoon, the world felt perfect for Colin. The spring seemed to put all its beauty into the garden just for him. Dickon often stopped working. He looked around with wonder in his eyes and shook his head softly. It is greatly," he said. "I'm 12 going on 13, and there's a lot of afternoons in 13 years, but seems to me like I never seed one as greatly as this here." "Aye, it is a greatly one," said Mary, and she sighed for joy. "I'll warrant it's the greatlest one as ever was in this world." "Does the think," said Colin with dreamy carefulness, "as happen it was made like this here all a purpose for me?" "My word," cried Mary admiringly, "that there's a bit of good Yorkshire. That's shaping first rate, that thou art." Joy filled the air. They moved Colin's chair under a plum tree. It was white with flowers and full of bees. Other trees with pink and white blossoms were nearby. Blue sky showed between the tree branches. Mary and Dickon worked a little. Colin watched them. They brought him things to see, opening buds, green leaves, a woodpecker's feather, an empty bird's eggshell. Dickon pushed the chair around the garden. He stopped often so Colin could see new things growing from the earth or hanging from trees. It felt like a magic trip, seeing all the garden's treasures. "I wonder if we shall see the robin," said Colin. "Thou'll see him often enough after a bit," answered Dickon. "When the eggs hatches out the little chap, he'll be kept so busy it'll make his head swim. Thou'll see him fryin' backward and forward, carrying worms nigh as big as himself, and that much noise going on in the nest when he gets there as fair flusters him, so as he scarce knows which big mouth to drop the first piece in, and gaping beaks and squawks on every side. Mother says as when she sees the work a robin has to keep them gaping beaks filled, she feels like she was a lady with nothing to do. She says she's seen the little chaps when it seemed like the sweat must be dropping off 'em, though folk can't see it." This made them giggle so much that they covered their mouths. They remembered they must not be heard. Colin had learned about whispering in low voices days before. He liked the secret feeling of it, but when he was excited, it was hard not to laugh loudly. Every moment was full of new things. The sun grew more golden. The wheeled chair was back under the tree. Dickon sat on the grass and took out his pipe. Then Colin saw something he had not noticed before. "That's a very old tree over there, isn't it?" he said. Dickon and Mary looked at the tree. They were quiet for a moment. "Yes," answered Dickon, and his low voice sounded gentle. Mary gazed at the tree and thought. "The branches are quite gray and there's not a single leaf anywhere. It's quite dead, isn't it?" "Aye," admitted Dickon, "but them roses as has climbed all over it'll near hide every bit of the dead wood when they're full of leaves and flowers. It won't look dead then. It'll be the prettiest of all." Mary still gazed at the tree and thought. "It looks as if a big branch had been broken off. I wonder how it was done." "It's been done many a year." Dickon said, suddenly putting his hand on Colin. "Look at that robin. There he is. He's been foraging for his mate." Colin almost missed it. He saw the red-breasted bird fly quickly with something in its beak. It went into a green corner and was out of sight. Colin leaned back on his cushion, laughing a little. "He's taking her tea to her. Perhaps it's 5 o'clock. I think I'd like some tea myself." And so they were safe. "It was magic which sent the robin," said Mary secretly to Dickon afterward. "I know it was magic." Mary and Dickon were afraid Colin would ask about the broken tree branch. They had talked about it. Dickon had rubbed his head, worried. "We mun look as if it wasn't no different from the other trees," he had said. "We couldn't never tell him how it broke, poor lad. If he says anything about it, we mun try to look cheerful." "Aye, that we mun," had answered Mary. But Mary did not feel cheerful. She wondered about what Dickon had said. He kept rubbing his red hair, but a comforted look came to his blue eyes. "Mrs. Craven was a very lovely young lady," he had gone on rather hesitatingly, "and Mother, she thinks maybe she's about Misselthwaite many a time, looking after Mr. Colin, same as all mothers do when they're took out of the world. They have to come back, the sees. Happen she's been in the garden, and happen it was her set us to work and told us to bring him here." Mary thought he meant magic. She believed in magic. She thought Dickon used good magic on everything near him. That's why people liked him so much, and wild animals knew he was their friend. She wondered if his magic brought the robin at the right time when Colin asked that dangerous question. She felt his magic working all afternoon. It made Colin look like a different boy. He did not seem like the angry boy who screamed and hit his pillow. His pale skin changed. A soft color stayed on his face, neck, and hands. He looked more alive, not like a doll. They saw the robin carry food to his mate 2 or 3 times. It made Colin think of afternoon tea. He felt they must have some. "Go and make one of the men servants bring some in a basket to the rhododendron walk," he said, "and then you and Dickon can bring it here." It was a good idea. Soon a white cloth was on the grass with hot tea, buttered toast, and crumpets. They ate a wonderful, hungry meal. Birds came to look for crumbs. Nut and Shell took cake to the trees. Soot took half a crumpet, looked at it, and then ate it all joyfully. The afternoon was ending. The sun's light was softer. Bees went home, and fewer birds flew by. Dickon and Mary sat on the grass. The tea basket was packed. Colin lay on his cushions, his hair was back from his forehead, and his face had a healthy color. "I don't want this afternoon to go," he said, "but I shall come back tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that." "You'll get plenty of fresh air, won't you?" said Mary. "I'm going to get nothing else," he answered. "I've seen the spring now, and I'm going to see the summer. I'm going to see everything grow here. I'm going to grow here myself." "That thou will," said Dickon. "Us'll have thee walking about here and digging, same as other folk afore long." Colin's face turned very red. "Walk," he said. "Dig? Shall I?" Dickon looked at him carefully. He and Mary had never asked if anything was wrong with Colin's legs. "For sure thou will," he said stoutly. Thou'st got legs of thine own, same as other folks." Mary was a little scared until Colin spoke. "Nothing really ails them," he said, "but they are so thin and weak. They shake so that I'm afraid to try to stand on them." Mary and Dickon felt relieved. "When the stops being afraid, they'll stand on 'em," Dickon said with new cheer. "And they'll stop being afraid in a bit." "I shall?" said Colin, and he lay still as if he were thinking. They were quiet for a while. The sun was going down. It was a peaceful time after a busy afternoon. Colin looked very relaxed. Even the animals were still, resting near them. In the middle of this quiet, Colin half lifted his head. He said in a loud, scared whisper, "Who is that man?" Dickon and Mary quickly stood up. "Man?" they both cried in low, quick voices. Colin pointed to the high wall. "Look," he whispered excitedly. "Just look." Mary and Dickon turned. Ben Weatherstaff was looking angrily at them over the wall. He was on top of a ladder. He shook his fist at Mary. "If I wasn't a bachelder and thou was a wench of mine," he cried, "I'd give thee a hidin'." He went up another step as if he would jump down to deal with her, but Mary walked to him, then stayed on the ladder, shaking his fist down at her. "I never thought much of thee," he shouted down at her. "I couldna abide thee the first time I set eyes on thee, a scrawny, buttermilk-faced young besom, allus asking questions and poking the nose where it wasn't wanted. I never knowed how thou got so thick with me. If it hadn't a been for the robin, drat him." "Ben Weatherstaff," Mary called out, finding her breath. She stood below him and called up with a gasp. "Ben Weatherstaff, it was the robin who showed me the way." Ben looked very angry. It seemed he would climb down the wall to her. "Thy young bad un," he called down at her, "layin' thy badness on a robin. Not but what he's impudent enough for anything. Him showing thee the way. Him. Thy young knout." She could see his next words came because he was so curious. "However in this world did thy get in?" "It was the robin who showed me the way," she protested stubbornly. "He didn't know he was doing it, but he did. And I can't tell you from here while you're shaking your fist at me." He stopped shaking his fist very suddenly. His mouth dropped open. He was looking over her head at something coming across the grass. When Ben started talking, Colin was surprised. He sat up and listened. Then he called Dickon with a strong gesture. "Wheel me over there. He's my man." He liked to say that. He liked to call him his man. "Wheel me quite close and stop right in front of him." And this is what Ben Weatherstaff saw, which made his mouth drop open. A wheeled chair with soft cushions came towards him. Colin sat back, looking like a king, with a strong look in his eyes and a thin white hand pointed proudly at Ben. The chair stopped right in front of Ben Weatherstaff's face. No wonder his mouth was open. "Do you know who I am?" demanded the king-like boy. Ben Weatherstaff stared, his old eyes fixed on Colin as if he saw a ghost. He looked and looked, then swallowed, but said nothing. "Do you know who I am?" demanded Colin still more strongly. "Answer!" Ben Weatherstaff put his rough hand over his eyes and forehead. Then he answered in a strange, shaky voice. "Who thou art? Aye, that I do, with a mother's eyes staring at me out of thy face. Lord knows how thou come here, but thou'rt the poor cripple." Colin forgot about his back. His face turned red, and he sat up very straight. "I'm not a cripple," he cried out furiously. "I'm not." "He's not," cried Mary, almost shouting up the wall in her fierce anger. "He's not got a lump as big as a pin. I looked, and there was none there, not one." Ben Weatherstaff put his hand on his forehead again. He stared as if he could not stop looking. His hand, mouth, and voice all shook. He was an old man who only remembered what he had heard. Thou hasn't got a crooked back," he said in a rough voice. "No," shouted Colin. Thou hasn't got crooked legs?" Ben asked, his voice shaking more. This was too much. Colin usually put his strength into tantrums. Now a new strength filled him. No one had ever said his legs were crooked. Ben's words, showing he truly believed it, made Colin very angry. His pride made him forget everything else. He felt a power he had never known, a strange strength. "Come here," he shouted to Dickon, and he began to pull the blankets off his legs. Come here, this minute." Dickon was by his side in a second. Mary gasped. She felt herself turn pale. "He can do it! He can do it! He can do it! He can!" she whispered to herself as fast as she could. Quickly the blankets fell to the ground. Dickon held Colin's arm. Colin's thin legs were out, his thin feet on the grass. Colin was standing. He stood straight like an arrow. He looked strangely tall. His head was back, and his strange eyes flashed. "Look at me," he called up at Ben Weatherstaff. "Just look at me, you. Just look at me." "He's as straight as I am," cried Dickon. "He's as straight as any lad of Yorkshire." Mary thought what Ben did was very strange. He choked and swallowed. Suddenly, tears ran down his old wrinkled face. He hit his hands together. The lies folk tells. Thou'rt as thin as a lath and as white as a wraith, but there's not a knob on thee. Thou'll make a mun yet. God bless thee." Dickon held Colin's arm strongly. Colin did not fall. He stood straighter and looked Ben Weatherstaff in the face. "I'm your master when my father is away, and you are to obey me. This is my garden. Don't dare to say a word about it. You get down from that ladder and go out to the long walk, and Miss Mary will meet you and bring you here. I want to talk to you. We did not want you, but now you will have to be in the secret. Be quick." Ben Weatherstaff's old face was still wet with tears. He could not stop looking at thin, straight Colin standing on his feet, head back. Lad," he almost whispered. My lad." Then he remembered himself. He touched his hat like a gardener and said, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." He went down the ladder and disappeared. When Colin's head was out of sight, he turned to Mary. "Go and meet him," he said. Mary ran to the door. Dickon watched Colin, but he showed no signs of falling. "I can stand," he said. His head was still up, and he said it like a grand lord. "I told thee that could as soon as thou stopped being afraid," answered Dickon, "and thou stopped." "Yes, I've stopped," said Colin. Then he remembered something Mary had said. "Are you making magic?" he asked sharply. Dickon smiled. "Thou's doin' magic thyself," he said. "It's same magic as made these here work out of the earth," and he touched crocuses in the grass. Colin looked at them. "Aye," he said slowly, "there couldn't be bigger magic than that there. There couldn't be." He stood up straighter. "I'm going to walk to that tree," he said, pointing to one a few feet away. "I'm going to be standing when Weatherstaff comes here. I can rest against the tree if I like. When I want to sit down, I will sit down, but not before. Bring a rug from the chair." He walked to the tree. Dickon held his arm, but Colin was steady. He stood against the tree. When Ben Weatherstaff came through the door, he saw Colin standing there. He heard Mary saying something quietly. "What art saying?" he asked. He did not want to look away from Colin, but she did not tell him. "You can do it! You can do it! I told you you could! You can do it! You can do it! You can!" She said it to Colin, wanting him to keep standing. He did not give in. He looked at Ben Weatherstaff in his bossy way. "Look at me," he commanded. "Look at me all over. Am I a hunchback? Have I got crooked legs?" Ben answered almost in his usual way. "Not that," he said. "Nowt o' the sort. What's thou been doin' with thyself, hiding out of sight and letting folk think thou was crippled and half-witted?" "Half-witted?" said Colin angrily. "Who thought that?" "Lots of fools," said Ben. "The world's full of jackasses braying, and they never bray naught but lies. What did thou shut thyself up for?" "Everyone thought I was going to die," Colin said quickly. "I'm not." He said it strongly. Ben Weatherstaff looked him over. "Thou die," he said, happy and proud. "Nowt o' the sort. Thou's got too much pluck in thee. When I seed thee put thy legs on the ground in such a hurry, I knowed that was all right. Sit thee down on the rug a bit, young mester, and give me thy orders." Mary had spoken to him quickly. Colin was getting well because of the garden. No one must let him remember about being sick. Colin sat down on a rug under the tree. "What work do you do in the gardens, Weatherstaff?" asked Colin. "Anything I'm told to do," answered old Ben. "I'm kep' on by favor because she liked me." "She?" said Colin. "Thy mother," answered Ben Weatherstaff. "My mother?" Colin said. He looked around quietly. This was her garden, wasn't it? "Aye, it was that." Ben Weatherstaff looked around. "She was very fond of it." "It is my garden now. I am fond of it. I shall come here every day, but it is to be a secret. My orders are that no one is to know that we come here. Dickon and my cousin have worked and made it come alive. I shall send for you sometimes to help, but you must come when no one can see you." Ben Weatherstaff smiled. "I've come here before when no one saw me," he said. "What?" exclaimed Colin. "When?" "The last time I was here was about 2 years ago." "But no one has been in it for 10 years," cried Colin. "There was no door." "I'm no one," said old Ben dryly, "and I didn't come through the door. I come over the wall. The rheumatics held me back the last 2 years." "Thou come and did a bit of pruning," cried Dickon. "I couldn't make out how it had been done." "She was so fond of it, she was," said Ben Weatherstaff slowly. "And she was such a pretty young thing. She says to me once, 'Ben,' says she laughing, 'if ever I'm ill or if I go away, you must take care of my roses.' When she did go away, the orders was no one was ever to come nigh, but I come. Over the wall I come, until the rheumatics stopped me, and I did a bit of work once a year." It wouldn't have been as wick as it is if I hadn't done it, said Dickon. I did wonder. I'm glad you did it, Weatherstaff, said Colin. You'll know how to keep the secret. Ah, I'll know, sir, answered Ben, and it'll be easier for a man with rheumatics to come in at the door. Mary had dropped her trowel. Colin picked it up. His thin hand was weak, but he pushed the trowel into the soil and turned earth over. You can do it, said Mary to herself. I tell you, you can. Dickon watched, then Weatherstaff looked on with interest. Colin kept trying. After he had turned a few trowelfuls of soil, he spoke happily to Dickon in his best Yorkshire. Thou said as thou'd have me walking about here same as other folk, and thou said thou'd have me digging. I thought thou was just leeing to please me. This is only the first day, and I've walked, and here I am digging. Then Weatherstaff was surprised when he heard him, but he chuckled. Eh, he said, that sounds as if thou'd got wits enow. Thou'd a Yorkshire lad for sure, and thou'rt digging too. How'd thou like to plant a bit of something? I can get thee a rose in a pot. Go and get it, said Colin, digging excitedly. Quick, quick. It was done quickly. Then Weatherstaff went, forgetting his pain. Dickon took his spade and dug the hole deeper and wider. Mary ran to bring back a watering can. When Dickon had deepened the hole, Colin went on turning the soft earth over. He looked up at the sky. His face was red from the new work. I want to do it before the sun goes quite down, he said. Then Weatherstaff brought the rose in its pot. He walked as fast as he could. He was excited. He knelt by the hole and took the plant out of the pot. Here, lad, he said, handing the plant to Colin. Set it in the earth thyself, same as the king does when he goes to a new place. Colin's thin hands shook. His face got redder as he put the rose in the earth and held it while Ben made the earth firm. The hole was filled and made steady. Mary was leaning forward on her hands and knees. It's planted, said Colin at last, and the sun is only slipping over the edge. Help me up, Dickon. I want to be standing when it goes. That's part of the magic. Dickon helped him. The magic gave him strength. When the sun slipped over the edge, he stood on his 2 feet laughing. Dr. Craven waited when they returned. He looked at Colin seriously in his room. You should not have stayed so long, he said. You must not overexert yourself. I am not tired at all, said Colin. It has made me well. Tomorrow I am going out in the morning as well as in the afternoon. I am not sure that I can allow it, answered Dr. Craven. I am afraid it would not be wise. It would not be wise to try to stop me, said Colin quite seriously. I am going. Mary knew Colin was rude, but he did not know it. He had always been like a king, so he made his own rules. Mary had also been rude, but she was learning better manners, so she looked at Colin after Dr. Craven left, wanting him to ask her why. What are you looking at me for? He said. I'm thinking that I am rather sorry for Dr. Craven. So am I, Colin said calmly, but with some satisfaction. He won't get Misselthwaite at all now I'm not going to die. I'm sorry for him because of that, of course, but I was thinking just then that it must have been very horrid to have had to be polite for 10 years to a boy who was always rude. I would never have done it. Am I rude? Colin inquired undisturbedly. If you had been his own boy and he had been a slapping sort of man, said Mary, he would have slapped you. But he daren't, said Colin. No, he daren't, answered Mistress Mary, thinking. Nobody ever dared to do anything you didn't like, because you were going to die and things like that. You were such a poor thing. But, announced Colin stubbornly, I am not going to be a poor thing. I won't let people think I'm one. I stood on my feet this afternoon. It is always having your own way that has made you so queer, Mary went on, thinking aloud. Colin frowned. Am I queer? He demanded. Yes, answered Mary, very. But you needn't be cross, she added, because so am I queer, and so is Ben Weatherstaff. But I am not as queer as I was before I began to like people and before I found the garden. I don't want to be queer, said Colin. I am not going to be, and he frowned again with determination. He was a proud boy. He thought, then Mary saw his beautiful smile change his whole face. I shall stop being queer, he said, if I go every day to the garden. There is magic in there, good magic, you know, Mary. I am sure there is. So am I, said Mary. Even if it isn't real magic, Colin said, we can pretend it is. Something is there, something. It's magic, said Mary, but not black. It's as white as snow. They always called it magic, and it truly felt like magic in the months that followed. Many amazing things happened in that garden. Green plants pushed through the earth everywhere, buds opened and showed many colors. The garden was full of flowers. Ben Weatherstaff had made places in the walls for climbing plants. Beautiful flowers grew from the grass, and blue and white flowers filled the green corners. She was main fond of them, she was, Ben Weatherstaff said. She liked them things as was allus pointin' up to the blue sky, she used to tell. Not as she was one of them as looked down on the earth, not her. She just loved it, but she said as the blue sky allus looked so joyful. The seeds Dickon and Mary planted grew fast. Many colorful poppies danced in the wind, and the roses, all the roses, they grew everywhere, from the grass, around the sundial, and up the walls. They filled the garden with beautiful, sweet-smelling flowers. Colin watched every change in the garden. Every morning he came out, spending hours there. Even gray days pleased him. He would lie on the grass, watching things growing, he said. He watched insects and a mole digging. The ways of ants, bees, birds, and plants gave him a new world. Dickon added the ways of foxes, otters, and squirrels, so there was always something new to talk about. This was not all the magic. Colin thought a lot about standing on his feet. When Mary told him about her spell, he was excited and talked about it all the time. Of course, there must be lots of magic in the world, he said wisely one day, but people don't know what it is like or how to make it. Perhaps the beginning is just to say nice things are going to happen until you make them happen. I am going to try an experiment. The next morning, in the secret garden, Colin sent for Ben Weatherstaff. Ben came fast and found Colin standing under a tree, looking grand and smiling beautifully. "Good morning, Ben Weatherstaff," he said. "I want you and Dickon and Miss Mary to stand in a row and listen to me because I am going to tell you something very important." "Aye, aye, sir," answered Ben Weatherstaff, touching his forehead. "I am going to try a scientific experiment," explained Colin. "When I grow up, I am going to make great scientific discoveries, and I am going to begin now with this experiment." "Aye, aye, sir," said Ben Weatherstaff promptly, though this was the first time he had heard of great scientific discoveries. Mary had not heard of them either, but she knew Colin, though strange, had read much and was convincing. Now he felt like a grown-up giving a speech, so he was very convincing. "The great scientific discoveries I am going to make," he went on, "will be about magic. Magic is a great thing, and scarcely anyone knows anything about it, except a few people in old books, and Mary a little, because she was born in India, where there are fakers. I believe Dickon knows some magic, but perhaps he doesn't know he knows it. He charms animals and people. I would never have let him come to see me if he had not been an animal charmer, which is a boy charmer too, because a boy is an animal. I am sure there is magic in everything, only we have not sense enough to get hold of it and make it do things for us, like electricity and horses and steam." This sounded important, and Ben Weatherstaff became excited. "Aye, aye, sir," he said, and he began to stand up quite straight. "When Mary found this garden, it looked quite dead," Colin proceeded. "Then something began pushing things up out of the soil and making things out of nothing. One day, things weren't there, and another, they were. I had never watched things before, and it made me feel very curious. Scientific people are always curious, and I'm going to be scientific. I keep saying to myself, what is it? What is it? It's something. It can't be nothing. I don't know its name, so I call it magic. I have never seen the sun rise, but Mary and Dickon have, and from what they tell me, I'm sure that is magic too. Something pushes it up and draws it. Sometimes since I've been in the garden, I've looked up through the trees at the sky, and I have had a strange feeling of being happy, as if something were pushing and drawing in my chest and making me breathe fast. Magic is always pushing and drawing and making things out of nothing. Everything is made out of magic. Leaves and trees, flowers and birds, badgers and foxes and squirrels, and people. So it must be all around us. In this garden, in all the places. The magic in this garden has made me stand up and know I'm going to live to be a man. I'm going to make the scientific experiment of trying to get some and put it in myself and make it push and draw me and make me strong. I don't know how to do it, but I think that if you keep thinking about it and calling it, perhaps it will come. Perhaps that is the first baby way to get it. When I was going to try to stand that first time, Mary kept saying to herself as fast as she could, "You can do it, you can do it." And I did. I had to try myself at the same time, of course, but her magic helped me, and so did Dickon's. Every morning and evening, and as often in the daytime as I can remember, I'm going to say, "Magic is in me. Magic is making me well. I'm going to be as strong as Dickon, as strong as Dickon." And you must all do it too. That is my experiment. Will you help, Ben Weatherstaff? "Aye, aye, sir," said Ben Weatherstaff. "Aye, aye." If you keep doing it every day as regularly as soldiers go through drill, we shall see what will happen and find out if the experiment succeeds. You learn things by saying them over and over and thinking about them until they stay in your mind forever, and I think it will be the same with magic. If you keep calling it to come to you and help you, it will get to be part of you, and it will stay and do things. I once heard an officer in India tell my mother that there were fakirs who said words over and over thousands of times, said Mary. "I've heard Jim Fettleworth's wife say the same thing over thousands of times, calling Jim a drunken brute," said Ben Weatherstaff dryly. "Some at all has come of that, sure enough. He gave her a good hiding and went to the Blue Lion and got as drunk as a lord." Colin thought a few minutes, then he cheered up. "Well," he said, "you see, something did come of it. She used the wrong magic until she made him beat her. If she'd used the right magic and had said something nice, perhaps he wouldn't have got as drunk as a lord, and perhaps he might have bought her a new bonnet." Ben Weatherstaff laughed. There was a clever look in his old eyes. "Thou'rt a clever lad as well as a straight-legged one, Mr. Colin," he said. "Next time I see Bess Fettleworth, I'll give her a bit of a hint of what magic'll do for her. She'd be rare and pleased if the scientific experiment worked, and so would Jim." Dickon listened to Colin. His round eyes shone with joy. Nut and Shell were on his shoulders. He held a white rabbit and stroked it softly. The rabbit enjoyed it. "Do you think the experiment will work?" Colin asked him, wondering what he was thinking. Dickon smiled, his smile wider than usual. "Aye," he answered, "that I do. It'll work same as the seeds do when the sun shines on 'em. It'll work for sure. Shall us begin it now?" Colin was delighted, and so was Mary. Colin suggested they should all sit cross-legged under the tree which made a canopy. "It will be like sitting in a sort of temple," said Colin. "I'm rather tired and I want to sit down." "Eh," said Dickon, "thou mustn't begin by saying thou'rt tired. Thou might spoil the magic." Colin looked at Dickon's innocent eyes. "That's true," he said slowly. "I must only think of the magic." It felt grand and secret as they sat in their circle. Ben Weatherstaff felt like he was at a prayer meeting. He usually did not like them, but this was Colin's idea, so he did not mind. Mary felt very happy. Dickon held his rabbit. Perhaps he made a special sign because the crow, the fox, the squirrels, and the lamb slowly came closer. They joined the circle and lay down to rest as if they wanted to. "The creatures have come," said Colin gravely. "They want to help us." Colin looked beautiful, Mary thought. He held his head high like a priest, his strange eyes looking wonderful. Light shone on him through the tree. "Now we will begin," he said. "Shall we sway backward and forward, Mary, as if we were dervishes?" "I canna do no swaying backward and forward," said Ben Weatherstaff. "I've got the rheumatics." "The magic will take them away," said Colin in a high priest tone, "but we won't sway until it has done it. We will only chant." "I canna do no chantin'," said Ben Weatherstaff a trifle testily. "They turned me out of the church choir the only time I ever tried it." No one smiled. They were all very serious. Colin's face was calm. He thought only of the magic. "Then I will chant," he said, and he began, looking like a strange boy spirit. "The sun is shining, the sun is shining, that is the magic. The flowers are growing, the roots are stirring, that is the magic. Being alive is the magic, being strong is the magic. The magic is in me, the magic is in me. It's in me, it's in me, it's in every one of us, it's in Ben Weatherstaff's back. Magic, magic, come and help." He said it many times. Mary listened, feeling a strange beauty. Ben Weatherstaff felt peaceful and slowly fell asleep, with bees humming and Colin's voice. Dickon sat with his rabbit asleep, and Soot, the crow, sat on his shoulder. At last Colin stopped. "Now I'm going to walk round the garden," he announced. Ben Weatherstaff's head dropped forward, then he lifted it with a jerk. "You have been asleep," said Colin. "Not of the sort," mumbled Ben. "The sermon was good enough, but I'm bound to get out afore the collection." He was not quite awake yet. "You're not in church," said Colin. "Not me," said Ben, straightening himself. "Who said I were? I heard every bit of it. You said the magic was in my back. The doctor calls it rheumatics." Colin waved his hand. "That was the wrong magic. You will get better. You have my permission to go to your work, but come back tomorrow." "I'd like to see thee walk round the garden," grunted Ben. It was not an angry sound, but a grunt. Ben was stubborn and did not fully believe in magic. He decided if sent away, he would watch from the wall, ready to help if Colin stumbled. Colin did not mind Ben staying, so the procession began. It looked like a real procession. Colin led, with Dickon and Mary beside him. Ben Weatherstaff walked behind, followed by the animals, the lamb, fox cub, white rabbit, and Soot the crow. They walked slowly and proudly, stopping to rest every few steps. Colin leaned on Dickon's arm, but sometimes walked alone. He held his head high and looked very grand. "The magic is in me," he kept saying. "The magic is making me strong. I can feel it. I can feel it." It felt like something was making him strong. He sat on garden seats or the grass and rested on Dickon's arm, but he did not give up until he had walked all around the garden. When he came back, his face was red and he looked very happy. "I did it! The magic worked!" he cried. "That is my first scientific discovery." "What will Dr. Craven say?" broke out Mary. "He won't say anything," Colin answered, "because he will not be told. This is to be the biggest secret of all. No one is to know anything about it until I have grown so strong that I can walk and run like any other boy. I shall come here every day in my chair, and I shall be taken back in it. I won't have people whispering and asking questions, and I won't let my father hear about it until the experiment has quite succeeded. Then, sometime when he comes back to Misselthwaite, I shall just walk into his study and say, 'Here I am like any other boy. I am quite well, and I shall live to be a man. It has been done by a scientific experiment.'" "He will think he is in a dream," cried Mary. "He won't believe his eyes." Colin's face looked very happy. He believed he would get well, which was a big step. He was most excited imagining his father seeing him strong. In the past, he hated being a weak boy his father was afraid to look at. "He'll be obliged to believe them," he said. "One of the things I am going to do, after the magic works and before I begin to make scientific discoveries, is to be an athlete." "We shall have thee taken to boxing in a week or so," said Ben Weatherstaff. "Thou'lt end with winning the belt and being champion prize fighter of all England." Colin fixed his eyes on him sternly. "Weatherstaff, that is disrespectful. You must not take liberties because you are in the secret. However much the magic works, I shall not be a prize fighter. I shall be a scientific discoverer." Ax pardon, sir," answered Ben, touching his forehead in salute. "I ought have seed it wasn't a joking matter." But his eyes twinkled. Secretly, he was very happy. It meant Colin was getting stronger and braver. Dickon worked in another garden near his cottage on the moor. He grew vegetables for his mother, often with his animals, whistling or singing. His garden always grew well. "We'd never get on as comfortable as we do," Mrs. Sowerby said, "if it wasn't for Dickon's garden. Anything'll grow for him. His taters and cabbages is twice the size of anyone else's, and they've got a flavor with 'em as nobody's has." Mrs. Sowerby often joined him after supper, listening to the stories. She loved this time. Dickon also grew flowers among the vegetables, making the garden very pretty. "All a chap's got to do to make 'em thrive, Mother," he would say, "is to be friends with 'em for sure. They're just like the creatures. If they're thirsty, give 'em a drink, and if they're hungry, give 'em a bit of food. They want to live same as we do. If they died, I should feel as if I'd been a bad lad and somehow treated 'em heartless." In these evening hours, Mrs. Sowerby learned about Misselthwaite Manor. At first, she only heard Colin was going outside with Mary and getting better. Soon the children trusted her with their secret. One evening, Dickon told her the whole story: the buried key, the robin, the garden, and Mary's secret plan. He spoke of Colin's doubts, his first visit, Ben Weatherstaff's angry face, and Colin's sudden strength. Mrs. Sowerby's face changed color as she listened. "My word," she said, "it was a good thing that little lass came to the manor. It's been the making of her and the saving of him. Standing on his feet, and us all thinking he was a poor half-witted lad with not a straight bone in him." She asked many questions. Her blue eyes were full of deep thought. "What do they make of it at the manor, him being so well and cheerful and never complaining?" she inquired. "They don't know what to make of it. Every day as comes round his face looks different. It's filling out and doesn't look so sharp, and the waxy color is going, but he has to do his bit of complaining," with a big smile. "What for, in mercy's name?" asked Mrs. Sowerby. Dickon chuckled. "He does it to keep 'em from guessing what's happened. If the doctor knew he found out he could stand on his feet, he'd likely write and tell Mester Craven. Mester Colin's saving the secret to tell himself. He's going to practice his magic on his legs every day until his father comes back, and then he's going to march into his room and show him he's as straight as other lads. But him and Miss Mary thinks it's best plan to do a bit of groaning and fretting now and then to throw folk off the scent." Mrs. Sowerby laughed a soft, happy laugh before he finished. That pair's enjoying theirselves, I'll warrant. They'll get a good bit of play acting out of it, and there's nothing children likes as much as play acting. Let's hear what they do, Dickon lad." Dickon stopped weeding and sat on his heels to tell her. His eyes were shining with fun. "Mester Colin is carried down to his chair every time he goes out," he explained. "And he flies out at John, the footman, for not carrying him careful enough. He makes himself as helpless looking as he can and never lifts his head until we're out of sight of the house. And he grunts and frets a good bit when he's being settled into his chair. Him and Miss Mary's both got to enjoying it, and when he groans and complains, she'll say, 'Poor Colin, does it hurt you so much? Are you so weak as that, poor Colin?' But the trouble is that sometimes they can scarce keep from bursting out laughing. When we get safe into the garden, they laugh till they've no breath left to laugh with, and they have to stuff their faces into Mester Colin's cushions to keep the gardeners from hearing if any of 'em's about. The more they laugh, the better for 'em," said Mrs. Sowerby, still laughing herself. "Good, healthy child laughing's better than pills any day of the year. That pair'll plump up for sure." "They are plumping up," said Dickon. "They're that hungry they don't know how to get enough to eat without making talk. Mr. Colin says if he keeps sending for more food, they won't believe he's an invalid at all. Miss Mary says she'll let him eat her share, but he says that if she goes hungry, she'll get thin, and they mun both get fat at once." Mrs. Sowerby laughed so much at this problem that she rocked back and forth. Dickon laughed with her. "I'll tell thee what, lad," said Mrs. Sowerby when she could speak. "I've thought of a way to help 'em. When thou goes to 'em in the mornings, thou shalt take a pail of good new milk, and I'll bake 'em a crusty cottage loaf for some buns with currants in 'em, same as you children like. Nothing's so good as fresh milk and bread. Then they could take off the edge of their hunger while they were in their garden, and the fine food they get indoors 'd polish off the corners." Mother," said Dickon admiringly, "what a wonder thou art. Thou always sees a way out of things. They was quite in a pother yesterday. They didn't see how they was to manage without ordering up more food. They felt that empty inside. They're two young'uns growing fast, and health's coming back to both of 'em. Children like that feels like young wolves, and food's flesh and blood to 'em," said Mrs. Sowerby. Then she smiled Dickon's own curved smile. But they're enjoying theirselves for sure." She was right. Colin and Mary enjoyed their play acting. The idea to hide their health came from the nurse and Dr. Craven. "Your appetite is improving very much, Master Colin," Nurse had said one day. "You used to eat nothing, and so many things disagreed with you." "Nothing disagrees with me now," replied Colin, and then seeing the nurse looking at him curiously, he suddenly remembered that perhaps he ought not to appear too well just yet. At least things don't so often disagree with me. It's the fresh air." "Perhaps it is," said the nurse, still looking at him with a puzzled look, "but I must talk to Dr. Craven about it." "How she stared at you when she went away," said Mary, as if she thought there must be something to find out. "I want her finding out things. No one must begin to find out yet. When Dr. Craven came that morning, he also seemed puzzled. He asked Colin many questions. "You stay out in the garden a great deal," he suggested. "Where do you go?" Colin acted as if he did not care what anyone thought. "I will not let anyone know where I go," he answered. "I go to a place I like. Everyone has orders to keep out of the way. I won't be watched and stared at. You know that." "You seem to be out all day, but I do not think it has done you harm." "I do not think so. The nurse says that you eat much more than you have ever done before." "Perhaps," said Colin with a sudden idea, "perhaps it is an unnatural appetite." "I do not think so, as your food seems to agree with you," said Dr. Craven. "You are gaining flesh rapidly, and your color is better." Perhaps I am bloated and feverish," said Colin, looking sad. "People who are not going to live are often different." Dr. Craven shook his head. He held Colin's wrist and felt his arm. "You are not feverish," he said thoughtfully, "and such flesh as you have gained is healthy. If we can keep this up, my boy, we need not talk of dying. Your father will be very happy to hear of this remarkable improvement." "I won't have him told," Colin broke forth fiercely. "It will only disappoint him if I get worse again, and I may get worse this very night. I might have a raging fever. I feel as if I might be beginning to have one now. I won't have letters written to my father. I won't. You are making me angry, and you know that is bad for me. I feel hot already. I hate being written about and being talked over as much as I hate being stared at." "Hush, my boy," Dr. Craven soothed him. "Nothing shall be written without your permission. You are too sensitive about things. You must not undo the good which has been done." He said no more about writing to Mr. Craven. He warned the nurse not to mention it to Colin. "The boy is extraordinarily better. His advance seems almost abnormal, but of course he is doing now of his own free will what we could not make him do before. Still, he excites himself very easily, and nothing must be said to irritate him." Mary and Colin worried and discussed. From this time they continued their play-acting. "I may be obliged to have a tantrum," said Colin regretfully. "I don't want to have one, and I'm not miserable enough now to work myself into a big one. Perhaps I couldn't have one at all. That lump in my throat doesn't come now, and I keep thinking of nice things instead of horrible ones. But if they talk about writing to my father, I shall have to do something." He decided to eat less, but it was impossible. He woke up hungry every morning. His breakfast table had fresh bread, butter, eggs, jam, and cream. Mary always ate with him. At the table, especially with hot ham, they looked at each other desperate. "I think we shall have to eat it all this morning, Mary," Mary always ended by saying. "We can send away some of the lunch and a great deal of the dinner." But they never sent anything away. The empty plates in the kitchen caused much talk. "I do wish," Colin would say also, "I do wish the slices of ham were thicker, and one muffin each is not enough for anyone." "It's enough for a person who is going to die," answered Mary when first she heard this, "but it's not enough for a person who is going to live. I sometimes feel as if I could eat 3 when those nice fresh heather and gorse smells from the moor come pouring in at the open window." One morning, after 2 hours in the garden, Dickon brought 2 metal pails from behind a rose bush. One held fresh milk with cream. The other had hot, homemade currant buns wrapped in a cloth. Mary and Colin were overjoyed. They thought Mrs. Sowerby was kind and clever, and the food delicious. "Magic is in her just as it is in Dickon," said Colin. "It makes her think of ways to do things, nice things. She is a magic person. Tell her we are grateful, extremely grateful." He sometimes used grown-up words, enjoying them. "Tell her she has been most bounteous, and our gratitude is extreme." Then, forgetting his grand words, he ate many buns and drank milk from the pail like any hungry boy who had been exercising and was long past breakfast. This was the start of many good things. Realizing Mrs. Sowerby had many mouths to feed, they asked to send her money for their extra food. Dickon found a hollow in the woods outside the garden. There they built a stone oven to roast potatoes and eggs. Roasted eggs were a new treat, and hot potatoes with salt and butter were delicious and filling. They could eat without worrying about Mrs. Sowerby's large family. Every morning they did their magic under the plum tree. After, Colin took his walking exercise, practicing his new strength all day. Each day he grew stronger, walked more steadily, and went farther. His belief in magic grew. He tried new things as he gained strength, and Dickon showed him the best exercises. "Yesterday," he said one morning after an absence, "I went to Thwaite for Mother, and near the Blue Cow Inn I seed Bob Haworth. He's the strongest chap on the moor. He's the champion wrestler, and he can jump higher than any other chap and throw the hammer farther. He's gone all the way to Scotland for the sports some years. He's knowed me ever since I was a little un, and he's a friendly sort, and I asked him some questions. The gentry calls him an athlete, and I thought of thee, Mr. Colin, and I says, 'How did thou make thy muscles stick out that way, Bob? Did thou do anything extra to make thyself so strong?' And he says, 'Well, yes, lad, I did. A strong man in a show that came to Thwaite once showed me how to exercise my arms and legs and every muscle in my body.' And I says, 'Could a delicate chap make himself stronger with them, Bob?' And he laughed and says, 'Art thou the delicate chap?' And I says, 'No, but I knows a young gentleman that's getting well of a long illness, and I wish I knowed some of them tricks to tell him about.' I didn't say no names, and he didn't ask none. He's friendly, same as I said, and he stood up and showed me good-natured like, and I imitated what he did till I knowed it by heart." Colin had been listening excitedly. "Can you show me?" he cried. "Will you?" "Aye, to be sure," Dickon answered, getting up. "But he says thou mun do them gentle at first, and be careful not to tire thyself. Rest in between times, and take deep breaths, and don't overdo." "I'll be careful. Show me, show me. Dickon, you are the most magic boy in the world." Dickon stood on the grass and slowly demonstrated simple muscle exercises. Colin watched intently. He tried a few sitting, then gently while standing on his steady feet. Mary joined in. Soot, the crow, watched, hopping restlessly, unable to join. From then on, exercises were part of their routine, like the magic. Colin and Mary did more each time. They grew so hungry that Dickon's morning food basket was essential. The oven in the hollow and Mrs. Sowerby's treats were satisfying. Mrs. Medlock, the nurse, and Dr. Craven became puzzled again. It was easy to pretend not to eat breakfast and dinner when they were full of roasted eggs, potatoes, fresh milk, oatcakes, buns, honey, and cream. "They are eating next to nothing," said the nurse. "They'll die of starvation if they can't be persuaded to take some nourishment. And yet see how they look." "Look!" exclaimed Mrs. Medlock indignantly. I'm moithered to death with them. They're a pair of young Satans, bursting their jackets one day and the next turning up their noses at the best meals cook can tempt them with. Not a mouthful of that lovely young fowl and bread sauce did they set a fork into yesterday, and the poor woman fair invented a pudding for them, and back it sent. She almost cried. She's afraid she'll be blamed if they starve themselves into their graves. Dr. Craven observed Colin closely. He looked worried when the nurse showed him the untouched breakfast. He looked more worried as he examined Colin, whom he hadn't seen for 2 weeks. Young people gain health rapidly. Colin's skin was no longer pale but rosy. His eyes clear, his cheeks and temples filled out, his dark hair looked healthy, his lips full and normal. He looked nothing like a sick boy. Dr. Craven thought about him. "I am sorry to hear that you do not eat anything," he said. "That will not do. You will lose all you have gained, and you have gained amazingly. You ate so well a short time ago." "I told you it was an unnatural appetite," answered Colin. Mary, sitting nearby, made a strange sound, trying hard to stop it, almost choking. "What is the matter?" said Dr. Craven, turning to look at her. Mary became very serious. "It was something between a sneeze and a cough," she replied with reproachful dignity, "and it got into my throat." "But," she said afterward to Colin, "I couldn't stop myself. It just burst out because all at once I couldn't help remembering that last big potato you ate and the way your mouth stretched when you bit through that thick, lovely crust with jam and clotted cream on it." "Is there any way in which those children can get food secretly?" inquired Dr. Craven of Mrs. Medlock. "There's no way unless they dig it out of the earth or pick it off the trees," Mrs. Medlock answered. "They stay out in the grounds all day and see no one but each other, and if they want anything different to eat from what's sent up to them, they need only ask for it." "Well," said Dr. Craven, "so long as going without food agrees them, we need not disturb ourselves. The boy is a new creature." "So is the girl," said Mrs. Medlock. "She's begun to be downright pretty since she's filled out and lost her ugly little sour look. Her hair's grown thick and healthy looking, and she's got a bright color. The glummest, ill-natured little thing she used to be, and now her and Master Colin laugh together like a pair of crazy young ones. Perhaps they're growing fat on that." "Perhaps they are," said Dr. Craven. "Let them laugh." The secret garden bloomed every day with new wonders. In the robin's nest were eggs. The mother robin sat on them, keeping them warm. At first, she was scared, and the father robin watched closely. Even Dickon did not go near the nest. He waited until the robins felt safe. He made them feel that everyone in the garden understood how special the eggs were. Everyone knew that if an egg was hurt, it would be a very bad thing. Everyone felt this, and the robins knew they felt it. At first, the robin watched Mary and Colin carefully, but he knew he did not need to watch Dickon. When he saw Dickon, he knew Dickon was like a robin, but without a beak or feathers. Dickon could speak the robin's special language. Dickon spoke it to the robin. The strange words he used for humans did not matter. The robin thought Dickon used those words because humans were not smart enough to understand bird talk. Dickon's movements were also like a robin's. He never moved too fast to scare them. All robins understood Dickon, so he was not a problem. But the robin felt he must watch Mary and Colin. The boy did not come into the garden on his legs. He was pushed in a chair with wheels. Soft furs were over him. This was strange. When he stood up and moved, he did it in a strange way. Others had to help him. The robin watched from a bush, head tilted. He thought the slow movements meant the boy was ready to jump like a cat. He worried this with his mate for days, but stopped. Her fear was too great for the eggs. When the boy began to walk by himself and even to move more quickly, it was a great relief. But for a long time, or it seemed a long time to the robin, he caused some worry. He did not act like other humans. He liked walking, but he would sit or lie down for a while. Then he would get up in a strange way to start again. One day, the robin remembered learning to fly. He took short flights and then rested, so he thought the boy was learning to walk. He told his mate, saying the eggs would do the same when they learned to fly. She felt better and liked watching the boy, but she still thought her eggs would be smarter and learn faster. She said humans were clumsy and slow and never really learned to fly. Later, the boy moved like the others, but all three children sometimes did strange things. They stood under trees, moving their arms, legs, and heads. It was not walking or running or sitting. They did these movements daily. The robin could never explain them to his mate. He only said the eggs would never move like that. But since the boy who spoke robin did it, the birds knew it was not dangerous. Robins don't need exercises like humans. Their muscles are always strong from flying to find food. The boy now walked, ran, dug, and weeded like the others. A great peace came to the nest. The robins were not afraid for their eggs anymore. They knew the eggs were safe, like in a bank vault, and watching the children was fun. On rainy days, the mother robin sometimes felt a little bored because the children did not come to the garden. But Mary and Colin were not bored even on rainy days. One morning, the rain fell heavily. Colin felt restless. He had to stay on his sofa because it was not safe to walk. Then Mary had an idea. "Now that I am a real boy," Colin had said, "my legs and arms and all my body are so full of magic that I can't keep them still. They want to be doing things all the time. Do you know that when I waken in the morning, Mary, when it's quite early and the birds are just shouting outside and everything seems just shouting for joy, even the trees and things we can't really hear, I feel as if I must jump out of bed and shout myself. And if I did it, just think what would happen." Mary giggled a lot. "The nurse would come running and Mrs. Medlock would come running and they would be sure you had gone crazy and they'd send for the doctor," she said. Colin giggled himself. He could see how they would all look, how scared by what he did and how amazed to see him standing upright. "I wish my father would come home," he said. "I want to tell him myself. I'm always thinking about it. But we couldn't go on like this much longer. I can't stand lying still and pretending, and besides, I look too different. I wish it wasn't raining today." It was then Mary had her idea. "Colin," she began mysteriously, "do you know how many rooms there are in this house?" "About 1,000, I suppose," he answered. "There's about 100 no one ever goes into," said Mary, "and one rainy day I went and looked into ever so many of them. No one ever knew, though Mrs. Medlock nearly found me out. I lost my way when I was coming back, and I stopped at the end of your corridor. That was the second time I heard you crying." Colin started up on his sofa. 100 rooms no one goes into?" he said. "It sounds almost like a secret garden. Suppose we go and look at them. You could wheel me in my chair and nobody would know where we went." "That's what I was thinking," said Mary. "No one would dare to follow us. There are galleries where you could run. We could do our exercises. There's a little Indian room where there's a cabinet full of ivory elephants. There are all sorts of rooms." "Ring the bell," said Colin. When the nurse came in, he gave his orders. "I want my chair. Miss Mary and I are going to look at the part of the house which is not used. John can push me as far as the picture gallery because there are some stairs. Then he must go away and leave us alone until I send for him again." Rainy days were not scary anymore. The footman pushed the chair into the picture gallery. He left Colin and Mary alone as he was told. They looked at each other, happy. When Mary was sure John had gone, Colin got out of his chair. "I am going to run from one end of the gallery to the other, and then I am going to jump, and then we will do Bob Haworth's exercises." They did all these things and more. They looked at the portraits, finding a girl in a green dress with a parrot. "All these," said Colin, "must be my relations. They lived a long time ago. That parrot one, I believe, is one of my great aunts. She looks rather like you, Mary, not as you look now, but as you looked when you came here. Now you are a great deal fatter and better looking." "So are you," said Mary, and they both laughed. They went to the Indian room and played with the ivory elephants. They found the pink room and a mouse hole in a cushion, now empty. They saw more rooms and made more discoveries than Mary had before. They found new hallways, corners, stairs, and old pictures they liked. It was a very fun morning, feeling far away even in the same house. "I'm glad we came," Colin said. "I never knew I lived in such a big, queer old place. I like it. We will ramble about every rainy day. We shall always be finding new, queer corners and things." That morning they were so hungry, when they returned to Colin's room, they ate all their lunch. The nurse carried the tray downstairs. She put it down loudly. Mrs. Loomis, the cook, saw the clean dishes. "Look at that," she said. "This house is full of mystery, and those two children are the biggest mysteries of all." "If they keep that up every day," said John, the strong footman, "it's no surprise he weighs twice as much now as he did a month ago. I might have to leave my job soon, so I don't hurt my muscles." That afternoon, Mary noticed that something new had happened in Colin's room. She had noticed it the day before, but said nothing, thinking the change might have been by chance. Today, she said nothing, but looked closely at the picture over the fireplace. The curtain was open. That was the change. "I know what you want me to tell you," said Colin, after she had stared a few minutes. "I always know when you want me to tell you something. You are wondering why the curtain is drawn back. I am going to keep it like that." "Why?" asked Mary. "Because it doesn't make me angry anymore to see her laughing. I wakened when it was bright moonlight 2 nights ago and felt as if the magic was filling the room and making everything so splendid that I couldn't lie still. I got up and looked out of the window. The room was quite light and there was a patch of moonlight on the curtain, and somehow that made me go and pull the cord. She looked right down at me as if she were laughing because she was glad I was standing there. It made me like to look at her. I want to see her laughing like that all the time. I think she must have been a sort of magic person, perhaps." "You are so like her now that sometimes I think perhaps you are her ghost made into a boy." That idea seemed to impress Colin. He thought it over and then answered her slowly. "If I were her ghost, my father would be fond of me," he said. "Do you want him to be fond of you?" asked Mary. "I used to hate it because he was not fond of me. If he grew fond of me, I think I should tell him about the magic. It might make him more cheerful." Their belief in the magic was a strong thing. After their morning spells, Colin sometimes gave them talks about magic. "I like to do it," he explained, "because when I grow up and find many new things, I will have to talk about them. So this is practice. I can only give short talks now because I am very young. Also, Ben Weatherstaff would feel like he was in church and would fall asleep." "The best thing about talking," said Ben, "is that a man can say what he wants and no one else can talk back to him. I wouldn't mind talking a bit myself sometimes." But when Colin spoke under his tree, Ben watched him closely. It was not just the talk that interested him. It was Colin's legs, which grew stronger each day. It was his head, which he held up well. His once thin face was now full and round. His eyes held a light Ben remembered in another person's eyes. Sometimes Colin wondered what Ben was thinking. Once, when Ben looked lost in thought, Colin asked him, "What are you thinking about, Ben Weatherstaff?" he asked. "I was thinking," answered Ben, "that I bet you gained 3 or 4 pounds this week. I was looking at your legs and your shoulders. I'd like to put you on a scale." "It's the magic and Mrs. Sowerby's buns and milk and things," said Colin. "You see, the plan worked." That morning, Dickon was late for the talk. He was red from running. His face looked brighter. After the rain, they had many weeds to pull. The water was good for flowers, but also for weeds. They had to pull them out fast. Colin was good at weeding now. He could even talk while he did it. "The magic works best when you work yourself," he said that morning. "You can feel it in your bones and muscles. I am going to read books about bones and muscles, but I am going to write a book about magic. I am making it up now. I keep finding out things." Soon after, he put down his shovel and stood up. He had been quiet, thinking of talks, as he often did. When he stood up, it seemed a sudden, strong thought made him do it. He stretched tall and put his arms out happily. His face glowed and his eyes widened with joy. All at once, he understood something fully. "Mary! Dickon!" he cried. "Just look at me!" They stopped weeding and looked at him. "Do you remember that first morning you brought me in here?" he asked. Dickon was looking at him very hard. "Yes, we do," he answered. Mary looked hard too, but she said nothing. "Just this minute, all at once, I remembered it myself, when I looked at my hand digging with the shovel, and I had to stand up to see if it was real. And it is real. I'm well. I'm well." "Yes, you are," said Dickon. "I'm well. I'm well," said Colin again, and his face turned red all over. He had known it before, hoped it, felt it, but at that moment a strong, joyful feeling rushed through him. It was so strong he had to shout. "I shall live forever and ever and ever," he cried grandly. "I shall find out thousands and thousands of things. I shall find out about people and creatures and everything that grows, like Dickon, and I shall never stop making magic. I'm well. I'm well. I feel as if I want to shout out something thankful, joyful." Ben Weatherstaff, who was working near a rose bush, looked at him. "You might sing the doxology," he said in a dry voice. But Colin liked to explore, and he knew nothing about the doxology. He asked, "What is that?" "Dickon can sing it for you, I bet," replied Ben Weatherstaff. Dickon answered with a smile. "They sing it in church," he said. "Mother says she believes the skylarks sing it when they wake up in the morning." "If she says that, it must be a nice song," Colin answered. "I've never been in a church myself. I was always too ill. Sing it, Dickon. I want to hear it." Dickon understood what Colin felt very well. He took off his cap and looked around, still smiling. "You must take off your cap," he said to Colin, "and so must you, Ben, and you must stand up, you know." Colin took off his cap. The sun warmed his hair as he watched Dickon. Ben Weatherstaff stood and took off his cap too. His face looked confused, as if he didn't know why he was doing this. Dickon stood among the trees and rose bushes and began to sing in a simple, strong voice. "Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen." When he finished, Ben Weatherstaff stood still, watching Colin with troubled eyes. Colin's face looked thoughtful. "It is a very nice song," he said. "I like it. Perhaps it means just what I mean when I want to shout out that I am thankful to the magic." He stopped and thought in a confused way. Perhaps they are both the same thing. How can we know the exact names of everything? Sing it again, Dickon. Let us try, Mary. I want to sing it too. It's my song. How does it begin? Praise God from whom all blessings flow. And they sang it again. Mary and Colin sang as best they could. Dickon's voice was loud and beautiful. Then Ben Weatherstaff cleared his throat loudly. He joined in with a strong voice. When the Amen ended, Mary saw that Ben was crying. His chin was shaking, and his cheeks were wet. I never saw any sense in the doxology before, but I might change my mind later. I would say you gained 5 pounds this week, Master Colin. 5. Colin was looking across the garden at something. His face looked surprised. Who is coming in here? He said quickly. Who is it? The door in the wall opened softly. A woman entered. She stood still, listening and looking at them. The sun shone on her blue cloak. Her face smiled across the greenery. Her eyes seemed to take everything in. No one felt she was an intruder. Dickon's eyes brightened. It's Mother! That's who it is! He cried, and he ran across the grass. Colin began to move toward her too, and Mary went with him. They both felt their hearts beat faster. It's Mother! Dickon said again when they met halfway. I knew you wanted to see her, and I told her where the door was hidden. Colin held out his hand. His face was red, and he looked shy, but his eyes looked closely at her face. Even when I was ill, I wanted to see you, you and Dickon and the secret garden. I'd never wanted to see anyone or anything before. The sight of his face made her face change. She looked red, and her mouth trembled. Her eyes looked watery. Oh, dear boy, she said in a shaking voice. Oh, dear boy, as if she didn't mean to say it. Colin liked it. Are you surprised because I am so well? He asked. She put her hand on his shoulder and smiled. The watery look left her eyes. Yes, I am, she said, but you are so like your mother that you made my heart jump. Do you think, said Colin a little shyly, that will make my father like me? Yes, for sure, dear boy, she answered, and she patted his shoulder softly and quickly. He must come home. He must come home. Susan Sowerby, said Ben Weatherstaff, getting close to her. Look at the boy's legs, will you? They were like drumsticks in stockings 2 months ago, and I heard people say they were bent and knock-kneed. Look at them now. She laughed. They're going to be fine, strong legs soon, she said. Let him play and work in the garden and eat well and drink good sweet milk. There won't be better legs in Yorkshire, thank God. She put her hands on Mary's shoulders and looked at her face like a mother. And you too, she said. You've grown almost as healthy as our Elizabeth Ellen. I bet you're like your mother too. Our Martha told me that Mrs. Medlock heard she was a pretty woman. You'll be like a pink rose when you grow up, my little girl, bless you. Mary was happy to hear she might look like her mother someday. Mary walked around the garden with them. They told her the whole story and showed her every plant. Colin walked on one side, Mary on the other. They looked at her face. She seemed to understand them like Dickon understood his animals. She bent over the flowers and talked about them. Soot, the crow, followed her and flew onto her shoulder. When they told her about the robin and its young ones learning to fly, she laughed. I guess teaching them to fly is like teaching children to walk, she said. But I would worry if my children had wings instead of legs. Because she seemed so wonderful, they finally told her about the magic. Do you believe in magic? Asked Colin after he told her about Indian fakirs. I do hope you do. Yes, I do, boy, she answered. I never knew it by that name, but what does the name matter? I bet they call it a different name in France and Germany. The same thing that makes seeds grow and the sunshine made you well, and it's the good thing. It's not like us silly people who think names are important. The big good thing doesn't stop to worry, bless you. It keeps making millions of worlds like us. Never stop believing in the big good thing and know the world is full of it and call it what you like. You were singing to it when I came into the garden. I felt so joyful, said Colin, looking at her with his special eyes. Suddenly I felt how different I was, how strong my arms and legs were, and how I could dig and stand, and I jumped up and wanted to shout out something to anything that would listen. The magic listened when you sang the doxology. It would have listened to anything you sang. It was the joy that mattered. Oh, boy, names don't matter to the joy maker. And she patted his shoulders again. She had packed a feast. When it was time to eat, Dickon got it. She sat with them under their tree and watched them eat, laughing at their appetites. She was full of fun. She laughed when they told her how hard it was to pretend Colin was still sick. You see, we can't help laughing nearly all the time when we are together, explained Colin, and it doesn't sound ill at all. We try to stop it, but it bursts out, and that sounds worse than ever. There's one thing that comes into my mind so often, and I can hardly stop laughing when I think of it. I keep thinking, what if Colin's face becomes round like a full moon? It's not yet, but he gets a little fatter every day. What if it looks like one some morning? What would we do? Oh dear, I see you have a lot of acting to do, said Susan Sowerby, but you won't have to do it much longer. Master Craven will come home. Do you think he will? Asked Colin. Why? Susan Sowerby laughed softly. I guess it would almost break your heart if he found out before you told him your way, she said. You've stayed awake at night planning it. I couldn't bear anyone else to tell him, said Colin. I think about different ways every day. I think now I just want to run into his room. That would be a good start for him, said Susan Sowerby. I'd like to see his face, boy, I would. He must come back, he must. They talked about visiting her cottage. They planned it all. They would drive over the moor and eat lunch outdoors among the heather. They would see Dickon's garden and stay until they were tired. Susan Sowerby got up to return to the house. It was time for Colin to be wheeled back. Before he got into his chair, he stood close to Susan. He looked at her. He caught hold of her blue cloak and held it fast. You are just what I wanted, he said. I wish you were my mother as well as Dickon's. Susan Sowerby bent down and drew him close as if he were Dickon's brother. Her eyes became watery. Oh, dear boy, your own mother is in this very garden, I believe. She couldn't stay away. Your father must come back to you. He must. People learned that thoughts are very powerful. A sad thought can be dangerous like a sickness, but a good thought can be like sunlight. When Mary's mind was full of bad thoughts, she was sick and unhappy. But when she thought of robins, children, spring, and the secret garden, she became well and happy. Colin was the same. When he only thought of being sick and dying, he was always angry and scared. But when new, happy thoughts came, he started to get strong. His new ideas were simple and worked well. Much more surprising things can happen to anyone who pushes out a bad thought and puts in a good, brave one. Two things cannot be in one place. Where you tend a rose, my lad, a thistle cannot grow. While the secret garden and two children were coming alive, a man traveled in beautiful places in Norway and Switzerland. For 10 years his mind was full of dark, sad thoughts. He had not been brave. He never tried to put other thoughts in place of the dark ones. He had seen beautiful places and flowers, but he only thought of his sorrow. A terrible sadness had come to him when he was happy. He let his soul fill with darkness and did not allow any light to come in. When he traveled, he brought sadness with him. Strangers thought he was either crazy or had done something bad. He was a tall man with a thin face and bent shoulders. His name was Archibald Craven from Misselthwaite Manor, England. He had traveled far since the day he saw Mary in his study and told her she could have her bit of earth. He had been to the most beautiful places in Europe, but he never stayed long. He chose quiet, far-away spots. He had stood on mountain tops as the sun rose, making the world seem new, but the light never seemed to touch him. Then, one day, he realized something strange had happened for the first time in 10 years. He was in a wonderful valley in Austria. He had walked alone through such beauty, but it had not made him feel better. At last, he felt tired. He lay down to rest on soft moss by a stream. It was a clear little stream that ran happily, bubbling over stones. He saw birds drink from it and then fly away. The tiny sound of the stream made the valley feel very, very quiet. As he watched the clear water, Archibald Craven slowly felt his mind and body become quiet, like the valley itself. He wondered if he would sleep, but he did not. He looked at the sunlit water and saw flowers growing by the water and remembered how he used to look at such things years ago. He did not know that this simple thought was slowly filling his mind, pushing other things aside. He only knew that the valley seemed to grow quieter as he looked at the bright, delicate blueness. He did not know how long he sat there or what was happening to him, but at last he moved as if waking up. He stood up slowly, taking a long, deep breath. He wondered about himself. Something quiet seemed to have been freed inside him. "Is it?" he said, almost in a whisper, and he passed his hand over his forehead. "I almost feel as if I were alive." He did not understand how this had happened, but months later, when he was back at Misselthwaite, he remembered this strange hour. He found out by chance that on this very day, Colin had cried out as he went into the secret garden, "I am going to live forever and ever and ever." The strange calmness stayed with Mr. Craven for the rest of that evening, and he slept a new, peaceful sleep. But it did not stay with him for very long. He did not know how to keep it. The next night, he opened the doors wide to his dark thoughts, and they came rushing back. He left the valley and continued his travels. But strange as it seemed to him, there were minutes, sometimes half hours, when without knowing why, the black sadness seemed to lift again. He knew he was a living man, not a dead one. Slowly, for no reason he understood, he was coming alive with the garden. As summer changed to autumn, he went to the Lake of Como. He found great beauty there. He spent his days on the lake or walked in the hills until he was tired enough to sleep. By this time, he knew he was sleeping better, and his dreams were no longer scary. Perhaps, he thought, my body is growing stronger. His body was growing stronger, but because of the rare peaceful hours when his thoughts changed, his soul was slowly growing stronger too. He began to think of Misselthwaite and wonder if he should go home. He thought about his son and what he would feel looking at his pale, still face. He felt afraid to see him. One day, he walked until late. The world was beautiful under the full moon. He sat by the lake, breathing the night air. He felt a deep calmness come over him until he fell asleep. He dreamed a very real dream. He thought he was awake, sitting by the water, when he heard a voice calling. It was sweet and clear and happy and far away. It seemed very far, but he heard it clearly, as if it were right next to him. "Archie, Archie, Archie," it said, and then again, sweeter and clearer than before, "Archie, Archie." He thought he sprang to his feet, not even startled. It was such a real voice, and it seemed so natural that he should hear it. "Lilius, Lilius," he answered. "Lilius, where are you?" "In the garden," it came back like a sound from a golden flute. "In the garden." And then the dream ended. But he did not wake up. He slept soundly and sweetly all through the lovely night. When he did awake at last, it was a bright morning. A servant was standing and looking at him. The man held a tray with some letters on it. He waited quietly until Mr. Craven took them. When the servant had gone, Mr. Craven sat holding the letters and looking at the lake. His strange calm was still upon him, and a lightness, as if something had changed. He remembered the real dream. "In the garden," he said, wondering at himself. "In the garden? But the door is locked, and the key is buried deep." When he looked at the letters a few minutes later, he saw that the one on top was an English letter from Yorkshire. It was written in a clear woman's handwriting, but it was not a hand he knew. He opened it, barely thinking of the writer, but the first words caught his attention at once. "Dear Sir, I am Susan Sowerby that made bold to speak to you once on the moor. It was about Miss Mary I spoke. I will make bold to speak again. Please, sir, I would come home if I was you. I think you would be glad to come, and if you will excuse me, sir, I think your lady would ask you to come if she was here. Your obedient servant, Susan Sowerby." Mr. Craven read the letter twice before he put it back in his envelope. He kept thinking about the dream. "In the garden," he said, wondering at himself. "In the garden? But the door is locked and the key is buried deep." He went to the villa and told Pitcher to prepare for their return to England. A few days later, he was in Yorkshire again. On his long train journey, he found himself thinking of his son, Colin, as he had never thought in all the past 10 years. For 10 years, he had only wanted to forget Colin. Now, memories came to him. He remembered the dark days when he was mad with grief because the child lived and his wife died. He had refused to see the baby. When he finally looked, it was so weak everyone thought it would die. But it lived, and then people thought it would be sick and disabled. He had not felt like a father. He gave Colin doctors and nurses, but he avoided the boy. The first time he saw Colin after a year, he could not bear the sight of his eyes, so like and yet so unlike his wife's. He turned away, pale. After that, he rarely saw Colin except when he was asleep. All he knew was that Colin was always sick, with an angry, wild temper. He always got his way to prevent his rages. This was not happy to recall, but as the train moved, the man who was coming alive began to think in a new way. He thought long and carefully and deeply. "Perhaps I have been all wrong for 10 years, he said to himself. 10 years is a long time. It may be too late to do anything, quite too late. What have I been thinking of? But the calm had brought a sort of courage and hope with it. Instead of giving in to thoughts of the worst, he actually found he was trying to believe in better things. Could it be possible that she sees that I may be able to do him good and control him, he thought. I will go and see her on my way to Misselthwaite. But when he stopped the carriage at the cottage on his way across the moor, 7 or 8 children playing nearby gathered. They told him their mother had gone to the other side of the moor early in the morning to help a woman with a new baby. Our Dickon, they said, was at the manor, working in one of the gardens, where he went several days a week. Mr. Craven saw they were a healthy, likable group. He smiled and gave a gold coin to the oldest child, Elizabeth Ellen. "If you divide that into 8 parts, there will be half a crown for each of you," he said. Amid smiles and bows, he drove away, leaving happy children behind. The drive across the moor was calming. It gave him a sense of homecoming, a feeling he thought he'd never have again. He remembered how he had left last time, afraid of the house and the boy. How real that dream had been, how wonderful and clear the voice that called back to him, "In the garden, in the garden." He said, "I will try to find the key. I will try to open the door. I must, though I don't know why." When he arrived at the manor, the servants noticed he looked better and did not go to his usual remote rooms. He went into the library and sent for Mrs. Medlock. She came to him excited and flustered. "How is Master Colin, Medlock?" he inquired. "Well, sir, he's different in a manner of speaking." "Worse?" he suggested. Mrs. Medlock's face turned red. She tried to explain that no one could understand Colin's changes. His appetite was strange, and his ways. "Has he become more peculiar?" her master asked, frowning anxiously. "That's it, sir. He's growing very peculiar when you compare him with what he used to be. He used to eat nothing, then suddenly ate a lot, then stopped again. You never knew, sir, perhaps that out of doors he never would let himself be taken. It was very hard to get him to go out. He would get so angry that Dr. Craven said they couldn't force him. Well, sir, just without warning, not long after one of his worst tantrums, he suddenly insisted on being taken out every day by Miss Mary and Susan Sowerby's boy Dickon that could push his chair. He took a fancy to both Miss Mary and Dickon brought his tame animals, and if you'll credit it, sir, out of doors he will stay from morning until night." "How does he look?" was the next question. "If he took his food natural, sir, you'd think he was putting on flesh, but we're afraid it may be a sort of bloat. He laughs sometimes with Miss Mary. He never used to laugh. Dr. Craven is coming to see you at once, if you'll allow him. He never was as puzzled in his life." "Where is Master Colin now?" Mr. Craven asked. "In the garden, sir. He's always in the garden, though not a human creature is allowed to go near for fear they'll look at him." Mr. Craven barely heard her last words. "In the garden," he said, and after he had sent Mrs. Medlock away, he stood and repeated it again and again. "In the garden." He made an effort to return to himself, then turned and left the room. He walked, as Mary had done, through the bushes and past the fountain, which was playing. He crossed the lawn and turned into the long walk. He walked slowly, feeling drawn to the place he had left. As he got closer, his steps became even slower. He knew where the door was, even though the ivy hung thick over it, but he did not know exactly where the buried key lay. So he stopped and stood still, looking about him, and almost the moment after he had paused, he started and listened, asking himself if he were walking in a dream. Ivy covered the door, the key was buried, and no one had entered for 10 years, and yet inside the garden there were sounds. He heard running feet and quiet voices, then happy cries. It sounded like children's laughter, trying to be hidden but about to burst out. Was he dreaming? Was he losing his mind? Was this what the voice in his dream meant? And then the moment came, the uncontrollable moment when the sounds forgot to hush themselves. The feet ran faster, nearing the door. There was quick, strong breathing and wild laughing shouts which could not be contained, and the door in the wall was flung wide open, the sheet of ivy swinging back, and a boy burst through it at full speed, and without seeing the outsider, dashed almost into his arms. Mr. Craven put his arms out just in time to catch him. He held him away to look, amazed, and truly gasped for breath. He was a tall, handsome boy, glowing with life. His face was flushed. He threw his hair back and lifted strange gray eyes, full of boyish laughter. It was the eyes that made Mr. Craven gasp. "Who? What? Who?" he stammered. This was not what Colin had planned, but perhaps it was better. He stood up tall. Mary, who had run with him, thought he looked taller than ever. "Father," he said, I'm Colin. You can't believe it. I scarcely can myself. I'm Colin." Like Mrs. Medlock, he did not understand what his father meant when he said hurriedly, "In the garden, in the garden." "Yes," hurried on Colin, "it was the garden that did it, and Mary and Dickon and the creatures, and the magic. No one knows. We kept it to tell you when you came. I'm well. I can beat Mary in a race. I'm going to be an athlete." He said it all so like a healthy boy, his face flushed, his words tumbling over each other in his eagerness, that Mr. Craven's soul shook with unbelievable joy. Colin put out his hand and laid it on his father's arm. "Aren't you glad, Father?" he ended. "Aren't you glad? I'm going to live forever and ever and ever." Mr. Craven put his hands on both the boy's shoulders and held him still. He knew he dared not even try to speak for a moment. "Take me into the garden, my boy," he said at last, "and tell me all about it." And so they led him in. The garden was a wild mix of autumn gold, purple, and scarlet. Late lilies stood everywhere, white or ruby. Roses climbed. The sun on the yellow trees made it feel like a golden temple. The newcomer stood silent, just as the children had done when they came into its grayness. He looked round and round. "I thought it would be dead," he said. Mary thought so at first, but it came alive. Then they sat down under their tree, all but Colin, who wanted to stand while he told the story. It was the strangest story Archibald Craven had ever heard. Mystery, magic, wild creatures, a midnight meeting, the coming of spring, Colin's pride, strange friendships, and a big secret. Mr. Craven laughed until he cried, and sometimes cried when he was not laughing. Colin was a funny, lovable, healthy young boy. "Now," he said at the end of the story, "it need not be a secret any more. I dare say it will frighten them nearly into fits when they see me, but I am never going to get into the chair again. I shall walk back with you, Father, to the house." Ben Weatherstaff usually stayed in the gardens, but he found an excuse to go to the kitchen, and Mrs. Medlock invited him for beer. He was there, as he hoped, when the most exciting event at Misselthwaite Manor happened. A window looked onto the lawn. Mrs. Medlock hoped Ben had seen Mr. Craven and Colin. "Did you see either of them, Ben Weatherstaff?" she asked. "Aye, that I did," he answered with a knowing look. "Both of them?" suggested Mrs. Medlock. "Both of 'em," returned Ben Weatherstaff. "Thank you kindly, ma'am. I could sup up another mug of it." "Together?" said Mrs. Medlock, quickly overfilling her beer mug in her excitement. "Together, ma'am," and Ben gulped down half of his new mug at one gulp. "Where was Master Colin? How did he look? What did they say to each other?" "I didn't hear that," said Ben, "along o' being only on the step-ladder looking over the wall, but I'll tell thee this, there's been things going on outside as you house people knows not about, and what thou find out soon." He quickly finished his beer and waved his mug seriously toward the window which showed a piece of the lawn through the bushes. "Look there, if thou's curious. Look what's comin' across the grass." When Mrs. Medlock looked, she shrieked. Every servant ran to the window, staring. Across the lawn came the master of Misselthwaite Manor, and by his side, with his head up in the air and his eyes full of laughter, walked as strongly and steadily as any boy in Yorkshire, Master Colin. Thank you for spending time with us. I hope this story brought you peace and reflection. We will see you soon.